Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Potting Shed. It's not a bad Sunday morning, actually, is it? It seems to be turning out quite nice. We've already heard from Bill. Apparently, it's a lovely, sunny Scottish morning this morning. So I think you've got better weather than we've got, but never mind. We don't care about the weather.
No, we don't. No,
we've got all sorts of gardening for you.
We have, yeah. I said to Bex before the show, I'm going to name today's show an antidote to winter and autumn.
Do you know, you've nailed it, though, because actually, with what we're bringing you, we have got the antidote to autumn and winter.
We have,
What do you mean by it?
Well, what I mean by that is if you don't like autumn, if you don't like winter in particular, because you think it's grey, dull, boring, colourless, well, we've got a solution for that. Loads and loads of colour and lots of gorgeous bulbs for you to look forward to from early next spring.
So everything here we're looking at, those are all the garden ready. So that's all your sort of winter, autumn flowering plants. So gardening is not over. There's still lots of colour, lots of vibrancy that you can add into your garden with a lot of these garden-ready winter flowering plants. And then we're going to bring out those spring bulbs for you. And we've got loads of them. We've got daffs, we've got tulips, we've got alliums, we've got our spring bulb collection. And so that's the jobs you need to be doing now so that you can ensure you're getting colour in the springtime.
And that's the thing with gardening sometimes, because sometimes you can spend like half, 3/4 of the year actually living the journey, living the joy, and then you perhaps spend 2 or 3 months of the year planning for the joy, sort of in the future.
Absolutely, it's the key to getting good, successful gardens, so
yeah.
we can sit back and enjoy them. So you're all in the chat already. So Bill's already said hello from sunny Angus in Scotland. Elaine is here as well. We do have an email address for you to email us. It is ygtv@yougarden.com. I was just checking to see if anybody's emailed this morning. Not yet, but get your emails in. The details are there, ygtv@yougarden.com. We want to hear from you. We just want to know what you're up to, basically. If you've got any questions, we've got our award-winning gardener in the potting shed here. This is the lovely Adam. He is a proper award-winning gardener as well. Spent all your life in the garden, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been gardening since about 5 years of age. Started my own garden maintenance business back in 1988, and along with my husband John, won 4 gold medals at the Chelsea Flower Show, 3 BBC Archers People's Awards. I think I've won 2 silver gilt medals, 2 silver medals, 1 medal at some other shows as well, different RHS shows, Hampton Court, Tatton Park.
This is somebody that does actually really know what he lives and breathes it. I got into gardening a little bit later on, but I also adore it as well. But he's an award winner. So if you've got any questions, you want any plants, because we do this a lot, you send us pictures of plants that you don't know what they're called. And I love that game. I don't always know, but I do love the game. But Adam might be able to help you out.
Slightly anxious moment, because I did get my knuckles wrapped the other week for not immediately identifying dichondra.
Sometimes it's hard to get your brain in gear, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah, when you're sort of put on the spot. But pretty much 99.9% of the time we nail it between us, don't we?
We'll do our best anyway. But also send us the pictures of your gardens, please. We want to see what's happening in your garden, what you're up to, what's still in bloom, what's coming into bloom, what's a bit out of the ordinary, what's flowering that shouldn't be flowering right now. We love those out-of-season teasers, so yeah, do send those through as well. A few things to let you know. So we've got our free gift this week, which is this gorgeous magazine. So it's Garden News. It is a current edition, and for the next 4 weeks, we're going to be doing this, and it will be a different magazine over the next 4 weeks. So when you place your order, if you put the code in, when you place your order, YGTV3624, this will automatically be put into your basket. And there's loads of fantastic articles in here. There's one by Carol Klein.
There's a dodgy company here, YouGarden. Selling who buy
Our
honey
head
baskets from
gardener
them.
is going to be featuring, I believe, in here at some point as well. So it's lovely, isn't it? Just sit down with a cup of tea and have a little read, get some ideas. You know, these are brilliant. So just make sure you enter the code when you place your order, and that will get put into your basket free of charge. The code also unlocks all the deals, so any of the savings, the double ups, the buy one get ones, it will unlock those as well. So it's really important to enter that code, otherwise you'll end up paying full price.
Very nice.
I know, I flicked to that page. You can buy yourself some pants in here as well.
There you go. Right. Nice. If you fancy,
pants.
you know. So it's a comprehensive magazine.
There's lots in there, and it will be added into your basket absolutely free. Also postage. So if you want to get your order to over £40, we will give you free postage on that order. If your order is under £40, you only pay the 1 postage cost, which is normally £6.99 basically is the cost. We'll let you know, because some of our bigger plants do come slightly higher, but we haven't got any of those today. The maximum you will pay is £6.99. And our bagged products, we haven't brought the bark in, Stu. We've got the bark, we've got the strulch, and we've got our compost. All of those have no postage postage included. So you can place orders for those and get those delivered, no postage cost at all. If you want to get multiples of the magazine, maybe you want to share it with somebody else, you can get multiples of them if you place multiple orders. Stu is delivering
Here's the
bark
man.
mulch. Here it is. 70-litre bag, yeah, that's going to get delivered absolutely free of charge for you as well. You reorganised the set for us, Stu, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, Bex, I've got a bit of a quick question for you.
Go on, what is it?
Well, you said about the P&P.
Yeah.
What would be your recommendation today? Say you spent about £18, something like that. What would you say would be a good tip over plant today to get to kind of just take you into that kind of P&P free zone?
All right, I mean, if you're getting up to the sort of £37, £38 mark,
yeah.
I'm going to suggest potentially the Coreopsis over there. It's only £4.99. It's an absolute winner. It's on our favourites table. So that's a perfect one. If you consider that your postage cost is £6.99, if you added that into your basket, you'd be spending less, but you'd be getting a plant as well. But there's a few like that.
Did I say 13, 14, £15 to start with?
Yeah, you did.
I did.
I knew what you meant.
I was miles away.
Right.
Yeah.
I knew what you meant. There's also the tulip and crocus mix there as well. So that's a really good one, and that's only £4.99. We'll highlight all of these to you as we're going through, but I think I've covered most of the boring stuff. Join the club, that's the only other thing. I received my renewal yesterday. My renewal of my membership came through, so I'm going to have another £20 to be able to spend.
And still only £5, not a penny more?
Yeah, still only £5.
Yeah.
Automatically renewed, £5 membership, keeps me a membership as a member for the year, and then I get 10% discount on everything in the potting shed. So plants, bulbs, pots, compost, strulch, mulch, all of it, I get 10% discount on, and I've got my new set of £20 vouchers to spend.
That's brilliant. So you can keep restocking the garden, getting all those extra plants, and I mean literally just for joining the club, and it's money, it's discount for nothing, isn't it? No effort, no, sometimes you see these offers somewhere, and you've got to do this and you've got to do that, and oh dear. There's a pizza company, I'm not going to mention it, but there's a pizza company that when you order stuff, they give you this discount that you can get next time, and you have to go to this website
to get
and you have to put all this stuff in and get I gave up in the end.
You can start saving on your first order today, so you don't have to wait for your membership to come through. You can click a box, buy the membership for £5, and then you'll start saving today. Then we'll send a welcome pack out to you in the post that will contain all your details and your £20 worth of vouchers. Stu's telling me we've had a new member join this morning already, so that's fantastic. If you're not a member already, do think about joining that club. Right, we're going to start with the garden readies. Let's crack on over here. Let's start with our Erigeron. Now, this is something I've got in my garden. Surely you've got this in your garden.
I have, and it's one of those plants, Bex, as well. Once you've got it in your garden, you'll always have it in your garden, because this little beauty seeds about all over the place, and it's kind of got similar daisy sort of shape to lawn daisies, but these are stunning. I mean, they're great little plants, and they're just fulfilling all those little gaps, all those nooks and crannies. They grow in the most obscure, ridiculous places.
They don't need really fertile soil at all, do they?
But they seem to grow in dust. I mean, our bungalow, we've sort of got our bungalow wall here, and then our sort of drive up to our garage goes right up to the bungalow, and there's just a little gap about that wide between, the block paving of the drive and then the wall of the bungalow, gap literally millimetres wide, and these things grow all along the wall out of that little gap.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even put them there. I didn't water them. They look gorgeous.
And they flower for months on end as well. So these will first pop up, early springtime, sort of March, April time. They start and they've spread out. And then, I mean, mine are still looking absolutely fantastic now, right into September. And they'll probably keep going through to October. But because where I am, we won't expect any major frosts for a while.
No.
They are sort of, I mean, they don't completely, they mostly disappear, don't they, over winter?
Yeah, they kind of go a bit woody over winter time. But what I tend to do is just leave them over the winter. Don't sort of cut the top off, because if you cut the top off, they grow from really, really tiny little thin stems. If you cut the top off, it's very easy to forget where they are in the winter time, and then you go to put bulbs in or something, you dig them up. So leave that little kind of wiry growth on top through the winter to let you know where they are. But they also have another really lovely little habit, and I will get it the right way round this time, because I think before I said it the wrong way round. And correct me again if I got it wrong, Bex, but they start off white, don't they, the flowers, and then as they age, they go to that lovely pink colour. So, I mean, looking at the picture there, you might think, oh, great, I'm getting a white mix and a pink mix in this. Well, it's exactly the same plant, but as the flower ages, it changes to that beautiful, beautiful pink colour.
And you get lovely shades of pink as well, don't you? So it sort of goes white and a really light, delicate shade of pink, and then you will get those more deeper hues of pink. And I like the way that they close up at night time and open up during the daytime. I think that's really interesting as well.
Nyctinesty, that's called. It's a posh name for that.
Yeah,
Nyctinesty. Yeah, that's a posh name for that. So, and it's just like an adaptation plants have to protect their pollen at night and also protect them from sort of predatory animals and stuff eating their flowers and all that kind of thing. Also with these, and I've just totally forgotten what I was going to say. Great ground cover. Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, really, really lovely sort of ground cover with them. And as I say, once you've got them, they just seed about all over the place. They come back year after year, but they're one of those plants that grow in one of those places where it would be impossible for you to try and plant something, but in a good way. And you can see there, look how beautiful that. I mean, that's almost more purple, isn't it, than pink? So some of you get sort of pinkish colours, purple colours.
I found that mine work better in a part shade position. So the one that I've got in the full sun, really sunny border, it's fine and it does well. But I have found that the one in the more shady border that gets more sort of late afternoon and early evening sun, that one is absolutely fantastic. But they will work in so many different locations in your garden.
Yeah.
And each one of those plants, you're getting 10 of them and they're garden ready. Let's show them one of those.
Yeah, let's
each one of those can spread by a good probably 50 centimetres, maybe even up to 2 feet as well. So look, they're really fantastic at ground cover.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant ground cover. Look at the root system on there.
They're
Fabulous
great,
root system, as always. We've always got that beautiful root system. Look how verdant and green they are as well. Really gorgeous green foliage. Already got a little few flowers on them as well. And as Bex and I always say, this is such a superb time of year to plant because the ground is lovely and warm. It's the warmest it's going to be before it cools down for the autumn and the winter. So those plants will actually establish really, really quickly. They'll get their roots into the ground. And you know what? You could even put some of these in some winter hanging baskets because, excuse me, next spring, they'll look really, really good. And Stu, our producer, is just saying in our ear,
that's my garden there.
Look how, look, Bexy's garden. Look how they, well, you talk about Bex, it's your garden.
Well, I just love this. It's a happy accident that's happened. I just planted a geranium roseanne that is coming up later on in the show, and I planted some erigeron next to it. But actually what's happened over the last sort of 18 months, 2 years, they've just sort of mingled into each other, and that's going to keep happening. And I think I personally think it's a perfect sort of marriage, basically. They work really nicely together.
Yeah, and it's created like a sort of really lovely cottage garden kind of look there as well. Sometimes in gardens, the best results are by accident.
Yeah.
I mean, you can take credit for them. Sometimes people say,
I meant to do that.
People say, I love the way you've done that. It looks amazing. I'd never thought of that. It's like, no, nor would I. But and that's a great thing. And the weird thing is as well, nature does it brilliantly every day on its own anyway, doesn't it? Out in the wild. So sometimes just let things do that in your garden like that as well.
All right. Well, it is a 3 for 2, so you can just get a pack of 12 if you want to, and it's £14.99, works out at £1.50 each. But if you put 3 packs into your basket, use the code, you'll get 10 of those, you'll get 1 pack of those absolutely free. And it's well worth getting multiples of those and spread those around your garden. Even just a pot with those in will look fantastic. And of course, they're long flowering, so they'll look good for a long time. Let's move on because we're already quite a long way in. We've only covered one item. Hollyhocks next. You know how much I fell in love with the hollyhocks this year. I mean, they are tall and towering, and you get this rainbow of colour, and they really do last a long time as well. The flowers are amazing.
Weeks.
It is a 3 for 2 here as well, by the way, but let me just cover this because you can mix and match your 3 for 2 with your hollyhocks and your erigeron. So if you're thinking 30 erigeron is too many, I only want 20 of those, you can put your hollyhocks in, 1 pack will be free. So it's a mix and match deal there on the 3 for 2.
And these are the Chater double mix, so super double, deep double flowers on these. And look at the colour range there as well.
I love those.
There's colour, I mean, you've got
bright
salmon.
And beautiful.
Yeah, bright yellow, pure white, deep red, soft pink. Oh, these are so impressive. I was trying to, each individual flower, they almost remind me of almost like those big peony flowers.
Yeah, they do. They look like peonies, don't they?
Yeah, kind of all the way up the stem there as well. Great big fat buds that burst open into these gorgeous super double flowers. These can, in fact, I remember a couple of years back, my other half grew some of these at the end of our bungalow, and they got to about 7-8 foot tall, and they were magnificent.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, this is what I loved about them, because you see some that are a little bit shorter, but then, you know, they really can get so super tall. And these are another one that will grow pretty much anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I made the mistake when I was a kid of like thinking hollyhocks need lots of manure and really sort of luxurious soil. They don't. Again, they're a bit like the Rigeron. They just grow in the most depleted, kind of poor soils, the areas you wouldn't expect them to grow. In fact, the less fuss you give them, the happier they are. All probably they do ask of you is sunny. They like a nice sunny
really
position.
bright sunny position.
Sunny and well drained. They don't like really heavy wet soils. But good thing about these, you look at these little plants here. Now you get these in now, and they will root in really, really quickly, because Bex is going to show you some super sexy roots any minute now. Even before she's taken them out. There you go. Look, I knew they'd be brilliant. Didn't even have to worry about it. So you've got those gorgeous, gorgeous roots on there. Now the soil, as I say, is as warm as it's going to get now. It's moist as well. You plant these now within 4 or 5 days. You give them a little tug. You already won't be able to pull them out the ground, because they've already,
nice and quickly.
they've already sort of anchored themselves in. And then these will flower for you next year, because they almost have a biennial kind of habit. So one year they kind of establish themselves, they grow the leaves, and then the following year they flower. But even though I've said biennial, don't think they might only last just 2 years, because what we found with some of ours was, once the main flower stem had gone, we cut that off, and there were little baby stems at the base, and they came back again the following year. Yeah,
pretty much once you've got hollyhocks, you can always have them, can't you? So even though they're shorter lived, they do grow lots of babies, so you're absolutely fine with those.
A bit like foxgloves, they do that sometimes, don't they? They're the little sort of baby ones that then come back the following year on the same plant.
Well, it is a 3 for 2, so you could get 3 packs of your hollyhocks if you want to, and one of those packs will be absolutely free, so you're getting 30 for the price of 20. Or you can mix and match with mix and match with the Erigeron. It's entirely up to you. Yeah, I love the fact that we've got that mix and match deal available there. Next, we've got the Primrose Benelli, and this is one of those out-of-season teasers that we've been having from you lovely people at home. You've been sending us your pictures, because a few like 4, 5, 6 weeks ago we were getting pictures from people saying my primroses are flowering and they shouldn't be. We don't mind. But anyway, listen, Primrose, this is about that gorgeous autumn colour, isn't it? Because these they just brighten up borders in autumn time. Beautiful rosettes of flowers that you get. Yeah, again, fantastic root system on those as well. You can see that lovely root system, that lovely white fibrous root system, which we always expect. And look at these. I mean, these are absolutely flipping gorgeous. I mean, look at the foliage, that super glossy, shiny foliage on there as well. These are such fabulously happy little plants. Let's tug this one out as well, because let's see the lovely little roots there, the little fibrous roots already sort of coming out the bottom of the compost there, wanting to grow away. Look at that. Yeah, they're super healthy easy,
plants.
These, and they will multiply as well, won't they? So these are going to form nice clumps for you,
which you can lift,
divide.
Lift and divide. So I mean, eventually you can probably get sort of even sort of 10, 12 plants from one plant. You can sort of break them up. I would probably do that in spring after they've flowered. So once they've had their little flowering period, deadhead them, then dig them up, break them up into little groups, plant them, give them a good water, and they'll get established. But easy plants to grow, and so adaptable for so many different things. Hanging baskets, beds, borders, troughs, shady positions, damp positions, the sort of places where your rhodies would grow and thrive, where Japanese and then, oh no, I'll get it right in a minute.
Come on,
acers, where Japanese acers grow. They kind of like those sort of damp sort of places. When you go for a walk in the springtime, you quite often notice, don't you, that natural wild primroses, they tend to grow on the side of sort of ditches, don't they? They grow in those shady areas under the trees where the bluebells and stuff come up, so they're quite good for damp shade. They don't mind a sunnier position if you keep them well watered. Fabulous autumn flower, then they have sort of a spring flower, and then they kind of sit quietly during the summertime. They take a bit of a back seat in the summertime, because they don't really like the really hot heat of the summer. Although I haven't said that. We've had some anomalies this year, haven't we? Because
we don't mind.
We've seen them flowering, and then come the autumn, as the days start to cool down, they start to flower through all over again, and they have a really nice fragrance. Oh, Stu, did you look into the yellow thing? Because I'm about to say again, I know from experience.
The yellow flowers are more fragrant.
I mean to do that as well, because Bex and I and Stu, we've all noticed when we talk about things that quite often the yellow flowers of a mix tend to be the most fragrant. And again, I found on these, the yellow ones are quite often the sweetest sort of colour.
I must remember to look into that. This is a pack of 30 you're getting, by the way, and it's a half-price deal. So these are £14.99. You don't have to put 3 in your basket. You only have to put 1. It's a pack of 30, but you're saving that much as well. So this is a great deal because 30 of those is going to be absolutely amazing. They're not like a rigor on where they're going to spread massively, but they will over the years form clumps, and then you can divide them and spread them around your garden. 410046 is the item number. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order. The phone lines are still open at the weekends at the moment. They will shut at some point soon. Is it next weekend? OK, so next weekend is the last Sunday the phone lines will be open. We do have to shut them then over the winter season. But yeah, the phone lines are still available until 4 o'clock this afternoon if you like talking to people. Just make sure you tell the operator that you've got an offer code and give them that code, YGTV3624, so that you get all of the deals we've got for you. Let's keep going because we've got even more garden ready for you. These are the Viola Sorbet Tiger's Eye. And we've all fallen in love with these. Have you grown these yet?
I haven't, no, but I want to.
Yeah, I think these are stunning. So they're violas. So think about pansy flowers. You get bigger flowers on a pansy. These are the smaller flowers. The plant itself stays nice and compact and you know, petite, but you get loads and loads of these flowers, and they're such a beautiful colour.
They are absolutely stunning, and they're actually not that much bigger than the native violet that we see grown in this country. And sometimes small is gorgeous on those because they're such sort of delicate little flowers, and the intricate markings on those petals. Come on, I mean that is absolutely knockout, isn't it? You can understand kind of why they've given it sort of that way. It's almost like they wanted to give it loads of names and couldn't settle on one really, but it's not surprising because it's one of those sort of plants that just looks stunning. You've got stunning foliage on there as well. You've got months and months and months of flower on these. All I would do is, if you've got a spare moment, would sort of deadhead them every so often. If they're in a basket or a pot or something like that, liquid feed them every so often. And one thing also Bex and I do like to point out is you're going to use these obviously for sort of winter baskets and winter displays and things, and it's very tempting just to think because it's autumn or winter these never need watering, but quite often we've found even in the winter time, if you've got those pots just sort of outside your front door or those hanging baskets right up against the house, they don't always get the rain, do they? So they can even dry out in winter time. So even though they're winter baskets, keep an eye on them because you know they still might need a drink even despite the fact that the rest of the garden's soaking wet. But they're just going to give you sort of joy and colour for month after month after month. And all of these violas and pansies and things we're bringing you all frost hardy. I mean, some of these get down to -20, -25 degrees. So you don't need to worry about these sort of fading away during the winter and disappearing. They're just going to keep giving you that joy, keep giving that colour. And again, another secret, you know, we've been sharing with you recently is get these in now, get them growing now, get them used to the kind of the cooling days, the shortening days gradually. That way they won't get shocked and they'll just give you the best result they can.
Yeah, it's very important. Adam was talking last week about how autumn certainly was and still is a very important time in the gardening calendar in order to get those plants in so that they can, it's all about their focus. You know, if you get them in now, they can focus on their roots. They don't have to focus on massive growth upwards, but they can focus just on the roots. And then when they need to, they can put all of their focus into the upwards growth rather than having to split it 2 ways.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, we just bought a little, it sounds grand, but it's not that big a space. John literally bought like a little extra patch of ground just behind us. And yesterday I put 3 silver birch trees in.
Nice.
Yeah, and I've had them for about 5 or 6 weeks, and they were, I took them out, and they were just bursting to get out of these pots they were in. But the good thing is, I've done exactly what you said there, Bex. What I know is, I said to John, I said, you give it a week or 10 days time, I bet you won't be able to pull them out of the ground because the roots would have already gone in.
Yeah.
So
perfect time of year.
so they've done that bit. They've got their roots in the ground now. But come the spring, they don't have to then think about doing that then. What they could concentrate then is leaves and growing more stems. Yeah. And that's what you're going to do with your plants here. If you get them in now, all they've got to do now is get their roots in the ground. And then once they're established, they can then grow next spring. They're not going to be asked to do both at the same time.
Exactly that. So it's the Viola Sorbet Tiger Eye, 30 garden-ready plants again. So very much the same deal as we've got with the Primrose Benelli. It's £14.99. It's a half-price deal. You're saving as much as you are spending. And of course, if you're in the club, you're going to be spending a little bit less than that because you get that extra 10% discount. Next, we've got one of the most popular when it comes to your winter. I mean, hanging baskets initially we're probably going to talk about, but don't just think about hanging baskets because these can go in any location. They work beautifully in pots. They're a great sort of cascading plant, aren't they? So they work great in your hanging baskets. They also work fantastically in pots, but you can also plant these in the ground, can't you?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, I obviously put them towards the front of the border, but you might already have some sort of things in the garden that are going to look good for spring. You might have put forget-me-nots in, things like sweet williams, wallflowers, all those kind of things. Well, just keep adding that display. Put these in as well. Put these cool wave berries and cream mix in as well, and they will give you that little sort of spike of colour through the winter. Put them between other shrubs, other plants, and when all sort of, for instance, all the perennials start to die down, rather than just being left with that great big void and nothing at all, these will give you that colour, these will give you that interest. But of course, you can put them in pots, you can put them in hanging baskets, you can put them in troughs. You could sort of just think of these as lovely little winter fillers to fill all those places and all those sort of areas where colour is going to disappear, where all the other stuff is going to disappear and there's going to be no flower.
Yeah.
Think about popping those in.
And this is a beautiful colour mix as well, isn't it? So we've got the Pansy Cool Wave coming up, which have got the more yellow colours and things in, but this one, the berries and cream, it's quite a classy, elegant mix of colour, isn't it?
It is elegant. What I'm going to do, but I'm just going to pick up these because I'm going to do the sniff test because I want to know if there's any...
I'm going to get in there as well.
Oh yeah, that little purple one, that's...
Yeah, they have a... That it's a lovely, delicate fragrance, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not getting it on this one, but the purple one, the kind of soft purple one, yeah. Now
we need to invent smell-o-vision, don't we, so that you can enjoy this as well.
I mean, we're not going to say to you, oh, they smell just like Lily of the Valley or Freesias. They don't. There is a fragrance there, but it's subtle, isn't it?
There is a lovely fragrance.
Yeah.
I like them.
It is subtle.
Now, this one is a buy one, get one free, OK? So what you do is you put one in your basket. It's 10 garden-ready plants. But then when you enter the code YGTV3624, we'll put another pack of 10 into your basket for you. And this is going to be great if you are considering doing your hanging baskets and you've got a pair of hanging baskets, because you've got one pack for each hanging basket. We do have, by the way, our Easy Fill hanging baskets coming up. We're actually going to be doing a demonstration later on. We're going to get our hands dirty.
We are.
And we're going to show you how to plant up the Easy Fill hanging baskets. If you haven't got them, they're the best hanging baskets.
We're going to try and do it together. It's going to be chaos.
It's going to be chaos, but we're going to give it a go. So stay tuned, because that might just be fun to watch us.
Just one quick thing for these Becks, these Pansy Cool Wave. You were mentioning the other day, and I know you'll mention it again through the show today, about the lasagna planting.
Yes.
I think that would be great just to put those on the very top of the pot for lasagna planting, because then you're not just got a bare pot with compost, you've got interest straight away, haven't you? And
Love that idea.
And then the bulbs will come up through the pansies in the spring.
For anyone that doesn't know lasagna planting, sorry if I'm teaching anybody else to suck eggs, but we do get lots of people who come in who are just new to gardening. Lasagna planting is where you layer your bulbs in a pot so that you get months of colour from it. So rather than just putting tulips in a pot and they flower for, in April for, 4 weeks maybe, what you do is you layer your bulbs. So you might put tulips in, you might put daffodils in, you might put crocus in there, and then you're going to get 3 months worth of flowers from that one pot. And what you're saying is put those on the top as bedding so it looks beautiful, and then the spring bulbs will start popping up and through.
And
I did a little video on that recently.
We'll be going to a little lasagna mix, won't we, later on over there?
Yeah, the tulip and crocus.
Little tulips and crocuses.
Add some daffs in. Brilliant.
Yeah, you can kind of augment it, or sort of pimp it how you want it to be yourself.
Yeah, totally. Right, look, we've got some more winter bedding for you, or hanging baskets, and we're going to move on to the Primrose Harlequin. Now, these are called the Pro Plugs. You do not have to be a pro, you don't have to be an Adam Walcott in order to plant these at all. What it means is that they are just smaller plugs. We do a variety of sizes of plugs, don't we? And these are the smaller ones. But the great thing here is that these are fantastic value for money because they're smaller. So you're not paying for the time and the extra compost and the extra pots and things that it takes to grow these on. You need to do that yourself at home, but it's dead simple to do, isn't it?
It is. And these are making me smile, making me. I mean, look at these. These are a perfect plant in miniature. And I just randomly plucked two out the middle, which was kind of daft, really, because I'm not sure we're going to get them back in now, so I can't remember where they were. But I just wanted to randomly pluck two from the middle for you, just to show you just how perfect each one of these little plants is. I mean, just ready to go. And like Bex has done there, straight into that little jiffy pot.
I mean, look at that straight away. So
yeah.
there's how many is there? 60. We'll give you the details of them because this is the Primrose Harlequin mix. You get 60 of them, but look, as soon as you put it into a 9cm pot, all of a sudden it looks really big, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So all you're going to do with these is exactly that. In whatever pots you've got, it could just be yogurt pots or all those pots that you've got stacked up around the side of the house, like I have. Pot them up, let them grow on just a little bit. I'd probably let them grow on a windowsill or in your greenhouse for 2-3 weeks, and then you're ready to plant them out once they've got a bit more established.
And of course, with these type of pots as well, you can plant them pot and all. You don't need to take them out the pot.
There are biopots, aren't they?
You could even cut toilet roll holders in half or kitchen roll holders into thirds.
Yeah.
And sit them on a tray and plant them in there as well. Same thing. And they'll just root into the cardboard, just plant the whole thing. But I mean, the value on these is absolutely mind-blowing because, I mean, look how beautiful. I mean, it's insane, isn't it? You could probably drop the root of this plant into a thimble. That would fit into a thimble, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But magically, somehow, YouGarden, they've got a thimble-sized root system and they've given you that huge plant on top, just ready to go and grow. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. This is such a brilliant, mind-blowing way of growing a huge amount of these. You might have... I'm going to pop that down there because I'll keep that as an example later on. You might have a sort of quite a larger area in your garden, for example. You might have a little orchardy area, a little shrubby area, a little sort of woodlandy area, or somewhere a little wildish area where you could just sort of plant all these in the grass and under the trees, and all.
Nice,
or if you've got a little bank somewhere, and and just pop them about in all those little places, and then they'll in autumn and spring they'll flower for you in the sort of hot time of year. They'll sit there quietly, they'll come back year after year after year, and they're nice, really, these, because I call these sort of surprise plants because when they first flower, you enjoy them, you love them, and then because they sit quietly through the summer, you kind of forget about them, don't you? And then all of a sudden, you go out in the garden in the autumn or whatever, and then what's that coming up? And suddenly, oh, I forgot you were there.
Yeah.
And you see all the flowers come out, and then they kind of have their little time again, and they're great little surprise plants.
They're very bright and bold and beautiful, super easy to look after, and don't forget that with the Pro Plugs, this is where you're getting the absolute best value for money. So, if you are gardening on a budget, Pro Plugs is a really good way of doing that. You get a lot for your money. It's £19.99. You are getting 60 of them. It's a £5 saving, accessed by entering that code in when you place your order, and that's also going to put your free gift into your basket as well, which is a current issue. It's September the 7th. It's got that date on there. What date is it today? 8th today, so it's a current issue of Gardening News, and we're going to be doing this for the next 4 weeks, but it's not the same magazine you'll get for the next 4 weeks. Next week will be the different issue, and then the week after will be a different issue, so it's a really good one. You can have 4 weeks of this just by placing an order with us at YGTV. Let's move on, because we've got the same thing going on with the Pansy Cascadia XL trailing. So this is very much like your Pansy Cool Wave, your Pansy Berries and Cream, but actually these will trail even more. So with the Pansy Cool Wave and the Berries and Cream, we say maybe about 30 or 40 centimetres if you're lucky. These will probably go to about 50 or 60 centimetres. So these are even better. I planted these last year. Oh yeah, that's a stronger one. That's a much stronger fragrance. Let's try the full yellow.
That's lovely, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, beautiful.
That's really sweet.
So it's the Pro Plugs again, 60 of them. All you've got to do is pot them up on your windowsill, and it's super easy to do. I bought these last year, potted up all 60 of them, and all 60 of them did brilliantly. There was no casualties. All 60 grew, and I planted those into my hanging baskets. It's so easy to do.
And I think we're saying these are hardy to like -20, -25.
Yeah.
So basically you can grow these anywhere in the UK. The Highlands of Scotland, if you've got a pub in the Highlands of Scotland somewhere, you could have these outside in your winter hanging basket. These are super tough. If you've not grown things like this before, though, just sort of one little kind of word of advice so you don't panic. you might think, yeah, Bex and Adam are saying these are hardy. They are hardy, but if you go out on a January morning, it's been -8. You will notice they'll all be. Honestly, they look like a car's driven over them. They'll all be like wilted and looking really sad, and you're going to think, oh, they said they were hardy. They've had it. You wait till midday when that little bit of sun comes up and the little bit of warmth. You can almost watch them stand up again. So they drop down in a really bad frost, but they're not dead. They're just kind of...
Yeah, whereas that level of frost would kill another plant. All it does is it just goes a bit droopy, and then it'll come back again as it starts to warm up.
And it's miraculous to see, honestly, because you think, oh, they're not going to come back. By midday, with a bit of sun, they're standing upright again and keep going.
Well, I do hope that you will consider adding, some of these garden readies or some of the Pro Plugs into your basket, because it's all about giving you that autumn and winter colour. 401172 is the item number for the Pansy Cascadia, the XL trailing. So these are going to trail a bit further than your Pansy Cool Waves. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order and make sure you use the offer code YGTV3624. That will access those savings for you. This one's a £5, but obviously you'll get £2 off if you are a club member, so extra discount. Just a quick reminder of what you have seen so that you can get your pens and papers and write these down so you can place your order. It's the Erigeron Sea of Blossom, 10 garden ready plants, but it is a 3 for 2. So if you put 3 packs into your basket and use the code, one of those packs will be absolutely free. 410120 for the Erigeron, absolutely gorgeous, that one. You can mix and match that 3 for 2 deal with the Chater hollyhock mix here. So maybe you want to go 1 pack of your Erigeron and 2 packs of your hollyhocks. You can do that, just one of them will be free. They are exactly the same price, so you don't need to worry about which one comes up free. It will be one of them. 410121, add some height, add some serious height with these ones. As Adam said, these can get to, if you're lucky, 6, 7 or even 8 feet in height, and they self-seed and grow new plants basically. Next, we had the Benelli mix. So Primrose, 30 garden ready plants here. It's a half price deal. So 30 of those delivered to your door. Gorgeous mix of colours, beautiful single colours, bold and bright, but you've also got those lovely bi-coloured blooms in there as well. Just love that colour mix. It's a proper rainbow of colour going on there. 410046 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Primrose Benelli. Then we have the Tiger's Eye, which is another half price deal. It's 30 garden ready plants. And these are, look at those. Aren't they gorgeous? I love them. So it's not what I'd call a bright sunshine yellow. It's almost got a little bit of an orange tint to it, but it's that black veining that runs through those petals. Really makes that a standout one. So they're slightly smaller than your pansy flowers, but you do get lots and lots of them. 410158 is the item number on that half price deal. YouGarden.com to place your order or go to the phone line. The number is on the screen. Then we've got a Pansy Cool Wave. This is the berry and cream mix. So this is, I love the Pansy Cool Wave with the yellows, and those colours in, but this one I just think is that little bit more sophisticated and elegant because you've got those shades of purple and then those gorgeous white ones and then just those little centres of yellow in the middle, which really do make it stand out. It's a buy one get one free here though, so you're going to get 10 garden ready plants, and as long as you use the code, we'll put another pack in absolutely free. So $14.99 and you will get 20 of those garden ready plants. 410112 is your item number. Then we had our Pro Plugs, so we've got 2 for you to choose from here. First off, it's the Primrose Harlequin mix. Pro Plugs are just those smaller plugs, remember, so this represents absolutely brilliant value for money. If these were in the Garden Readies, you'd be paying much more for them. So if you're shopping on a budget, Garden Ready is a really good way to go. Bright colours, absolutely beautiful, coming back for you year after year, and you can multiply and divide these as well over the years and just keep spreading that joy around your garden. 401168 is the item number. And then we had the Pansy Cascadia, the XL trailing. Oh, sorry, Stu, you weren't going to show those. 60 Pro Plug plants, £5 saving here, £19.99. Remember, these are the slightly longer trailing, so Berries and cream, pansy cool wave, they'll probably get to about maybe 30, 40 centimetre trail if you're lucky. These are probably going to get to about 50 or 60 centimetre. These are perfect for your hanging baskets or your pots.
That's almost like a Saphinia equivalent, isn't it?
It is almost like a Saphinia, yeah, you're right. I mean, but flowering all autumn and into winter and right the way through into early spring as well. Go to our website if you want to get ahead of us. You go to YouGarden.com. There's a little button up the top there. Can you see it says live now? Might be at the bottom of your screen if you're watching on a tablet or a phone. If you click through, that's where you can watch us on the website. You might be watching on YouTube or on Facebook, but you can scroll down here and look at everything that we have selected for the show. Obviously, there's the entire website for you to be able to shop. You can see the banner up at the top of the page. You can click in there, you can shop the entire website, but that's where you can see what we have selected for our show. If you scroll all the way down, I think it's right at the bottom, here you go. Here are our pot deals for you. These are all buy one, get one free. We've got 3 colours, 2 sizes. You've got the 13-inch, which is the slightly larger, or you've got the 10-inch. They're all available in the black and silver, the black and bronze, or the powdered clay. So yeah, it's all buy one, get one free. You'll get 2 of the same colour and same size, by the way, but it's a great way if you want to get multiples and mix those up, because it's nice to have a little family of plants. Now then, we're going to take a little trip to Sean's garden. He's not here today, he's at QVC today, but it's fine because we've got us in the shed instead. But we are going to take a little trip to Sean's garden so we can have a little look at the geranium roseanne growing in his garden.
Well, this is geranium roseanne in my garden, and there's 2 plants in. I planted them almost 3 years ago. They're in 2-litre pots, I remember, and they've just gone absolutely crazy, and they're beautiful. And I'll be honest, this summer, I haven't fed them yet, I haven't deadheaded, I haven't trimmed them, I've just let them do their own thing. And what is so lovely, the colour is amazing. So from the top of the garden, you see this just mass of mauve. They, for me, are just such a wonderful plant, and I can see why they won Plant of the Centenary at Chelsea. And what that basically means is, in 1913, Chelsea was celebrating its 100th year, and this plant was chosen to be the best plant over that 100 years. So absolutely incredible. Now, in the wintertime, it will die down, and what I'm going to do in spring, I'm going to separate them a bit because they've gone a bit wild here. I might even divide them as well, because you can divide them. But for the time being, for the rest of this summer, I'm just going to leave them because they look absolutely glorious. The pollinators love them as well. And the amount of colour you get, I mean, there's hundreds of flowers there, and these have looked this good for the last several months. It's an amazing plant and one I'd highly recommend in any garden.
And that is exactly the kind of display that you can get in your garden. You saw that little clip of film of my geranium roseanne when we were talking about the erigeron. It is, I mean, it's definitely a plant that you should put in your garden. Like I talked a little while ago about, you know, if I was starting a garden brand new from scratch, what plants I would put in there. Geranium roseanne absolutely features on that list. Do
you know what, Bex? In the last 5 or 6 years, we have planted so many geranium roseanne. I think one garden we did, we ordered 60 plants just for one garden, and it was I can remember the scheme, and it was really lovely because we had the it was a horseshoe shaped border, and then for height we put the big mop head white hydrangeas in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then we underplanted with the geranium roseanne,
which is the perfect place for it to go as well. It loves being in that location.
And then also into the mix we put hypericum, some shrubby hypericums as well. So we had kind of the yellow contrasting with the purple of the geranium. And then we had the white.
Is a perfect colour
and then the white of hydrangeas, and it looked absolutely stunning. A really great mix. But I use geranium roseanne in so many different schemes because it is one of the toughest geraniums I've ever come across. It's a brilliant ground cover plant. It has weird little habits as well, because if it hits a shrub, it'll actually grow up through the shrub, and I've seen it get 3 or 4 foot tall and just flower at the top of another shrub.
Oh, nice.
It does die down in the winter, so in the winter time it kind of dies down to ground level, but it's bone hardy. I found it to be drought tolerant. It doesn't mind not deep shade, but it will do okay in sort of dappled shade, but does really run in full sun. And it's just a flowering season. I mean, it flowers for month after month after month. I mean, this one here we got in front of us, with the 8th of September.
There's so many buds.
So many buds. This is
Look,
I've seen
all these buds waiting to open on here.
Right up until October, right? These keep flowering.
Well, this is brilliant, and I'm going to keep banging on about it with my happy little accident of the geranium roseanne with the erigeron, because they do flower for a similar length of time. They work beautifully together. It starts to grow and you start getting flowers on it in springtime. So probably, you start seeing all the foliage in March time, and then by April it's, really getting going in full bloom, and it just keeps going. Mine still looks as that video looked right now today, and it will keep looking like that hopefully it looks just like that. So this is such a beautifully long flowering plant, low maintenance. I've done nothing to that.
You just
in
leave
2
it.
years.
Yeah.
I've done nothing to it. I did trim it a little bit around the edge just because it was coming out onto that little pathway a little bit. So that's all I did was trim it around the edge just to neaten up the edges. But I've done nothing else. We do recommend that you deadhead. It will help it to produce more blooms. But honestly, I haven't deadheaded mine once in 2 years.
But it's so easy to clear away at the end of the season as well, because it is like an herbaceous perennial. So when the weather turns really, really cold and you get really heavy frosts, all the foliage dies down. But they're the one of the easiest geraniums to clear away as well, because you go to the base of the plant and you'll see, in fact, what's really weird is you'll see 5 or 6 little stems at the base, and they're not even that thick, those stems. You think, how on earth has it produced all that? But literally cut those stems about 3 inches above the ground, just grab the base of them and pull, and the whole lot all comes away in one bit, and that's it. And that's it for the winter. Done. Job done. Tidied. Wait till next spring, and they just all come back again. It is one of the best geraniums I have ever come across.
There's a reason it won Plant of the Centenary at the Royal Horticultural at the RHS Chelsea Flower Show in 2013, and that is because it is a total winner. 560292 is the item number. You're saving £5. If you can, I would seriously consider about going for multiples of these. And really, erigeron, geranium roseanne, that in a year, I mean, the display you'll get from that would be amazing. Right, 560292 for the geranium roseanne. Going to go to VT again now. We're going to give you a little preview of all of the spring flowering bulbs and things that are coming up. These are what you can plant now and should be thinking about planting now, so that you are going to get those gorgeous displays in springtime. And this is what we do. This is about planning ahead with your gardening. This is the complete spring flowering bulb collection. You're going to get the daffodils, the muscari included in there. There's 300 bulbs in total. You're going to get the Iphion included, and that's a new colour mix with the pink, the white, the blue. You've got your crocus mix in there, the purple, the white, the yellow. You're going to get your Triumph tulips included, and that's a gorgeous mix of colour as well. Your Allium spherocephalon, we call it a spring flowering bulb collection. They flower in summer. Mollies, they come through sort of late spring, early summer as well. I'm sure there's another one that I've missed out of there, but there's 7 different varieties included in there, and it's 300 bulbs. It's a half price deal, £14.99. Recommend massively getting hold of that one. That's a great collection for you to be able to do your lasagna planting with, because you've got it ready-made all there, basically. That's it. I did get them all good.
The card down there, so I know.
Lovely. All right, next one, we've got another one which is the purple mix, a bit like the berries and cream. You know, just a sophisticated, elegant colour mix. But not only have you got those colours, you've also got those fimbriata petals, those crimped edges that you've got on some of those. This one's a really popular one for us. I know you're not going to plant your tulips now, to be honest with you. You're going to hold off on planting your tulips. Some of the other bulbs you can get going in the ground from September. Tulips, I'll be waiting late October, even early November before planting those. But it's important to get hold of these now, because whilst people are in bulb buying season, these do go very quickly. So get them, sit them in a, store them somewhere in a, cool, dark place, and then bring these out October and November to get these planted out. It's one of the most popular mixes that we bring you. 600245, and it is a 3 for 2. We can mix and match that, can't we? We can mix and match this with the crocus. So if you want, if you only want, say, 2 packs of your Paradise Purple and 1 pack of the crocus, you can do that. These are the 2 that are on the mix and match deal. One of the earliest flowering of all of your spring bulbs, you definitely want to get the crocus in there. Think about doing your lasagna planting here. 40 bulbs in a pack, and it is on the 3 for 2, which, as I said, you can mix with that Paradise Purple. £9.99, and the item number is 600082. Oh, yes, we've got the hyacinths next, so I love these.
My favourite, the fragrance on
Oh, the fragrance
gorgeous.
is incredible. And they're like these lovely little lollipops of colour, aren't they? And loads of flowers across each of those stems that you've got there. It's 15 bulbs in a pack. It's £9.99. You are saving a third off that one. 630034. If you plant them out, these will be flowering for you. If you plant them out now, they'll be flowering in about April time for you and just filling your garden with gorgeous fragrance. 630034 is the item number for that one. Next we have, one of my favourite collections, the allium collection. I adore alliums. Once you've got them, you'll always want them. And you are getting the Nectaroscordum, also known as the Succulent. Those are those gorgeous hanging flowers. You get about 30 of those. Those are the Christophies, which are the big purple spheres. A little bit more open, those ones. You've got the Mollies included, lovely little yellow sparkler flowers you've got on those. This is the Neapolitanum or the Nigrum.
Which kind of is a bit counterintuitive because they're white.
Yeah, and then you've got the Spirocephalons, the drumsticks, the latest flowering of all of these. These are the other ones. These are the Neapolitanum ones. So you've got 2 white colours included in there. And of course you've got the purple sensation, which are the slightly more dense balls. Pollinators absolutely adore these. You know, the bees really do love them, and they are quite sturdy as well. Like, these can stand up to the British weather. It's quite amazing how sturdy those stems are. They will stay, they will come back for you year after year. Just let them die down naturally and they will keep flowering. 630126, a pack of 100 allium bulbs there for you, and it's a £7 saving. Oh, one of the absolute favourites. It's the 100 pack of the Narcissus Tete-a-Tete. Aren't these great?
I've got masses of these in my garden. Every year I just keep buying more and more and more. Just, you know, plunk them in all over the place. And yeah, Tete-a-Tete or Tete-a-Tete, they just come up year after year after year. They spread, they form bigger and bigger clumps.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? Do you know, I don't have daffodils in my garden, so this year I'm going to remedy that. I am going to plant some daffodil bulbs because they are sunshine, bright yellow. And we often talk about it with daffodils because they're, you know, they start coming up and daffodils. I remember buying bunches of daffodils for my mum for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Well, don't buy them. Plant them, put them into some pots, and then give the mothers a pot for their Mother's Day gift. I think they will appreciate that more than a bunch of flowers that will ultimately die in about 7 days. These will keep going for you. 100 of those, £10 saving, £14.99. Make sure you use the offer code YGTV3624. That is going to get you all of the savings on all of those items that we talked about, but it's also going to get you your free gift, which is included in your order today, and that is the Garden News magazine. It is dated September the 7th. It is a current issue. It's not an old one. We've got all sorts in here. We've got Carol Klein has done something in here. We've got our YouGarden are in here. I believe our head gardener, Peter McDermott, is doing an article in here as well. But it's great for just giving inspiration. Even if you don't read it, you just look at the pictures. I love doing that. Really gives you inspiration of what you want to put in your garden. There's a whole thing in here on a composting masterclass in here. Composting is not something I've ever got into, but you
no, me neither, really.
Hellebor's in here. Yeah, there's so much in here. And it's free, basically.
It's got all your faves there, Bex. You're just talking about all your alliums and the hyacinths, and yeah.
So that is included in your order. Of course, if you place multiple orders, you will get multiples of this. I appreciate you might not want multiples of this, but you can give it away, put it in the doctor's surgery, let someone else read it.
Yeah, use a crossword as well.
Yeah, there is. There's some gardening bits, but they're not all gardening. It's a bit general knowledge as well.
Well, I won't do that then.
We were going to have a play.
Yeah, we could do it. We could perhaps do it between us later.
Right, let's move on, shall we, to our premium professional compost, the best compost, the thing that we sell the absolute most of, and this is one of the peak times in the year where we sell a lot of this. Bearing in mind we sell a lot of this throughout the entire year. Springtime and autumn, these are the 2 peak times we sell a lot of this, isn't it?
They are, yeah. Don't go buying that bulb fibre. You know, they kind of say buy bulb fibre. You don't need it. Just use this. This this is just as brilliant for bulbs as bulb fibre. You know, a lot of these things, I'm not saying a lot of these things are a swizz. I'm not saying that, but you know, sometimes you don't need, you don't need this different one and that different one and that different one and that different one. We've found from experience, from customer reviews, from our own growing that this compost is fantastic for so many things. And I've grown bulbs in this, summer bulbs, spring flowering bulbs. This is a simple but brilliant mix. First thing to say, this is a massively peat reduced compost. We were reducing the peat in this many, many moons ago. Eventually, we'll all go peat free. But we've taken lots of peat out, we've put composted wood fibre in, so we've got that lovely, gorgeous open texture. We're getting air to the roots, we're letting the water percolate through. And remember, if you're a tiny, tiny, tiny little seed, even much smaller than these little slow-release fertiliser pellets, and you're germinating in this, you're going to be in heaven, because you can get your little roots down into this. If you're a cutting, you can get your roots down into this. If you're a house plant, and those little beads that Bex has got in her hands here will feed all of those cuttings, seedlings, whatever, house plants for up to 6 months. Yeah. pH balance as well. So this isn't like at the ericaceous end of the scale of compost, and it's not really alkaline either. It's towards the middle. So that suits so many more plants. And you can see there the difference. With our premium compost, you get that wonderful, what they call fibrous root system, whereas the other plant, has got a fibrous root system, but nowhere near as advanced in the same period of time. So the one at the top is going to zoom away, it's going to grow away, it's going to establish much more quickly. And it comes in super plain bags. Again, Stuart, our productor, always says the value is in the bag, not on the bag. We don't need to print loads of gobbledygook and waste ink printing these bags, because it goes straight from the supplier straight to you. It's a commercial product. This is the sort of compost that professional growers grow to get those incredible results.
And it's exactly what we use. The hanging basket that you can see above my head here, these are the pre-planted hanging baskets. We've got these available for you, but these have been planted using our premium professional compost. This is our business's compost of choice, and we will use the best when it comes to planting things up. Anybody that's bought this knows it's the best. It smells amazing.
That smell. Well,
honestly,
that's the thing.
It smells so good. It really does.
It's what you're not smelling, which is a good thing, because you're not smelling. It doesn't smell musty, does it? It doesn't smell mouldy or mildewy.
It really
smells fresh.
It makes you want to play with it, honestly. But it's definitely going to turn you into a better gardener.
It's got those things in it that you were talking about that make you feel good.
Yeah, so no.
What was you saying? Because you were saying when you go walk through the woods, the soil releases those. Absolutely,
it releases all the happy hormones in your brain, so the serotonin, the oxytocin, and all that sort of stuff. It's well known that sort of thing can really help with
mood,
your mood.
Yeah, lifting your mood and stuff. And
well, it's 100125 if you want to place your order for your premium professional compost. It comes in those 2 big bags. You'll get 100 litres in total, but they are 2 50-litre bags. Do make sure you use the code to get your saving. Also, do think about joining the club, because if you're buying 200 litres, so 2 lots of this, you've pretty much paid for your club membership, because it's £2.50 thereabouts that you will save on this each time you place an order as a club member. So if you order, if you were to just order compost from us and you ordered more than 200 litres, it's worth joining the club, basically. And then if you think about all the other things you're going to buy, then you'll start seeing where those savings are going to add up. Okay, 100125 is the item number. Use the code to get your saving and your free gift included.
Woof, 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 woof,
Bark, that's
woof,
where we're going next.
Woof.
So
I'll stop now.
Yeah.
All right.
So something else you might want to get hold of at this time of year. I mean, this works at lots of different times of the year, but I think specifically at this time of the year, because this is a mulch. Not only is it going to make your borders look neat and tidy and also suppress weeds during the spring and summer months where they are rampant and they grow, but this is going to put our plants to bed. It's going to give them a duvet, isn't it?
It is. Like that. This time last year, in a central bed in my garden, I had 3 huge clumps of Bishop of Llandaff, which is a gorgeous deep red single flowering dahlia. This year, I've just got 1 clump of Bishop of Llandaff.
Oh, no.
Because I think the frost might have got in and killed the other 2 off. Yeah. So this year, I'm going to put a nice big mound of this bark over the top of that, keep the frost out, keep the rain out, and protect those tubers under the ground. So hopefully that will come back next year. So that's just one thing you can use that for this coming autumn. You can even can mix it. I mean, if you wanted like an even more super well drained compost, you can always mix that with our compost as well for things that need super acute drainage. And it's also good for putting between plants this time of year if you've got really heavy soil, so you can walk between those plants without all the mud and stuff sticking to your boots, and it looks gorgeous as well.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. It is on that half-price deal today, so you might want to think about getting multiples of these. It is 100061, the item number. Use the code to get the half-price deal, but it's very important to think about getting this down at this time of year before the frosts start to come, so that you can look after any of those tender plants that you've got in the garden. Give them that duvet, but also enjoy the other benefits. You know, it looks neat, it tidens up the borders, and then next year, in spring and summertime, when those roots start coming through, hopefully you will see less of them because you've put that down. You might want to go for the Strolch instead. Okay, so you've got options here. Strolch has the added benefits of keeping away the slugs and the snails, or you know, deterring those slugs and snails in a really nice, environmentally friendly way. It's a mineralised straw, and they don't like it, do they?
Yeah, mineralised straw. It kind of gives them a bit of a funny old tingle, and then they just go elsewhere.
Doesn't harm them though,
no,
does it?
Which
There's
is a really
danger to them.
Really good thing. It doesn't kill them, which is good, because things like blackbirds and thrushes and stuff absolutely love eating slugs and snails and hedgehogs. That's great food for them. So it just makes them go somewhere else. Hopefully your next door neighbour's garden, you know, not yours. So unless they've got Strolch as well, in which case they're down the road somewhere. But yeah, it's a really good organic way. It's a product that's made in the UK as well. So it's a sort of a British product. Lasts up to 2 years, as you can see on the bag there. And also as it breaks down, it adds organic material to the soil as well. So it's not like, you know, nasty chemicals, or, you know, remember those old blue slug pellets we used to have with metaldehyde and all those poison residues
really
going to the soil? Nothing like this. This is, you know, this is such a beautifully environmentally friendly product. It's no nasties at all.
Well, it is a £16 saving on that one. It's a twin pack, so you'll get 2 of those 9 kilogram bags. No postage included on this one. So if that's all you want to order, great, do that. You don't have to worry about any postage costs at all here. Or maybe you're just buying one set of plants today and you don't fancy paying that postage cost, but you're going to use that Strolch. That'll get you up over that £40, so you don't have to worry about any postage on there. 100149 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Strolch today, that twin pack. Now we've come over, we're onto our favourites table, which is quite similar to how it was during the week. We have had one change on here, but yeah, we still got it right earlier on in the week. These are the ones that you're buying. Well, actually, I'm lying. They're not the ones you're buying the most of. We just kept all the garden readies together over there. But they are super popular ones, and that's what we normally do over this side. And I am adoring several of the things on here, particularly Magora. The Gora Siskiyou Pink. This is one of my... I love this so much. Now, this is how they're going to come to you. They have been chopped down, but I can already see new growth coming through here. And this is beautiful when they start growing, isn't it?
They are a really, really fabulous perennial plant that just gives so much joy, so much colour year after year after year. Where I live in Swaffham, there's some houses with these. We've got really lovely sandy soil in Swaffham. Some people have got these in really bright sunny positions, and they flower their socks off, just as you see here. But
for quite a long time.
Oh, months and months and months. No deadheading involved. They grow in ridiculously dry soil as well. Really, really drought-stricken, dry soils. They do not mind that at all. In fact, they actually don't really like wet soils. They're not keen on wet soils. These will grow in the hottest, driest, most punishing sunny position that you can imagine once they're established. In fact, you know, that is where they love. They love incredible well drainage. They love full sun, and they will flower for a good 4 or 5 months. I mean, they've already been flowering for 2 or 3 months already. They'll go right up through into September, even October. These will flower through till, and then eventually, you know, when the weather does turn really, really cold, the top of the plant just sort of dies off a bit. Just take a little bit off the top of the plant to start with.
Yeah, you don't have to chop it right down.
No, don't chop them right down, because again, what I've found with these sometimes is after a mild winter, they actually sometimes start regrowing from where you cut them down to before. In a really, really cold winter, they'll get knocked down to pretty much ground level. But again, just trim them off, be patient, and a bit like Verbena bonariensis, by sort of middle of April, end of April, you'll see lots of little shoots come up, and once they get a wriggle on, they really start to get going, and then you get another whole season of colour. Beautiful, beautiful pink flowers.
I love the pink flowers, and the length of the stamens on them. They've got really long stamens, and I think they look like cartoon, like eyelashes, because they're so long and so beautiful. Very feminine, and look like little butterflies sort of dancing around the top of the plant.
There is a variety called whirling butterflies, and you can understand why, because they do look like little pink butterflies, and even the actual stem and stuff is bright red, and the little sort of petioles or leaf flower stalks are red as well. I mean, it's a really beguiling, beautiful, beautiful perennial. I can think of a garden. I don't go there anymore now because I don't live in that area. I've moved, but I used to look after a garden in Hatfield Heath, and we planted some of these in a border in a top right-hand corner on a slope that's south-facing. It had the most mean, wicked, awful clay soil. But these came back year after year after year because they just loved that hot summer. They loved that acute drainage, and they just flower their socks off. And again, John, my other half, he's got some of these in our front garden in Swaffham. John's got a really bright, super sunny, drought-stricken front garden. But Gora, they don't care. They love it. They just keep going.
Well, Neil sent us a picture of his. He's got his potted. One of our customers has got his in a pot just outside the front door, I think he said. He sent it earlier on in the week, and they do look fantastic. Highly recommend those. 560898 is the item number, and it is a massive saving. I've just noticed that. It's only £9.99. You're saving nearly £20 here. So each of those is £3.33 each. Of course, if you're in the club, it brings it down to £3 each because you get that extra 10% discount on there. So do think about adding those ones into your basket. And if you're going for those, I think you should probably go for the coreopsis as well. Now this is this our plant of the week? Which one's the deal of the week? Oh, the Lavatera. OK, it should be, because it's only £4.99, and you are getting one of these in the 9-centimetre pot. And for me, it just feels very similar in the way that it looks and grows.
Yeah, and it likes the same sort of position. It likes sunny. It likes an open position as well. And I love the yellow on that because it's a really buttery, soft yellow, isn't it? Yeah, it's not kind of a zingy, in-your-face yellow. And the foliage, look at that lovely kind of feathery, fine foliage. Really love it. Wonderful foliage. Foliage almost reminds me a little bit of heather kind of foliage, but sort of longer, kind of, it's got that sort of wispy kind of look to it. But look at this, I mean, those just simple star-shaped flowers, daisy-like flowers, but like the Gora, months and months and months of flower on this. And one of these just simple perennials, there's no big deal about this. You could deadhead it if you want to. If you don't deadhead it, it'll still keep flowering. Sometimes you've got an odd 4 or 5 minutes, even you've got a little pair of clippers or shears or scissors, and you might have a few minutes to deadhead because you want to, but it's only if you don't deadhead, it'll just keep going. These, what we've got in the studio today are plants that we've brought in from outside, growing in natural conditions. We're the 8th of September, and it's still got lots and lots of flower on it, and there's still the odd few buds and stuff on there as well. So when we say this is a perennial that will start flowering sort of midsummer and go all the way through into autumn, perhaps even midsummer to mid-autumn, this will do it. Coreopsis faciliata, the moonbeam, and that moonbeam, that's a brilliant name for that because it's almost got that moonbeam kind of sort of coloration to it, that sort of yellowy sort of colour. Beautiful. It
is a gorgeous one, and it's only £4.99. So this is definitely one of those ones that you might want to consider adding to your basket to get you up and over that £40 mark. If you're sitting at sort of £37, £38, don't pay £6.99 postage. Add this in instead, because you'll actually your total cost will be less, but you'll be getting an extra plant instead. Don't pay for that postage. Put a plant in instead. Right, let's bring you on to another one. I'm sure this is only £4.99 as well, isn't it? Oh, £7.49. Sorry. Still a half-price deal here, and Choicea tenata, also known as Mexican orange blossom. Once this gets covered in flowers, my word, that fragrance is incredible, isn't it? It's very sweet citrus scent.
It is a stunning, stunning sweet fragrance on this in the springbacks, and they're sort of the pollinating insects love it. There's just one thing I really, really, really hate about Choicea tenata. Whenever I do quotes for customers and I put in Choicea tenata, it always makes it Choicea ternate. It auto-corrects it to ternate every time. The amount of quotes I've like printed off at the end, it's like,
no,
you've put ternate, not ternata. It's one of those annoying things, but there's nothing annoying about the plant. The plant
nothing at
is
all.
Absolutely beguiling because it's just got so many assets. First of all, evergreen, always looking as gorgeous as this. Even in midwinter, has this lovely sort of glossy foliage with almost like sort of palmate, sort of sharp shaped leaves. Then springtime, that, as you say, that gorgeous bright white flower with those lovely yellow stamens.
And it really covers the plant as well.
Yeah,
it's not just, you know, a few flowers. It really does sort of smother it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you know the other plant, it's a bit like Exocorda. It's got that sort of, you know, that one of those. It's almost like one of those shrubs that's got to the end of a British winter and has just said, "I'm just going to go nuts now."
Celebrate!
I'm just going to go Notting Hill Carnival kind of frivolity and sort of gaiety and joy and colour and stuff like that. And you know, that's what this shrub does. It grabs you and it wraps itself around you and says, "Welcome to spring, welcome to joy, welcome to fragrance, welcome to happiness and feeling good." And I'm going to really sort of pep up your spirits. And it is that kind of shrub. That's what this does. I mean, smothered in these beautiful flowers, those lovely little yellow stamens on there as well. And you can see the evergreen foliage in between. The only thing that's a slight... Oh, there we go. That one is this is exactly the one we get. The one you saw before was a slightly different variety with a different leaf shape, but this is the actual one with the leaf shape that you'll get. You've got options with these shrubs as well. You can actually leave these to become quite natural growing shrubs. They generally have quite an upright habit most of the time, although you do get sometimes the odd sort of branch that goes about on a sideways kind of
yeah, there's a random one that will pop out.
Yeah.
I've got a slightly different variety, but it's very similar. You'll just get a random one popping out and just trim that off.
Just trim it off.
The rest of it grows in a very neat, quite dense habit, doesn't it?
It does.
And it just doesn't require too much attention at all.
No, but on the other hand...
Relatively slow growing as well.
Yeah, well, just to start with, I mean, once it gets going... It
can really get going.
Yeah, but it's also a good shrub if you want to clip it, you can. I mean, you can trip it into a ball shape, or they make a lovely hedge, great hedge plant.
Oh, nice, because of course it's evergreen.
Yeah, evergreen.
So you don't have to worry about that, and you've still got the benefit of that fragrant flower.
If you want sort of a bit of a kind of a loose, open kind of hedge, you know, not too formal, make a beautiful hedge.
Very nice, and it is on that half-price deal at £7.49. 511495 is the item number, so go to yougarden.com to place your order. Use the code that you can see, it's so important. I know you regulars, you already know this, but if we have got any of our new viewers watching, YGTV3624, when you place your order on the website, there's a little box that says, do you have an offer code? That's the one you put in there. The box that says, do you have a voucher code? That's for you to use your club voucher code, the discounts that you get from being a club member. You know, the £20 vouchers you get, those ones. Right, so yeah, make sure you use YGTV3624 to get the savings on the items. Now we're going to move on to our deal of the week, and that is the Lavatera Marshmallow Collection. And in here you are going to get 3 of these. Check out the price here, because it's £10.99, and you will get all 3 of these. They've recently had a little trim back, but this is probably the time of year when you would trim these back. But they do flower for ages, don't they?
They flower for a long time. You can see where they've got the name Marshmallow as well. When you look at those sort of like sort of soft pinky colours there, and the white as well, and these sort of classic mallow-like flowers, almost a little bit like a foxglove flower as well. Lovely stamens in the middle, the central of the plant there, and months of flower on these. I mean, these flowers get to probably about an inch and a half, sort of a couple of inches across.
Yeah, they're quite big, aren't they?
Yeah, quite big flowers, and it's one of those. It's almost like a semi-shrub, really, because you sort of plant it and you leave
I love
it.
that, a semi-shrub.
Yeah, it's kind of.
That's a technical term from our award-winning gardener, by the way.
you can get some plants called like a semi-shrub, because some plants they kind of cross the line between being a sort of herbaceous perennial,
right,
but also being a shrub. They they sit somewhere kind of in the middle sometimes.
And this was the one that sits in the middle.
Yeah, I'd say this kind of sits in the middle somewhere, because it's a bit like a shrub, but also it's a bit like a perennial as well.
Okay.
But I mean, they come back year after year after year, and ordinarily these would still be flowering now. I mean, they would keep going. I mean, these are sort of young plants, and you can see they did have some really thick stems on there.
They did, yeah.
But they've been clipped back in the garden centre, so they're easy to transport home to you. I'll tell you what they will have as well.
They'll have an amazing root system. But you will do this to these plants, so you will trim them back. I mean, Sean was saying he only trims his back to maybe, you know, sort of 60 or 70 centimetres, but I think you can go even harder than that. And then they will grow to their full size within that season. Now, you can sort of leave them over winter, trim them back in springtime.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to do, rather than trimming them back in autumn, though you could do. But then they will grow to what?
About a couple of metres, we say.
I mean, about 1.5 metres, 2 metres.
What I would do is I'll sort of clip them back in 2 stages. So right at the end of the summer, you know, once eventually they've got to their maximum size, I'll probably take them. I'll almost perhaps by about 1/3 or even a half, just to stop them rocking in the wind.
Yeah.
Then let them sit quietly through the winter. And if we have a really cold winter, I'll be honest with you, they might look a bit sad at the end of the winter, but they won't be dead. They'll just look a little bit sad.
Like we all do.
Like we all do. Wait till the end of March, April time, and when you look further down, you'll start to see little kind of nascent green shoots and stuff coming through. Trim down to above those, and then bang.
Off it goes.
Off they go.
And that's the great thing, is that they will fill those gaps beautifully, and actually they can meander through other plants as well, can't they? So they make really good friends in the borders with the other plants around them. It is our deal of the week. This is the one that you should be adding into your basket, because it's a fantastic deal with a nearly £19 saving on here. It's just £10.99, and you'll get all 3 of those varieties included. You have to use the code, otherwise you're going to be paying £30, £10 each. Don't want you to do that. Let's get the best price we can possibly get. 511527 is the item number for our deal of the week.
Just to say quickly, Bex, on those as well, they do so well in poor soil, really poor, impoverished soils. I've seen these self-seed about sometimes, and I've seen them growing really dry, heavy clay, dry, sandy soils, just really denuded kind of soils. So these don't need a lot of fuss. Just pop them in pretty much anywhere, as long as they've got some sunshine and they're pretty much well drained. Easy.
There you go. Get those ones added into your basket. Let's move on to another absolute bargain deal, shall we? And this is where you're going to get a mixture of your spring tulips and your crocus. And not just any old tulips. These are the Johann Strauss tulips. I think these are fantastic. Slightly shorter variety. And this is a great one. We've been talking about lasagna planting. This is a great one to sort of start off your lasagna planting. I would add a couple of others in, but you've got 2 varieties in this pack.
Yeah, in fact, what I would do, I would actually get a pack of our Tate as well, and use those, because although they've got the little now, what's those violas called there with the crimply the pansies at the bottom?
I don't think those are included in the mix.
I know, but we've done them. I'm just trying to think of the name of them, because
I can't remember.
Because those pansies with the sort of crimped edges to them, but they're a good addition to the pots. But what I would do with this mix, I'd get the Tate as well, because the crocuses flower probably a little bit earlier than the tulips, although they've got them, some of them they've got them flowering simultaneously. But
no, but I think it's to give you an idea of what's included in there. Though these tulips are an earlier flowering tulip.
They are.
Some are later flowering. These are an early flowering.
These are almost like the sort of Kaufmannia type tulips, the sort of the nice short squat tulips.
Yeah.
Look at the great thing about those tulips as well. They're incredible.
Pink stripe
It kind of, they're white on the inside but pink on the outside, which is phenomenal. So you've got that extra little colour there on the tulips. Then you've got that lovely, almost like fried egg kind of centre, really. That lovely kind of.
Describing it looks like an egg yolk.
Yeah, it does. It looks like egg yolky kind of centre there, doesn't it? And then, I mean, and obviously purple always goes so well with yellow. But yeah, the great thing about this is Bex was saying. So what you do with this, if you was lasagna plant, would be you get yourself a pot, as there is one there. You'd plant the tulips, I don't know, say perhaps 1/3 or half the way down, or 2/3 of the way down, and then you put some more compost in, and then a little higher up you'd put your crocuses. So what will happen then next spring is your crocuses come through first at the top of the pot, look really fantastic, and then as the crocuses start to take a backstage, you'll start to see the beautiful buds or shoots of the tulips come up. They'll take the baton, they'll take on the flower, and they'll just keep extending that. And you could probably get about a couple of months worth of flower from this. But of course, if you went for, say, some Tate as well, they could be the good midpoint between the crocuses going over and the tulips really coming to the fore, and then you haven't got that kind of hiatus in the middle where, you know, you perhaps haven't got so much colour. Oh, I think Frizzle Sizzle, I think that could be the one, Stu. But Yeah, I remember doing those pansies back in the olden days.
Back in the olden days.
On that old shopping channel
The
we used to be
rule
on.
or the general rule when it comes to your lasagna planting is you put the largest and latest flowering as the lower layers, and then you work your way up to the earliest and smallest bulbs up at the top. So you can mix. I mean, there is no end to the possibilities when you look at the world of bulbs out there and what you could put in there. But I just think that's a good start if you want to look at it. Maybe you don't want to do any lasagna planting. You just want some tulips and some crocus, and you've got those there. Now, it does come in a bag, as you can see there, and mixed in together, so we haven't got separate bags, but you can easily tell the difference between the two. The tulips are the bigger bulbs, the crocus are the smaller bulbs, and they're really good quality. There's nothing squashy and mushy in there. They're all nice and solid, and Adam is smelling them because you shouldn't really be able to smell anything, should you?
Like we always say, they always say if fish is really fresh, it shouldn't smell fishy.
Yeah.
It
And if your
fishy,
bulbs
it's
are
not
good,
fresh.
they shouldn't really smell.
No, you don't want any musty or mildewy or mouldy smell. And say those are really good chunky bulbs. And we will do it one day, Bex. We will say when you plant a bulb, you plant a promise, because in the centre of each one of those bulbs, the flower's already there. That little microscopic sort of nascent flower bud is in the middle of that bulb, just waiting to explode next spring.
600244 is the item number if you want to add the tulip and crocus mix into your basket. This one actually got promoted to the favourites table this week because it was really popular earlier on in the week. You will get 30 bulbs included in there, and it is a half price deal. You're getting a £5 saving there, and it's just £4.99. Another one that you could maybe use to tip your order over that £40 mark, so you can get that free postage included. And that concludes our favourites table. We need to talk about the hanging baskets, which is up there above Adam's head. Now, you will get a pair of these. These are our pre-planted hanging baskets, and Stu did look it up. Apparently, white flowers are the most fragrant flowers.
Oh, what, generally?
Generally, white flowers are more fragrant than yellow.
See, I didn't know that. I've been gardening 38, since I was 5.
According to professional perfumerers.
So, actually, now, when you think about that now, gardenias are white.
Jasmine.
Jasmine's white. Lily of the Valley's white.
What's that one I've been growing?
Oh,
tuberose.
Tuberose, white tuberose.
That's super fragrant.
That's
I've been
super
loving
fragrant.
that.
White freesias are absolutely gorgeous fragrance.
There you go. So maybe that is right.
Yeah.
All right, but these are the pre-planted hanging baskets. These are 14-inch diameter. This is what you could be receiving. You can barely see. Can you see around here? So it does come in the rattan hanging basket. But as you can see, when you go around this way, this is what's going to happen to that basket as it grows and fills out. You'll barely.
No, I won't.
You won't, because that's going to shoot back if you do that. You can barely see that hanging basket because this is what happens with the pansy cool waves. They trail, they cascade. I think they cascade more than they trail, but this is the ball of colour that you could be getting. And the wonderful thing is, all the hard work has been taken out of this for you. If you can't be bothered to plant up your hanging baskets, not a problem. Get these delivered. You don't even need to tell somebody that you didn't do it yourself. We won't mind. You can tell them that you did it yourself. And these are going to keep looking good all winter, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the great thing, Bexley. I mean, you've got that instant colour there. All the hard work's been done. I would probably feed these as well, liquid feed these, perhaps once a month with like a tomato feed or something. And again, even though these are winter baskets, keep an eye on them because they might still dry out. So
yeah, a windy day, even if it's cold, it can very quickly dry out your hanging baskets.
Yeah, so keep them sort of well watered. And also another thing you can do with these as well, if you find yours are getting a little bit too leggy and start to lack a bit of vigour, which they probably won't, but if they do, don't be worried to just clip them back a little bit. Yeah, because if you just sort of go back down the stem and just trim them back to just above a pair of leaves, it's amazing, and that can reinvigorate these plants, and all of a sudden they'll send out a lot more fresh shoots, a lot more flowers, and they'll just keep going.
I was doing it with lobelia, you know, the lobelia flowers.
Yeah.
They just started to go a little bit brown, and I was just like, they're not looking great. So I just got my fingers in and just started pulling at them, pulled a load of it out, and then all of a sudden, like within a week, all this new growth came through, and it's the same here. You'll get that new vigorous growth coming through. So it is a pair of them. 450155 is the item number. It's £29.99. You will get 2 of these delivered to your door. Now, you've only got another £10 and a penny to spend, and you can get free postage on that order as well. And I would consider that because those are pretty weighty. So yeah, get free postage if you can. Right, now's the time for you to get your pens and papers if you want to start making a list of some of the items. Adam's going to change the table over so that you can have a look at some of the others, but we've shown you A lot, not all of it, but most of what we've got on our show this morning. So get your pens and papers, make a list so that you can place your order nice and easily. Starting off with the most popular garden ready today is going to be berries and cream.
Garden ready today. I'm going to say the tiger eye.
Oh, do you know, Stu did this to me and Sean earlier on in the week, and I said tiger's eye, and Sean said berries and cream, and it was a berries and cream. And now I've gone the other way round. Of course, it's the other way round. Never mind. Right, 410158 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Viola Sorbet Tiger's Eye. You get 30 garden-ready plants included in here, and it is a half-price deal. These are nice and compact, so these don't get massive. Maybe about 15 centimetres in height, absolute sort of maximum, and they'll spread by about that much as well, but you're getting 30 of them, and that's going to cover a large area. It is a half-price deal. You're going to save nearly £15, and it's $14.99 spend. $13.49 if you're in the club. Just make sure you put in your offer code to get that saving. Next we have the Benelli mix. Now this one is the 30 garden ready plants as well, and also on the same deal, so half price deal here, and 30 of those garden ready plants. These are perennials. These will come back for you year after year. They will even form clumps as well that you can sort of over the years divide and spread them around. Beautiful, bold, bright colours, and of course giving you some well needed colour when a lot of all of that colour has gone out of our gardens from the summer. 410046 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Primrose Benelli mix. Next was the Pansy Cool Waves. Now, these are the berries and cream, but these are a buy one, get one free. So you get 10 garden-ready plants, and if you put one pack in your basket and you put the code in, you will get a second pack absolutely free. So you'll end up getting 20 of those garden readies. This is a great deal if you're filling your hanging baskets, because obviously you've got one pack for each hanging basket, but they work great in pots and window boxes. They'll cascade and just tumble over the edges of those. And I think you can plant these in the ground, because they cascade more than trail. They'll spread to they'll trail to about 30 centimetres. But if you put them in the ground, they'll just create gorgeous ground cover for you. 410112 is the item number for the Pansy Cool Wave Berries and Cream Mix on that buy one, get one free. Next, we've got the Erigeron, which is a mix and match, isn't it? 3 for 2. So you can get 10 garden-ready plants here, or you can get 30 garden-ready plants here, and one pack will be absolutely free. So what you need to do is put 3 in your basket, but you can mix and match this with the Hollyhock, the Chater's mix. So maybe you could get a pack of 10 of your Erigeron and then 2 packs of your Chater's. You can mix and match this deal if you want to. £14.99 for 10, but do remember, you can get a pack for free if you add 3 into your basket and use the code. Next is that Hollyhock Chater's mix, which is part of the mix and match deal. So you can put 3 of these in your basket if you want to. One pack will be absolutely free. This is about adding height into your borders, isn't it? I mean, the Hollyhocks this year, I was blown away. They just looked amazing this year. They just had a really good year, didn't they? But these are the Chater's, so these are the lovely double ruffled blooms that you've got here. Gorgeous mix of colours. These can get 6, maybe 7 or even 8 feet in height, and they will spread, self-seed, and once you've got them, you've got them. They don't need the richest soil. They can grow sort of pretty much anywhere. They can grow on a washing line, I think is one of Adam's sayings. 410121 is the item number if you would like to go for the Hollyhock Chater mix. Next was the Harlequins, and these are the Pro Plugs. And what I would say is you don't have to be a pro in order to buy these. They're just smaller plug plants. So all you have to do is grow these on a little bit before you plant them in the ground, basically. They're really hardy. You don't have to worry about these being out over winter. But you just need to grow those Pro Plugs on a little bit before you plant them out. So get them home now, pot them up, grow them on for a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, and then you're ready to plant them out and give you all that gorgeous colour. Same with the Cascadia. These are the Pro Plugs, so these need to be grown on a little bit, but look at the mix of colours. And these are the XL trailing. So your Cool Waves will reach about 30, 40 centimetres trail. These can get to about 50 or 60 centimetres. So I would suggest these for pots and hanging baskets, not necessarily for ground cover. But Pro Plugs represent the best value for money. because you're paying less basically. You're not paying for the extra growing on and time and care that it's taken to grow them on a bit bigger. You're doing that yourself. So it's a great way of shopping if you are shopping for your garden on a bit of a budget. 401172 is the item number, and you are saving a fifth off the price there, £5 saving. Excuse me. Now then, geranium roseanne. This is right up there in the list of plants that you have to have in your garden. If I were planning my garden from scratch, brand new, just the whole new planting scheme, geranium roseanne goes on the list of what I'm putting in that garden without even having to think about it. This is a beautiful one, award-winning plant of the centenary at the Royal Horticultural Society Chelsea Flower Show in 2013. The competition for that must have been immense, but this won it. Gorgeous coloured blooms, bees absolutely adore it, ground cover, flowers for months on end, and you need to do pretty much nothing to it. I haven't touched mine for 2 years, honestly, and it is amazing. 560292, it comes in the 2-litre pot as well, so it's really nicely established, this one. It's not, you know, a smaller one, it's well established. Go to the website to place your order, yougarden.com, or go to the phone lines if you would like to speak to a person. And look, happy little bee jumping around that roseanne there. Choisia tonata was the next one, and this is the half-price deal. Is it in a 2 litre? It is in a 2-litre pot. Wow, yeah, it is a big one. So that half-price deal is even better with it being in that 2-litre pot. Really nicely established, beautiful plant. This grows really nice and neat. Gorgeous glossy evergreen foliage on there. Mexican orange blossom is the other name for it, because when it gets covered in this blossom, in around, it's about April and May, isn't it, that this appears? Yes. And you just get loads of flowers on there, and it smells gorgeous. It does throw odd flowers out. Throws odd flowers out throughout the summer as well, yeah. 511495 is the item number if you'd like to go for that. Make sure you use the code though to get that 50% saving, that half price deal. Next, oh, it's the crocus tulip mix next. So, crocus and tulips all in the same bag, 30 of them. We've got loads of bulbs coming up, by the way, if bulbs is what you're looking for, so stay around. You will get the gorgeous crocus, which is one of the earliest of the spring flowering bulbs, but you are getting a fantastic tulip in there as well. And it's called the Johann Strauss tulip, this one. Low growing, so it's not like a 50 centimetre tulip. This will probably get to about 25, 30 centimetres. And it's one of the most spectacular because look, it's got that gorgeous egg yolk, or, you know, yellow centre. And then you've got these lovely sort of pinky, reddy stripes up the side of the petals as well. Really gorgeous mix there. Great one if you want to think about doing some lasagna planting as well. 600244 is the item number, and it's a half price deal again here. You are saving £5 on that one. Do think about joining the club because you get an extra 10% discount. So on that one item, you're saving 50p, but start to multiply that out over how much shopping you do over the year, and you'll soon see you will start saving a fortune. 600244 is the item number. Next we had the coreopsis, which I think should be a plant of the week because it's just an amazing deal here. Again a £4.99, again a half price deal. Beautiful plant, buttery yellow flowers that you get on here. Loads of them, starting sort of early summer and keeping on going right the way through to now, maybe even into September as well. It gets to about, I think it's about 50 centimetres in height, this one, maybe 50, 60 centimetres. And it just works beautifully. If you can plant that, I mean, yellow and purple we know is a great combination. So think about where you would plant that in your gardens. But a pot of that on its own would be a really beautiful pot on a balcony, 5 floors up, talking to you, Mandy. A nice sunny spot. That would look just really, really pretty. 560773 is the item number. And another one of my faves coming up next, if you're going for the coreopsis, do think about maybe getting yourself some gora as well. 3 9-centimetre pots here, £9.99. So £3.33 a pot, or £3 each if you're in the club. Look at that though. I mean, I shouldn't need to say anything, you just need to look at that. That is so pretty. Oh, I love that plant so much. The really long stamens in there, that's going to be an absolute haven for pollinating insects, isn't it? They're going to love it. And actually there's loads of interest in the plant itself, not just the lovely flowers dancing up at the top there. You've got the green and the red colours in the leaves and the red colour of the stems. There's so much interest with that particular plant. 560898 and you will get 3 of those 9cm pots. Go to the website, as I said, to place your order, or you can actually go on to the phone lines as well. Just make sure the operator knows you have that offer code to use so that you can access all those deals and savings. And of course, get your free gift included as well. Ooh, yeah, if you do like that deal of the Gora, we do have exactly the same deal on the Verbena bonariensis as well, which you can see in front of us here. It's a brilliant one, those 3 9cm pots, £9.99, so you're saving nearly £20, and the Verbena bonariensis. So I was saying, this might be a bit much, I was saying Verbena bonariensis,
Yeah.
Coreopsis, and Gora.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
That would be a lovely combo,
Yeah, that would
right?
be immense. Yeah.
Because I think they would look really pretty there. I mean, this is Sean's garden, you can see here. But if he was to dot some of that beautiful yellow Coreopsis in there,
Yeah.
and then the beautiful, like, pinky Gora in there, I think the 3 things would work really nicely together.
Definitely. I mean, the Verbena would be the tallest, and then the Gora would probably be the next height up, and then
the Coreopsis.
Coreopsis, yeah, would be the kind of the shortest of the 3. So
I think that would work really nicely
yeah,
together.
I love that kind of mix. That would be stunning to me.
Well, 560910 if you want to go for the Verbena. This is the kind of display that you can get from it. Honestly, it's such a wide, open, tall, willowy plant. It's a fantastic one, and bees absolutely adore that one too. Right, we're going to get into the chat. I'm going to go down to the bottom first. So Dingo, he sent us a message. Hi, morning Bex and Adam, lashing down here.
Oh.
Even the turtles have pulled their heads in. The picture is the last of the colour till the asters kick in. Cheers, Dingo. And it's a pretty nice amount of colour. Look at that.
I'm more
Osteospermum's going nicely.
I'm more intrigued by the word turtles.
He's got the turtle sanctuary, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, of course. Oh, does he have any two-headed turtles? They have 2 heads sometimes, don't they, turtles?
Do they?
Yeah.
I really hope that's not
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, do.
That seems really freaky.
Is it turtles or terrapins?
Apparently they're the same thing.
Oh, yeah, you do get 2-headed terrapins.
Dingo did mention...
Yeah, Dingo, is that true?
I've never heard of a 2-headed turtle.
2-headed terrapins sometimes.
He's got loads of oleanders there, look. Loads of oleanders along there.
I don't know, I'm looking at that. I could look in the screen, can't I? I'm like...
And those osteospermum are still doing really well. Mine seem to have slowed down a little bit. I gave them a little prune back to hopefully get them back again.
What was that, your Bex? Your what, sorry?
The osteospermum.
Osteospermum.
They've slowed down a little bit. We're just not getting enough sunshine.
Yeah, well, cause the thing is, because the days are starting to really kind of shorten, aren't they? They're probably just not so keen to keep flowering now. So,
yeah.
But other things will pick up the baton this time of year. I mean, chrysanthemums and Michaelmas daisies and dahlias, they all kind of they all react to the shortening days.
The dahlias really have reacted as well, haven't they? I've noticed that big change in the dahlias all of a sudden. Graham, thank you so much for your emails. I know so Graham's had an issue with one of his orders. He's messaged customer services, hasn't had a response yet, but hopefully you will get a response very soon, Graham. But he has sent us some gorgeous pictures as well. So first one is my 3 tree ferns potted on for now. So he's got the lovely tree ferns going on there. I can't remember which variety that is.
Is that the Dix? Oh, that's the Dix. Is that the Dixonia?
Dixonia?
Yeah, that's the Dixonia, isn't it? Dixonia antarctica.
Oh, and he's planted up. Oh, very good. Nice there. I do love ferns.
He's planted 3 of them up, and I'd be interested.
Oh, there we go. There's the picture.
I'd be interested to know. I don't know how old he is, but is this for like 3 different grandchildren, perhaps, or 3 children? Kind of, you give 1 each to the kids, and then they're going to become like one of those heirloom kind of tree ferns.
The grandad fern, yeah. Why not? Absolutely love it. Well, they're looking good. He's also sent us pictures of his violas, so he's done his viola pots all made up and ready to go. So those are looking really pretty.
They're lovely, isn't they? And that's sort of that autumn sunshine, looking glorious.
Gorgeous colour.
They're beautiful, aren't they, these days? And yeah, the colour mix is fantastic, really.
I love them. And he's also sent pansies. So pansy tubs have been made up as well.
That is a really strong colour, isn't it? Aren't they beautiful?
Aren't they? This is exactly what we were talking about with the pansies and violas and things, and how they will give you that gorgeous colour. So thank you for sending those, Graham. Appreciate those. Sam has sent some pictures in. So Sam sent pictures of things in her garden right now. Should we be honest? Sam is Stu's wife. Sam does all the gardening. So this is the garden that Stu gets to look at all the time. So she's got some gorgeous oleander growing there. Oh,
Great.
yes. I'm going to dig mine up. Mine's in the border, but I'm going to dig it up and put it in a big pot.
I've got 2 of those now.
Lovely.
Thanks to you, you got me into them.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I've got quite a wide border on the left-hand side of my garden, and a few of the things in the middle sort of died out because they got a bit crowded. So I put a couple of those in the middle, and they're thriving. Oh, is that a Trachycarpus? Trachycarpus fortunei.
Look at that.
Whoa.
You're
That's
doing
nice.
a fantastic job, Sam. They look amazing. Thank you very much for sending that in. And then Tony sent a message. So, hi, Bex. As this is my first year, the one thing I'm not sure about is pruning. I know you have aftercare on your website and have found some of your videos, but not for everything. So, do I cut back or don't I? That's a very big question, Tony, because it very much depends on what it is.
Well,
doesn't
a
it?
very quick roundup. If it's pruning fruit, for example, so generally things like pear trees, apple trees, you would prune January, February time, and generally most shrubs that flower before the end of May, beginning of June, prune directly after they're flowered.
Right. Yeah.
If they flower before the middle of June. Ones that sort of flower after that point, you can prune a little bit later. I mean, that is a really basic. I mean, unless you specifically can tell me what you're thinking of pruning, Yeah.
I mean, there's as Adam said, basic rules that you can follow, but
even with
obviously
those,
every
they're
plant
still
has its own specific like needs, and we're more than happy to help you. So if there's a particular plant that you want some special help on, let us know. But he has sent us some gorgeous pictures as well. I mean, look at this gorgeous colour going on here.
That is.
Look at
That.
those.
I mean, and even kind of look at the leaves. I mean, look at, because Bex, we talk about the leaves, don't we, on the geraniums? Look how those leaf patterns stand out as well. I mean, the beautiful zonal markings on those geranium leaves, they're spectacular in themselves, aren't they?
I love them.
That is a lovely mix there.
He's got some more pictures. Hang on.
That's joyful,
he's
isn't it?
attached a few pictures for us.
That's really, really joyful.
Oh, look, and these are his honestly, Tony, considering you're newer to this, honestly, your garden is better than mine. It is so good.
How beautiful white are those dahlias?
I
Pure
love
white.
What a fantastic
like
job you're doing.
Was that like one of those little sink gardens? It looked like one of those little, like it was in a little...
No, it's like a little raised platform I think he's got. Oh, look, Imperator Red Baron going on there. He's got an oleander going on there. Oh, that looks like Gora. That's not Gora, is it?
I think there might be some busy lizzies in the very, very background. There's some more geraniums there. There's ivy leaf geraniums. Oh, they're ivy leaf geraniums.
Are they?
Yeah, ivy leaf geranium. Yeah.
It's got some. Oh my word.
Yes, gerbera.
Gerbera, thank you. Yes,
Gerberas.
the gerbera's going on in there. Looking really good, Tony. Hang on, we've got a couple more pictures here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to count them through. Oh yes, love that. That is called. Don't tell me.
Begins with G.
Oh, I've forgotten. Go on. You've forgotten as well, hasn't you?
Ends in Ardia.
I always want to say it with an Australian accent. Galladia.
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 It's a
That's
Galladia.
the one. Yeah, beautiful. Love Galladias. Yeah, looking really good. Thank you so much for sending those pictures in. That's it from there. But I haven't looked at the YouTube chat for ages. Are they all chatting? Oh, it keeps going off the page for some annoying reason.
That's technology. Technology's still not there yet, is it really?
Here we go, look. Right, so Bill, Elaine, Alistair, Mandy, George, hello to you all. Thank you very much. Mandy says, Bex and Adam, I've mentioned before, I'm an absolute beginner, so I need a bit of help. I have found little green dot bugs on the back of my Senecio angel wing plants. What can I do?
Little green
dot bugs.
Could be aphids. That's got quite sort of big, fleshy, sort of grey leaves. So what you could do, I would just wash them off if you want to be organic. Just put, get your hose, put it on one of those like sort of quite vigorous settings, and give them a good blast. Sort of wash them off. Oh, you're on a balcony, yes.
Andy's 5 floors up on a balcony.
5 floors. Or you can get organic sprays to...
What about neem oil and stuff like that? Will that help?
Yeah, you've got to be careful with that neem oil, though, because it can kind of get all over
Damage
the place
plants.
a bit, and it can stink a bit as well.
Yeah.
So,
It won't damage the plants, though, will it?
no, it doesn't damage the plant. Or I mean, you could get yourself an insecticide, but and just take the plant indoors and give it a little spray with that, or sort of do it very early in the morning, or just it's getting dark in the evening when there's no sort of pollinating insects around.
But if they're not eating your plants,
yeah, you
can leave them.
Or just wipe them off. I mean, those have got those really big, fleshy, silver grey leaves, so that you could probably I would just get some kitchen towel and just wipe them off. Just wipe them off and get rid.
All right, fabulous. Well, thank you, everybody, for chatting, basically. You're in the chat this morning. It's really nice to have your company. If you do have any questions, comments, want to send us your pictures of your garden, what's going on, if you want any help with anything, then do send them. You can join the chat on YouTube, which is what I will be monitoring here. Stu has the one for Facebook, so he'll let me know if there's anything on there. And of course, there is the email address that you can send all those pictures to, or questions, whatever you like, basically. We're here for you. ygtv@yougarden.com is the item number. Not the item number, is the email address if you would like to send your pictures or emails in to us. Right, let's come to our beautiful Verbena bonariensis. Again, if I was planning a garden from scratch, brand new, Verbena is definitely going in that garden. You know, there's some which are I'd like to have, there are some which are I definitely have to have, and Verbena is a definite I have to have. What an amazing quality plant.
Goodness me, my cardiovascular system is as good as this root system. I lived to 203.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that.
Beautiful, rooty beauty. And the great thing about these is that they just grow so well, so easily. They don't even need the richest of soils.
No.
They grow beautiful and tall. They're tall and willowy.
Just like the Erigeron, they grow in the same sorts of area.
Yeah.
So, and also these seed about. I've got loads of these coming from my garden at the moment. I didn't think they were going to make it because they actually, they've even started growing in my lawn, but I just keep chopping them off. You know, they're not going to get anywhere. But I've got 3 or 4 on the edge of a bed near the back of the bungalow, and they only started coming up about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I was going to pull them up because I thought it's too late in the year now. They're about that tall and they've got flower heads on, and they are determined to flower before the season gets too late.
Yeah, absolutely.
A hot plant that comes back year after year after year. Great for incredibly poor soils, a plant for the hottest, driest, sunniest kind of position as well. So if you've got one of those areas that's so ridiculously dry, everything else struggles and it just won't establish, go for Verbena. I mean, sometimes it wilts in dry soil, but it doesn't die. You know, you give it a bit of a drink and it'll come back. But it's it's one of the easiest perennials to grow. Never needs staking. Flowers for month after month after month. Bees, pollinating insects go mad for it, and it's tall and statuesque, but it doesn't obliterate everything around it.
No, not at all, and it grows quite rapidly as well, so it's not one you really have to wait ages to get some decent results from. Let's have a little trip into Sean's estate, shall we, and have a little look at his garden where he's been growing these.
Well, this edge of my patio looks a little bit severe and harsh, I think you'll agree. But if I take you around this side, I actually planted last year Verbena bonariensis, and I just love this because you still get the view, but it softens the whole border. And I just adore these like pom-poms of purple. And it's a massive one for the pollinators as well. You get so many bees just dancing around here. But Verbena bonariensis, it's often known as a transparent plant. And what it does, it really highlights other plants in your beds and borders without dominating. You can always see through it. You've got these lovely kind of, I always call them like plants that look like they've done Pilates, because you've got these long, lean kind of stems and side stems, and there's these little purple pom-poms on the edge of every one. So they never block, they never dominate, they never overtake, but they complement all the other plants in the garden. Now, these are in full flower right now. Last year, I let them go to seed. I want to show you what's happened. So if you come and take a look down here, I mentioned that I let these go to seed last year. They look really attractive in the winter, but look, there are now hundreds of mini Verbena bonariensis. Look, loads and loads of these. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig these up and I'm going to plant them all the way around the garden. So imagine what I've got here. I can have the other side of the patio, and then I really want, that border's a bit dull over there, so I'm just going to plant dozens of Verbena bonariensis, and I think it's going to look great. And all these plants were free just from the seeds from these.
It looks beautiful there, doesn't it? And it's the perfect location. That patio that he's got, it's quite a harsh edge. I do believe there was supposed to be a little barrier or a wall around it, but there was a bit of a mess up with the something or other. But yeah, it was quite a harsh edge, and actually planting that across there really does soften it, doesn't it? But you can still see the beautiful view.
It doesn't obliterate the 3,000-acre estate beyond, does it? You can actually sort of see all of it without, it kind of being
Doesn't belong to Sean. A bit of it does, but not all of it. Yeah, it's a gorgeous plant, honestly. I've got it in my garden and it works so nicely in the borders, plays really well with the other plants as well. And just dead easy. 560910 is the item number. You're going to get 3 of those 9cm pots, and it is a £20 saving. So it's almost like a buy one, get 2 free here, because we've taken off so much from that price. Amanda has sent us some pictures and a progress report on the mystery bulbs. We will be having a little look at that very, very soon. Let's move on though, shall we, to an edible, a grow your own, something that you could be growing in your garden and picking fruits from as early as next year. This is one that I've actually added into my garden because I really fancied this. I like the idea of it. And I planted it about this size, and it's really grown quite well over that time.
Big rain?
No, it's the aircon.
Oh, I thought it was raining.
That we just switched on.
Oh, I thought it was raining. This is the blueberry pink lemonade. Is this the one we gave a silly name to?
Blinkberry.
Blinkberry, wasn't it? Yes, blinkberry.
It's a blueberry, but it's pink.
Yeah.
So it's called blueberry pink lemonade. It still has all of the same attributes of a blueberry. It's just that the fruits are going to be a gorgeous pink shade.
Yeah, but also some people say even slightly sweeter than a blueberry.
Yes, very true. And I can't wait to tell you that that's the case, honestly. I planted mine earlier. I've got 1 fruit appeared on it this year. I expected that. It takes a little bit of time to establish. Next year I'm going to have loads of fruits on here, and for many years after I'm going to have loads of fruits on here.
And the thing is as well, I mean, this is such a lovely fruit to think about having in your desserts or when you're cooking, because we give that example of a pavlova.
Yeah.
Imagine you harvest these. Imagine you've got a pavlova, and then you put some of the the pink blueberries on there, and you put some blue blueberries on there.
Yeah, and some strawberries, and maybe you've grown one of the kiwis.
Little slices of kiwi.
Kiwi Jenny that we bring.
Yeah, so all those fruit colours on a pavlova. Wow, that would look amazing, wouldn't it? That would look incredible.
Yeah.
Fabulous plant we're sending out as well. I mean, just tilt that forward for you. You can see how super glossy that foliage is. Really, really super healthy, glossy plant there. I'm not going to attempt. Actually, I might do. To hell with it. Let's see what happens.
Go on, pull it
it's
out.
Like, it's
Oh, look.
Yeah, I've sort of slightly damaged the bottom of the
That's all right. You can see that there's a really good root system going down that plant.
Now, just one quick thing to say. In your garden, if you've got azaleas, rhododendrons, all those kind of things growing really, really well in your garden, just in the normal garden soil, and they're really green and vibrant and healthy looking, you can plant this straight into the garden where all those other plants are growing. If you struggle to grow things like rhodies and camellias and stuff, you can still grow these, but just grow them in a pot with ericaceous compost. It's on our website. This is normally Bex tells you this bit, but you just say Eric, type in Eric, and then it comes up Bex.
It'll come up, don't worry.
The rest will all come up. But
I grow it in a pot because I've got this, and I've got 3 types of blueberries growing. I've got them all in our heavy-duty pots, but I know I haven't got ericaceous compost in my garden, which is why I'm growing this one in a pot along with the other blueberries as well.
But sort of going backwards in time, I mean, obviously the berries came from somewhere, and you would have had those beautiful, lovely little lantern-shaped white flowers in the spring.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So, because we forget that sometimes, don't we? Sometimes when we talk about a plant that's edible, all we talk about is the edible bit of it, don't we? Just the fruit. And that's why sometimes I think historically we've ended up separating edibles from ornamentals, because somehow we've sort of think they're not pretty, they're just functional.
But they are pretty.
But they are
plants,
pretty. Yeah, I mean, this has beautiful, beautiful, big clusters of little lantern-shaped white flowers in the spring that the pollinating insects absolutely go mad for and adore. Then obviously they are pollinated, they form the fruit, and you get those gorgeous, really, really sweet pink berries, the pink lemonade blueberries. Guys, it's a lot of colours to remember, isn't it? But in the autumn, the autumn colour on these is mind-blowing.
Oh yeah, you get a real blaze of colour from the leaves. I mean, they do drop their leaves, don't they?
They do,
blueberry
but
plants.
the oranges and the reds of the foliage before they drop, they've got some of the most incredible autumn foliage colour of any kind of shrub or fruit I know. So, you've got the flower, you've got the autumn colour, and you've got the fantastic fruit that you can eat. Yeah,
and a great way of inviting those pollinators into your garden, because you want them to come in and pollinate these plants. 310028 is the item number, and it It comes in that 2-litre pot, really nicely established, and it is pretty, I mean, it's a half price deal. You're saving £7.51, you're spending £7.48. Of course, you'll get an extra 10% discount if you are part of our club as well. So do consider, if you haven't already, time to join the club. Save yourself lots and lots of money over the year. Right, let's move on. This is our table of bulbs. We've got lots of them coming up for you. We're starting off with the complete spring flowering bulb collection. Now, I would say, I mean, it's mostly spring, but there's a couple that go into summer here with the alliums, and particularly the spherocephalons, the drumsticks. Those are the latest flowering, and mine didn't come up until about, it was late July and early August when the spherocephalons come up. So brilliant mix, 7 different varieties included in here. Really tough, really hardy, perennial plants, will come back year after year and will naturalise. But there's no lazy selection here.
No,
these are all great bulbs.
Yeah, that's what I always say. I don't like sort of lazy collections where, you know, sometimes you see a collection of bulbs like this, there might be 300 bulbs and like 250 of them are just grape hyacinths. And then they just put a few little nice things, you know, back in. We've got a great mix here. In fact, I've got the packet in front of me, and it kind of gives the quantities on here. So you're getting 15 gorgeous of the Triumph tulips, you're getting 15 crocus, 15 Narcissus caniculatus, 90 of the Iphion, which is great because it's the blue, the pink and the white, and I'll show you those, 50 of the Allium drumstick, I'm not going to say the other word because I can't.
Spherocephalon.
Spherocephalon. 25 Muscari americanum, and 90 of the Allium molly. So a really nice mix there, not just a huge mix of dare I say, the kind of less expensive bulbs, but a really great mix. And just talking you through on the card as well. So you've got your Triumph tulips there in a lovely range of colours, drumstick primulas, and sort of these are flowering sort of April, May time. Bex has got these in the garden, my other half has got these in his front garden, and these literally stopped flowering only about a month ago.
Oh, the drumsticks.
The drumsticks, yeah. They kept going up to about a month ago. Then you've got the beautiful Allium molly there, which are really, really stunning, but they're about sort of 7-8 inches tall. Then crocuses, very early in the spring. Beautiful, beautiful little Narcissus there as well.
Love those. Those are the short variety of Narcissus too, so reaching about maybe 15 or 20 centimetres in height. Canaliculatus.
Well, you're more than welcome. Also, you can see here we've got grape hyacinths as well, which look fantastic.
Love those, because they just spread and form a beautiful carpet, and then they're quite neat. I mean, they're vigorous in their spreading habit, but they're quite neat and tidy. They pop up and they disappear. They don't cause you any problems.
Not really, no, and they're called grape hyacinths because if you was to cut one of those flowers and hang them upside down, they look like a little bunch of grapes.
Yeah.
So they call them grape hyacinths. But for me, again, what's really, really nice about this mix, and where the thought has gone into it, is with the Iphion. The Iphion here isn't just the blue ones. Look, blue, pink, and white, and these are stunning. And these seed about all over the place, and they're only about sort of 4 or 5 inches tall, and they flower over quite a long time. Their little star-shaped flowers just pop up all over the place, especially on a sunny day. They really open right out. So probably starting with the crocus in the middle, going up to the drumstick primulas, you've got probably 5 or 6 months. What did I say? Primulas. What did I say primulas for? I told you I was tired today. I've had a really busy week, so my brain is a little bit. My brain's a bit tardy today, but yeah. So between the crocuses and the alliums, you might have sort of about 5 months worth of flowering.
Yeah, there's so much there. So this really is a very amazing value for money pack of bulbs, because you're getting all of those 7 different varieties. Again, I keep talking about lasagna planting, but we're all thinking about planting our bulbs. That's a great one to do some lasagna planting with, because I think you've got all the bulbs you would need, though you could add a few extras in if you want to. 630050 is the item number. I really spat that out then, didn't I? 630050 is your item number if you would like to go for your spring flowering bulb collection. My mum would have told me off then. Can you speak a little more clearly, please? She would have told me off. You said about, really spat it. I was talking to somebody in the week and they kind of went like that, and I'd realised I'd spat on them as I was talking, but they went. Sorry. I said, you got a little black fly on your forehead there. And it wasn't a black fly at all, it was my spit. But that to cover myself. That's hilarious. All right, let's move on. We've got one of our absolute most popular when it comes to the daffodils that we bring you, the narcissus, the tete-a-tetes. These are just they are perfect, aren't they? These are the tiny versions. So I think this is classically what you would think of when you think of a daffodil. You'd think of that bright yellow and that trumpet flower, but in miniature.
Yeah, and sometimes now I'm pretty sure. So my brain's a bit tardy today, but I'm pretty sure these ones also sometimes have a couple of 2 or 3 flowers on one stem, or 2 or 3 stems per bulb, because. You kind of get those sort of multiple sort of flower heads on these, which is absolutely fantastic. And even with these before, I've noticed sometimes with these you might get 2 or 3 stems even from one bulb. So they're not like a normal daffodil where it's one daffodil flower straight up and that's it. These have that kind of short and powerful, punchy displays that last a really long time.
Like you.
Short, powerful and punchy.
Will be if I keep insulting you, won't you? Has Elaine sent us a picture?
These, and sometimes these only get to about 5 or 6 inches tall.
Sent lots. We'll come to those.
But they are just such knockout little daffodils. They are so kind of weather resistant as well. They resist all the wind, the frost, the snow, the rain. Doesn't matter what the weather, they just soldier on and they look absolutely stunning. They're great for rockeries. They're great for sort of planting on banks. They're great for woodland planting. They look amazing in lawns. Fantastic for hanging baskets, pots, troughs. If you're 5 floors up and just got a balcony like our Mandy, then they're brilliant in that kind of situation. They are just a absolutely phenomenally beautiful little narcissus.
Yeah, and everybody knows it because these are one of the most popular items that we are bringing you today. It should probably be on our favourites table, but we just wanted to do the bulbs all together, which is why we haven't put it over there. But it is so popular that it really should be over there on our favourites table. 630091 is the item number. It is a pack of 100 of those as well for £14.99. It won't take long to plant these either because they're, they're decent sized bulbs, but when it comes to the size, they're not the biggest bulb, which means they're going to be dead easy to plant. The general rule is 2 to 3 times the depth of the height of the bulb. So to be honest, finger dibber, pop it in, smooth the compost over the top. Super simple to be able to do.
Doesn't even matter if they're not the right way up.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Nature finds a way.
They turn themselves the right way up in the soil.
Stu wants to show us something. What do you want to show us, Stu? He wants to go to the website. He just wants to prove something on the website. So if you have a little look on here, we've got loads of choices of the tete-a-tete. So please make sure you get the ones from our show page. How do we do that, Stu? Well, there's a pack for £9.99 there. How many's in that one? Oh, that's a 30 pack. Okay, so don't get that one. You're getting more than 3 times that with our pack. So can you see there, look? 100 bulbs there, and it's £14.99 because we've got the discount code. If you want to make sure that you're getting the right one, go to the show page, look, click on the Live Now box, scroll down, and then you will see it right there. And that's how you can click through to it. If you put your discount code into your basket before you scroll through and look on here, then the prices you'll see will be the discount prices. If you don't put your code in, it will be the higher prices, and you'll be looking at it and going, hang on a minute, you told me that was less.
Does that work out then? Oh, I'm rubbish at stuff like this. 15 pence a bulb.
15 pence a bulb for 100, yeah. 15 pence a bulb.
Yeah.
Less than that if you're in the club, it's 13 and a half
I was
pence
about
a bulb.
to say that, since I did, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the next set of bulbs, shall we? That one, as I said, remember that one's one of the most popular. It should be on our favourites table, but let's go on to the crocus, the mixed species crocus bulb pack here. It's a frog's... Oh, it's a crocus. Oh, yeah. Stu. It's a frog's favourite flower because it's a crocus.
Oh, crocus. Yes, yeah. Oh.
There's the tumbleweed just coming across right now.
I've run out of crocus jokes. I did them all last week.
Thank God for that. 600082 is the item number if you'd like to go for the mixed pack of crocus bulbs. You will get 40 included in here. They are purple, they are white, they are gorgeous tones of sort of orangey yellow colours in there as well. And it is a 3 for 2, which you can mix and match with Which one can you mix and match this with, Stu? Tulip Purple Paradise. In fact, I'm going to move these around. So, pack of 40 bulbs included. You can go for 2 packs, you can go for 3 packs, or you can mix and match them with the Tulip Purple Paradise. It is up to you. This is one of the earliest flowering of the spring bulbs,
yeah,
isn't it?
and these are called species crocus because these are how you would naturally find crocuses growing in the wild. These haven't been hybridised. Those ones may have possibly been hybridised, but the ones you saw before, the species type of crocus, they are as nature intended. So literally, you know, when somebody stumbled across those sort of alpine meadows and places, you know, years and years ago, and we first discovered crocus, that is how they looked. So it's great to be able to grow them. That means they're super, super hardy. Again, they're multi-flowered as well. Those little species crocus, it's not unusual for them to throw 4 or 5 flowers out from one bulb.
Oh, nice.
Which is great as well.
Perfect.
Really delicate, really easy to grow. They look fantastic growing in grass and lawns and all those sorts of places. They die down really quickly after they're flowered as well. So if you're worried about putting them in the lawn because you think I've got to let the lawn get 8 foot tall before I can finally cut it, you don't. You know, you can, after about 4 or 5 weeks, if less than that sometimes, these die down. You can mow the grass, the bulbs will sit quietly, or actually they're corms, not bulbs. The corms will sit quietly under the ground and then they'll come back year after year and gradually spread and double up.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing about crocus. I love the fact that you could have them as a floral display in a pot, in a border, but you can also create those gorgeous lawn drifts and things with them. And they don't need to be in the sunniest spot. They can cope with being under trees and under shrubs and things as well. 600082 is the item number. It's a 3 for 2. So you can get 3 packs of these if you want to, or you can get 1 or 2 packs, and then you can mix it with the Tulip Purple Paradise, and this is one of the best combinations.
This is, yeah, I years and years ago used to work for another shopping telly station. Bex and I used to present on there doing gardening shows, and what we used to do there, sometimes we used to tear open the packs of bulbs and pour them out on the dish, like the first ones we showed you, and we were allowed to take them home after the show as samples. And I took some of these home, planted them. Oh my goodness me. Some of the most
best, aren't they?
Yeah,
Love
some
them.
of the most stunning tulips I've ever grown. But also what I found, I mentioned this to you the other week, the autumn before spring lockdown, I put masses of tulips in my garden that year, including the purple Paradise purple mix, and 3 or 4 years on, what I found is some of them only came back a little bit, some didn't come back at all, but these
come
since
back
I planted them,
reliably.
have come back reliably.
Yeah.
Over the last 2 or 3 years, and it's just great because you've got that sort of obviously goblet-shaped tulip flower, but some of them have got the smooth edges, some of them have got that fimbriata kind of almost like frosting on the edges of the petals there, and also within that mix you've got some that are solid purple, some that are solid white, but then others who've got other colours sort of fused through them. So it's almost like they've taken the ultimate of what you can find in a tulip, be it shape, be it colour, be it sort of petal features, and they've just put it all into this perfect little mix. It really is. Paradise is the name for it because they're absolutely stunning. In fact, I can remember when we first did these at that previous station, we sold out.
Yeah.
These sold out really quick.
Yeah.
They
Well,
flew.
it's one of the most popular, and as I said earlier, you're not going to plant your tulips right now. It is the time to be buying all your bulbs and getting planned and knowing what you're going to be planting where. Some of these you can plant out straight away. You know, any time from September you can start planting your spring flowering bulbs, but I would be waiting to plant the tulips. I'm right in this, aren't I?
Yeah,
Wait
because
until sort of October and November to plant your tulips.
Even November, December, because if you plant tulips too early, they can get something called tulip fire, which, funny enough, was what started off the insanity in the Netherlands back in the day, when all the tulips had those kind of weird petals with all the different striations. So. So plant them late. Just be careful that when you store them somewhere cool and dry. If you're going to put them in a garage or a shed somewhere, all I would do with mine, I hang them up on a hook from the ceiling.
Rather than sitting.
Yeah, because of the mice as well and the squirrels. So hang up on a hook from the ceiling of the shed or the garage. Lots of lovely air around them. The little mice and vermin and stuff can't get to them.
Very good.
And plant them as late as you like. You could plant tulips up until Christmas if you want.
But you do need to get hold of them now because it is a popular mix. So while everybody's in bulb buying frenzy, these do have the potential to sell out, and we can't just get more bulbs. You can't make them again instantly. We can potentially divert a little bit of stock here and there, but generally once a bulb is gone, we can't get it back again until next season. So 600245 is the item number if you would like to go for the Paradise Purple mix. And the final set of bulbs that we've got on this table is the mixed hyacinths. Oh, apparently we've had a hyacinth-based question on Facebook. We were talking about this before the show. This is the indoor and outdoor, right? So if we plant the bulbs now indoors, will they flower for Christmas?
Normally, to guarantee hyacinths to flower for Christmas, you have to plant what's called prepared bulbs. These, as far as I know, are not specially prepared for flowering at Christmas. So they will flower indoors, but I can't say these will definitely flower for Christmas.
They generally, if you plant them indoors, they will flower earlier than you will if you plant them outside. So it might, you might be lucky and get them for Christmas, but we can't promise that. But they would flower earlier. So maybe, maybe in December, but more likely probably in sort of January time. At which point you can then take them and plant them outside for displays in subsequent years. Whereas if you plant them in the ground now for flowering next year, they'll probably flower for you in around April time.
Yeah, because bulbs need, like a lot of plants, have to go through something called vernalisation, and that basically is they have to go through a certain length of cold in the year to then know when to flower at the right time. So
I thought that was called stratification. Have I got that wrong?
Stratification it could be, yes, no, you're right, it's stratification. Yes.
How about... I didn't mean to.
No,
I didn't mean to contradict you.
No, I'll double check that. But anyway, they do need.
There is that cold bit, isn't there?
Yeah, they do need. I was
reading up on it with because I want to do my Acer seeds.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it said about I've got to stratify those. So it means putting them in. I've got to put them in the freezer for a period of time and then bring them back out again. So
you're kind of tricking the plant into thinking it's the wrong time of year to get it to flower at the right time of year, which is how they managed to get things flowering at the Chelsea Flower Show at really weird times, because they put all these bulbs into really sort of cold conditions where they wouldn't normally be cold, and then of course when you bring them out they think, oh, it's spring now, I'm going to start to flower, even though it might be midsummer and spring's long gone. So grow these indoors by all means, and they will flower indoors, but we can't guarantee for Christmas. But hyacinths, they're one of my favourite. I absolutely adore. Yeah, the fragrance
is the smell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing.
And of course you say hyacinth and you can't help but think of Mrs. Bouquet, can you?
Exactly. And just one other thing.
If you're a certain age, that is what you think of.
Bex is handling those there. Just be careful though, because some people do have huge reactions to hyacinth bulbs.
I never seem to have an issue.
I don't, but some people can. So if you just put gloves on if you're going to handle the bulbs. But
I say this now and then I'll rub my eye and.
but some people do have allergic reactions, to hyacinth bulbs. But hyacinths are just adorable. I mean, you've got the fragrance, you've got the stature, you've got those fantastic mixed colours, which is just great. And funny enough, you can normally tell the colours by looking at the bulbs. Quite often a white bulb will be sort of a white or a yellow colour, and the sort of the darker bulbs generally tend to be the blue or the purple.
A red onion.
Yeah, so you can get a rough idea.
All right, 630034 is the item number if you'd like to go for your garden hyacinths. It's called a value pack because we're offering you great value. £9.99, and you will get 15 of them. So we've taken a third off the price, £8.99 if you're in the club as well. And that concludes our packs of bulbs, doesn't it? We haven't got any more. Oh, we're going to nip over quickly to the favourites table because we need to carry on with those. But quick one, just on that bark mulch, if you're thinking about putting your plants to bed, giving them that little duvet that they might need in order to keep them nice and warm over the winter months, that bark mulch is absolutely fantastic. It is on a half price deal. It's £14.99, and you will be getting a 70-litre bag. That's going to cover a large area, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to cover a massive space, isn't it?
And I just love this stuff as well. We actually did a planting job recently with some conifers, and we put loads of this between the conifers, and it just really lifted and highlighted the conifers. It made them look so nice.
I bet, actually.
Yeah, and it was quite sort of sticky, sort of. It was that sandy sort of soil, but when it's that sort of sandy soil, when it gets wet, it almost goes like a wet cement mix.
Right. Yeah.
And it all sticks to your shoes and stuff, and you tread it all onto the paving. So we put the bark mulch in between, and it was in a kids' school playground. So if the kids do run between the conifers now,
it's not mud everywhere.
It's not going to be a mud bath. It's not all going to get squashed down and look unattractive. But it looks great if you put it on top of pots. If you're growing, say you've got a 30-litre pots and you've got fruit trees and things, put a nice little layer of that on top of your pot. Do loads of things. It will keep the weeds at bay. It'll keep the frost from getting deep down into the pots. It will keep the moisture in the pots. You don't need to water it so often. It looks really nice, and yeah, it's just got sort of multiple uses, and you can see there how great it looks. And of course, an additional thing it does, it gradually breaks down over the years, adding organic material to your soil. It'll encourage all those lovely healthy soil bacteria and soil bugs and stuff, all the really good positive ones. Great for the worms as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So many benefits from that one, and of course, as I said, you've got that amazing half-price deal there as well, 100061. Let's carry on our favourites table very quickly. Down here, we've got the spring tulip and crocus mix. So this is just another pack of your bulbs that you've got here.
Yeah, and a great mix, as Beck says, for the lasagna planting. So on these, you could plant the tulips quite deep in the pot. You could put the crocuses towards the top, and then between these two, you're going to get probably up 2 months worth of colour. And if you've got the tate, you could put those in the middle and just, you know, have that kind of all the way through sort of flower on there.
Love it. And you could even add more into there. You know, if you're going for your alliums, you could add some alliums in there as well. It's a fantastic way to get your basket to over the £40 mark as well. So if you are, you know, if your baskets are like £37 and you're paying £6.99 postage, don't do that. Put those in instead. You'll be paying less, but you'll get a pack of bulbs included in your order rather than paying that £6.99 postage. 600244 is the item number. Grab hold of the packs of bulbs while we still have them. Next is our deal of the week. That is the Lavatera Marshmallow Collection. 3 colours included. Now, they're not bright colours. They're very subtle differences. You've got the white with the little pink centre there. You've got the pure white ones, and then you've got the lovely kind of you know, blush pink colour.
Just like a marshmallow.
Absolutely.
Do you like marshmallows?
I love a marshmallow.
Oh dear, oof.
My kids are obsessed with marshmallows. My nan, she used to have a jar of marshmallows in the cupboard, and every time we went to visit her, I took my eldest, who was a baby at the time, we'd go and she would get the jar of marshmallows out of the cupboard, and that was his little treat. Whenever he went to visit Grandnan, as we called her, he'd get a marshmallow. The kid is now absolutely obsessed with marshmallows. I blame my nan, who's up there. It's your fault. My kid is now obsessed with marshmallows. Sorry, went off on a tangent.
You've got those marshmallow colours in there, haven't you? And these get to about 2 metres tall. Oh, we're being...
Stu's found... Oh, I know exactly what you found that's annoying, and I'm going to fix it for you.
Oh.
It's for whether we put them inside it or on top of it. The logo has been put... Yeah.
1 minute's a platform, 1 minute's a container. Exactly. Can I ask you something? How do you talk with a kind of a throat-soothing sweet?
I tuck it right up in there.
And I'm talking like I'm like eating a sweet when I'm talking.
So hopefully you can't tell that I've got a sweet in my mouth.
No, I'm trying it.
It's not working, is it?
I've got a bit of a dry throat, so Bex says to have a sweet while you're talking so you don't all dry up. But these, about 2 metres tall, smothered in flowers for month after month after month. These will come back year after year after year. And just finally, quickly on these, what we normally say, end of the season, take them down by about a half or a third, just to stop them rocking in the wind. Following spring, trim them down to some nice green shoots at the base, and they'll come back year after year giving you stunning displays of flower. Yeah, and flowering for such a long time over the summer months, and they're really, really easy to grow, and they're just going to keep coming back for you. Really nice open kind of spreading habit to them, not dense thick foliage here, so really nice to put in those mixed borders. 511527 is the item number, and a massive saving on that one. £18.98 you are going to save there. It's just $10.99 for all 3 of those. You don't have to choose which one. We will send all 3 to you. Only £6.74 if you're in the discount club as well, so that's a brilliant price. That's... Oh, you changed it. I thought that was low. £9.89 if you are in the club. So do think about going for that one. £3.30 each, basically. Choicea is the next one. Choicea tonata. Lovely evergreen shrub here, but beautiful fragrant flowers. It's an everything shrub, this one, because you've got evergreen. You've got those almost palmate kind of leaves. You've got a shrub that you can leave to grow natural, a shrub you can trim or prune or grow as a loose hedge if you want to. You've got those wonderful, wonderful masses of spring flowers that are fragrant as well as actually flowering. This one, this is a slightly different variety, this one, because you can see the leaves are slightly different on this. I think that was one called Aztec. This one is actually Tonata. Hardy, reliable, full sun, Good for shade as well. I use this quite a lot for shady areas. So it's a really adaptable shrub. Masses of flowers in the spring, and then it has a funny little quirky habit of just throwing out little odd spurts of flower just throughout the summer. And I've even seen them occasionally throw out a few flowers in the middle of the winter, which is a bit bizarre. But yeah, fantastic, this shrub. Really, really lovely, and one that John and I use an awful lot when we do planting schemes.
Love it, definitely. I've got one in my garden, slightly different variety, but ultimately behaves very, very similarly. And I do adore it. It's just one of those nice, easy ones in the border that I don't have to work too hard on, but looks fantastic all year round. This one is a fantastic price as well. It's at half price, but it's in a 2-litre pot. So you're paying £7.49, not for a, you know, small, not established plant. Check out the size. It's in a 2-litre pot there, so really well established. Get that into your garden. You won't regret having a choicea in there. Next, we've got the coreopsis. This is the verticillata. You said it a minute ago and I forgot.
Yeah, verticillata.
Verticillata. This is the moonbeam. Silly. I'm going silly. It's a ciliata. It's a moonbeam, this one, and it has the gorgeous buttery yellow flowers that sort of dance up at the top here. Lovely kind of ferny foliage that you've got in there.
I like that feathery
foliage. Reminds me of like the asparagus fern, you know, the indoor plant.
You must be flipping psychic.
Am I reading your mind?
I was about to say this. That was the next thing I was going to say.
Like the asparagus.
Like asparagus fern.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yeah, easy to grow. All it asks is grow somewhere nice and bright and sunny and open. Fantastic for pots, troughs. Yeah, what you could even try this in a hanging basket. If you had a really big hanging basket, give it a go, see what happens. But it'll come back year after year after year. Just needs somewhere sunny and well drained. Leave the foliage on throughout the winter. Yeah, I wouldn't chop it right down when it's finished flowering, because then in the spring you can see where it is. Great root system again there, Bex, as always.
Yeah, I just thought I'd have a little look.
Trim it down in the spring and it will send up a whole new loads of stems and just keep flowering for you year after year after year. But it's one of those plants that just gives so much, but it just innocently kind of sits there, doesn't make any demands, it's not a prima donna, and it just gives you joy and happiness, and it's loved by the pollinating insects.
Yeah, go for that one, 560773. We were talking earlier, if you want to go for your Verbena bonariensis, your coreopsis, this one, and also the Gora, I think this would be a wonderful little combination because you've got heights and you've got different colour mixes included here. Gora is next, it's 560898, and this is the beautiful pink dancing butterflies is what I think these flowers look like. The length of the stamens is just incredible, so obviously this is going to be a great one for pollinators as well.
Yeah, it's sort of got stamens like giraffe eyelashes.
Yeah.
Kind of these
really
huge,
long, aren't they? Look at those, so pretty.
Yeah, and that is such a stunning. I mean, look at that pink, that lovely, lovely sort of a soft pink on the outside of the petals, going to a deep pink in the middle. Those lovely sort of striations of pink running through the petals there. Lovely foliage as well, dark foliage that contrasts really well with those flowers. And this is another one for those really hot, sunny, punishing, poor soil positions. This doesn't need fussing or kind of lots of love and care and TLC. Put this somewhere in the hottest, driest, sunniest position with really horrible, poor soils. It does, in fact, if you put this in a really rich soil, it gets a bit soft and floppy, and it doesn't kind of really kind of kind of give its best. Whereas if you put it in a more punishing soil, you get a plant that's more compact, more upright,
harder, isn't it?
Works harder, flowers more, and yeah, just looks divine.
560898 is the item number. If you go to the website right now, I believe there's a 9cm pot on there for £9.99. Don't do that. Go for our one. Look, go for the one for our show page, because it's pretty much a buy one get two free with the deal we've got. Stu's been very kind. Look, he's made up the basket that I suggested here. A triple pack of the Gora. It's a triple pack of the Verbena, so you only have to put one each of those in your basket. And we're going to go for 2 of the coreopsis. You don't just want one. And we're going to put, and we've got the freebie in there. What do I need to do, Stu? The order, the order total is £36.95. So actually, yes, you do need a third one because it's cheaper than going for 2 and paying the postage. Also, you want 3s as well, don't you? You need to plant in 3s. You've got 3 Verbenas, you've got 3 Goras, you need 3 of the coreopsis as well. And now, yeah, we do have a problem there. The postage hasn't come off for some reason, but it absolutely should do. So maybe we need to clear that basket and just start again. YGTV 3624 No, it's still not working, but it absolutely should do because it's over £40. So Stu will do a little bit of digging into that because the subtotal says 44.94, doesn't it? No, you haven't looked at the right total. The subtotal is 34.95, so we still need to add something else into our basket. That's fine, we can find something else.
Can we have the choice here? No?
£7 something, isn't it? Why not? That'll definitely be better than paying the postage. Which one's ours? That one. Add it to basket, view the basket. There we go, look, now we've got the basket to over £40. It's the subtotal you're looking at, by the way. When you're trying to see your under or over £40, it's that's got to be over £40. And that's where your free postage will then kick in. Right, what we're going to do is have a little comfort break. But you are going to hear from our head gardener, Peter McDermott. He is going to show us, or tell us all about the amazing premium professional compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow-release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow-release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic, and plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in, but most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
So yeah, that is why you need to be going for the Premium Professional Compost. If you have never tried it before, do please think today is the day to give this a try. It is fantastic. It will turn you into a better gardener overnight. I can promise that because I have done it myself. Next, we are going to talk to you. We're actually going to do a demonstration, which I love. I've got these in my garden. I have the Easy Fill hanger baskets. Do you have these?
No.
Did?
I did.
But you haven't anymore?
No, I left them at my old house.
Right, well, now's the time to get some more because we've got a great deal on these. You can buy a pair of our Easy Fill hanging baskets for £19.99, or you can buy 2 pairs for £39.99. Still change the details for us so you can have a little look at these. And these were an absolute sort of phenomenon when we first bought these many years ago, weren't they?
They were insane. I mean, we used to sell hundreds of thousands of these.
But the difference, so the benefits of this is fantastic. First of all, you've got all of the holes around the side. Now, don't worry, we've got these little gates we're going to put in to stop the compost and the plants from falling out. But what does this do?
Well, the first thing, because I remember when I used to demo these, the first thing I used to mention was, remember when you used to have the completely rounded hanging baskets? So you wanted to plant them up. So the very first thing you need to do was get a bucket, wasn't it? Put them on top of a bucket because they had a rounded bottom.
Yep.
If you put them on a surface like they'd just kind of do all that business. So first we had to fiddle about sitting on top of a bucket to get them stable. And then, of course, you had to get a liner. So it were those coil liners. A coil liner. Like, see, I'm from Swaffham. Or you'd use, like, moss, which is not good because we don't want to be, stripping the countryside of moss these days and using moss. All that's gone with these. Don't have that hassle with these because this frame will last you forever. You can use this year after year after year. You can change it from spring to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter. Just keep changing it throughout the season, and it's so easy to do. So what I've done is, it's like a cooking show, this already, because I've put a little bit of compost in the bottom already. Yep. And I've just sort of mounted it up into a bit of a dome. And then what Bexy's going to do...
I'm going to hand the plants in.
Bexy's going to hand me a plant.
We're going with our Pansy Cool Wave. These are the berries and cream, and we just feed these in from the outside. Now, the benefit here is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, because what it means is, I mean, that's sort of the thing. Don't do it from inside out. You can do it from outside in. Now, what that means is, with a traditional hanging basket, you might sort of struggle to get sort of big plants in. So on this, we can get really, really big chunky plants on here because we can drop them through like that. And this little dip at the bottom, this little curved bit at the bottom, just allows the neck of the plant to sit in that dip. And then you can take one of these little collars, one of these little gates, and then we can just actually clip that gate into position. So that gate just goes into position over the plant there, just press, and that clips that in place. So now, look at that plant. That's really nicely held in place, and we'll go around and do that all the way around.
Feeding them all the way around.
Yeah, so feed them in. Oh, it's a few years since I've done one of these, but I tell you what, it's like riding a bike, really. It comes back to you really, really easily. It's simple, doesn't it?
Is the next one?
Yeah, in fact, it was a bit cruel at this previous place we used to work because they used to put a timer on us.
No, we're only putting one in each. We only really need one in each here with these, don't we? But they are big enough if you want to actually put a couple in if you really want to.
Yeah, I mean,
but these will grow to such an extent that you do only need to put one in. Yeah,
these will fill out. But I mean, for instance, it could be in the spring. You could put bigger plants in, like geraniums or things like that, for example. So look, so we've now got our first sort of 4 plants in there, all nicely arranged. And what you'll notice is there's a nice equidistance between the roots and lots of growing space as well. So they're not immediately competing with their becks, are they, for compost and stuff. So what we'll do now is
another layer of compost in there. So we've got our premium professional compost. We'll put it into our heavy duty pot as well, by the way. We often talk about this. It's a great way, empty your compost into there, and then you can easily decant it from there into whatever you're doing, whether it's your hanging baskets or your pots and things.
Yep, so go up to the next level, and what I normally like to do is just dome it up a little bit. Yeah. So when you put the plants in, they kind of slope down a little bit and kind of nicely they're already sort of facing groundwards, if you like, which is what you want them to do. So should we do 2 in each now?
Yeah,
try that? Should we risk it? Should we risk it for a biscuit? I'm sure, because again, there's enough room to put 2 in there, 4, side 6, by side. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Just as long as they kind of sit in that neck, all right, because we don't end up guillotining them. So we'll drop that in place there. So we'll do 2 there as well. And you can do that when you've got sort of smaller plugs like this, you can do the 2 because there's enough room to actually kind of fix them into place. We do 2 there.
2 more.
So 1, 2. In fact, I'm going to do them that way round because then they fit in really nicely. Well, I forgot there's like double the amount of holes in the top, isn't there?
Yes.
So I think this is taking longer than the previous one.
Good job. We haven't got a clock on you, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
we've got eight apertures at the top, but of course at the bottom there's only 4. So then another little one there. But of course, this is the thing. You know, whenever you're doing, I don't know, I don't want to call this shopping telly, but whenever you do stuff like this on telly, there's always that pressure, isn't there, to kind of try and want to do it super quickly, super efficiently kind of thing. But you know what? You don't have to do it like that. That's the thing about this system. This system is so easy that, yeah, if you are short of time, yeah, you can do these super quick. You really can, because you think about the faffing about you would normally do with a conventional hanging basket. It does take more time. So you can do these super quickly. But again, because...
I just destroyed one of the plants. Sorry, you can only put 1 in that one.
Because this is super simple, you can take your time as well. There's no pressure on you to kind of go like this, like a maniac. But of course, if you had 15, 20 hanging baskets, well, you can get a wiggle on, and you can get these done really quickly.
Well, I did my winter hanging baskets using these last year. I did the Pansy Cascadia XL, the Pro plugs that we've got, but I used these, and I also did these for my summer hanging baskets. And it's just so quick and easy to do. Obviously, those gates there, they're going to hold all of that compost in place.
Let's just have a sort of an aerial look, if you like. You can see they're all nicely spaced out. So, you know, and there's lots of soil in the middle for these to grow into. So what we're going to do now is, I'm just going to put some more compost in there.
So our premium professional compost all going onto the top, and then I've got some other plug plants to be able to plant into the top here. So I haven't gone with the cascading ones around the top, though you could if you wanted to. We probably should have done, actually. You could get some more of your cascading plug plants and go around the edge.
Well,
with the cascading ones.
Tell us we could have done Becks as well, if we thought about it.
Oh, I forgot that.
We could have put some bulbs in, couldn't we?
We could have
put some bulbs in, because then you can sort of have some tete or something like that.
What about these?
Oh, yeah, we could put
our
those...
vincas.
Yeah, we could put those on the very top
so
if
we
we
could put
wanted
our
to.
vincas around the top.
Well, let's do that together then.
Because they're going to trail over the edge of the pot, over the edge of the hanging basket.
What I'm going to put them kind of in between where I can see the plants below, so they sort of go in between those pansies there. So yeah, so they can go...
I'll go in between these ones here.
On the top there like that.
Make a little space, get them in.
I'll let you do
and then
that
you can
last
train
one.
those to trail over the edge there.
Let you do around
and then
there.
that one in here. But then we've also got these plugs as well. We've got our upright pansies here that we can also put into the top of the hanging basket as well. So if I go in there with that one, we can train those to go over the edges.
What I do is just give it a nice little tap. Yeah, and now we can...
we've got our violas which we can plug the gaps in at the top here.
So go for one in the middle. I mean, you could go for something a bit taller in the middle if you want to, for the winter time.
Well, it's up to you guys, whatever you want to plant in them. But this is the idea behind these hanging baskets, is that they are just really easy. They give you that lovely ball of colour, that rounded display very quickly and easily. You can get it with other hanging baskets, but it just takes a little bit longer to create that full
one there
colour.
As well?
Whereas with these, because you're planting in from the edges around the sides, you're getting that ball of colour much quicker and easier. And that's it, we're
Susan
done.
gone wonky. What's happened? It's gone a bit off skew. Right, so then it's just hanging the chain, isn't it?
Oh yes, and this is so simple to do as well, isn't it? I'm going in with more. I'm an overplanter and I can't help it. I don't care.
I'm an overplanter and I just don't care. I'm an overplanter and I just don't care.
So
you could go for another one there if you wanted to.
The hangers have a T-bar fastening, don't they?
Yeah, they do. So you drop the T-bar through the side and then it sits under the lip of the hanging basket. And what I normally do is I normally so the T-bar's like that, then I normally bring it up to the vertical, and then if I find... Where's the first?
Well, I'm messing about planting.
There you go. Then what I normally do is drop that through. Now, it's a little while since I've done this, but still, and then just give it a little tug. Yeah, that's gone in place. So I'm going to...
It's a 4-point chain with this size of basket here. I'm filthy now, look. Woohoo!
There's 2 for you.
2 for me.
2 for you, 2 for me.
So I'm going in this side, look. Turn it round on its side, push it through.
Give it a little shake.
And then pull it back up, and that's now secured and into place. Where's my other hole? Here it is. I'll just do that one around the back here. Push that one in.
And just give the chain a little tug before you finally lift it up, just to make sure that they're all in place. And then, wow, that's quite heavy, that one. Oh. And there you go.
Okay, so that's then going to fill out, and it's going to, you know, spread, multiply. That's going to then fill that ball of colour and make it look absolutely gorgeous.
And I can't hold it up any longer.
We've got the upright violas in at the top there, so you're going to get that lovely upright growth at the top and all of that lovely sort of cascading growth around the sides. And that is how easy it is to fill your easy fill hanging baskets. The deal on these today is 2, so you can get a pair for £19.99. So you'll get 2 of them. Where have I put the other one? So that's it. It comes to you, and you get all the little gates included in there, and you get the chains included in there as well.
Spare one there.
So it's a pair of them for £19.99, or you could, if you want to, go for 2 pairs here for £29. Sorry, for £29.99. So some money, yes.
I'm going to clean this off because I don't like all that muck on there.
I've only got 2 hanging baskets, but stick a few more brackets up, and you could create these. I mean, somebody sent us some pictures recently. Who was it who had those hanging up on their fences?
No, you say I remember that. Because do we have the half ones as well? Because we used to do half ones, didn't we, as well?
They're not on the deal today, but we do have different sizes. These ones are the 15-inch diameter ones, but I think we've got the smaller ones as well.
But of course, you know, Bex and I, we could have put some bulbs in there. We didn't think about that, but we could have put some of the crocuses, some of the tulips, some of the daffodils in there. And then in the spring, you can just reverse the process. So in the spring, when all these are finished, when these have gone over, then you could replace these with lobelia. You could replace these with geraniums. Yeah, just kind of whatever you want to use.
So Maureen apparently is in the Facebook chat, and she's asking where all the plants come from. Well, they come from us. I mean, we're in the UK. We're based in the middle of Lincolnshire. This is where we dispatch the plants from. I mean, they're in the nursery right now, ready to be dispatched to you. We grow some on ourselves. We obviously bring some in via various suppliers. But yeah, they come to you from us here in the heart of Lincolnshire.
Shall I tell you what we should do one day?
What's that?
One day, when you and I are doing this, Stu should come in the room.
Yeah.
And then we follow Stu, and we go out the door.
Yeah.
Outside.
I'd love to. The Wi-Fi's not very good,
oh,
unfortunately.
Is it not?
That's the problem. We've got the Wi-Fi here, but as soon as we start walking out there, the Wi-Fi signal isn't good enough.
Silly.
So it'd be we
silly
want
technology.
To do it. I'm sure Stu will find a way at some point,
yeah,
so we can actually
good,
show you it. But when we show you the little video at the beginning of when we start broadcasting these shows, that does show you the nursery. So, and that's where we are right now.
Gedney Hill.
In Gedney, yeah. Right, 130257 is the item number. Do think about getting your hanging baskets. Hanging baskets are not just for summer. Honestly, you can create some gorgeous hanging baskets for autumn and winter with all of the plants that we have been bringing you today. All of those garden readies. You're wobbling a bit there. I can see.
No, I'm going to hold it like this for the rest of the show. It's only an hour and 50 minutes.
You can do that, I'm sure. All right, 130257 for your hanger baskets. We've shown you how to pot those up. Where do you want to go next, Stu?
A&E for me. I've just done my shoulder in. Not really. Where are we going next?
Oh, we're gonna see geraniums. We're going to have a little look at the geranium roseannes in Sean's garden. That'll probably give us a bit of chance just to tidy it up. But yeah, geranium roseanne is an amazing plant for your garden. It comes in a 2-litre pot. It is the plant, or it's one of, so if I had a list of 20 plants that I would definitely plant in my garden, I've got it in my garden, but if I was starting brand new and I had a list of 20 plants, geranium roseanne is right up there, top of the list, because I absolutely adore it. Great for ground cover, long flowering, and pollinators love it as well. Let's have a little look in Sean's garden.
Well, this is geranium roseanne in my garden, and there's 2 plants in. I planted them almost 3 years ago. They were in 2-litre pots, I remember, and they've just gone absolutely crazy. And they're beautiful. And I'll be honest, this summer, I haven't fed them yet. I haven't deadheaded. I haven't trimmed them. I've just let them do their own thing. And what is so lovely, the colour is amazing. So from the top of the garden, you see this just mass of mauve. They, for me, are just such a wonderful plant, and I can see why they won Plant of the Centenary at Chelsea. And what that basically means is, in 1913, Chelsea was celebrating its 100th year, and this plant was chosen to be the best plant over that 100 years. So absolutely incredible. Now, in the wintertime, it will die down, and what I'm going to do in spring I'm going to separate them a bit because they've gone a bit wild here. I might even divide them as well because you can divide them. But for the time being, for the rest of this summer, I'm just going to leave them because they look absolutely glorious. The pollinators love them as well. And the amount of colour you get, I mean, there's hundreds of flowers there, and these have looked this good for the last several months. It's an amazing plant and one I'd highly recommend in any garden.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. That plant is just an incredible one. It flowers for such a long time. It creates gorgeous ground cover. It won Plant of the Centenary at the Royal Horticultural Chelsea Flower Show. And I do believe they've given it their badge of perfect for pollinators as well. And it's so true because you will see bees hopping around in this plant. Really, really low maintenance as well. I never touch mine. I just leave it alone and it flowers for months on end.
Are they one-legged bees?
No.
Oh.
Why would they be?
You said they were hopping around.
Hopping around. Hopping around. 560292. It does come in the 2-litre pot, so it's a really well-established plant for you. And we're going to move on to two more very, very well-established plants for you. This one is the Cordyline Can-Can, which I'm going to do for you right now. Got my leg quite high then, I don't know if you noticed. 680263 is the item number if you'd like to go for this one, and I think this is one of the most spectacular when it comes to the Cordyline,
This
right?
is blooming beautiful. This, look at this, Bex. I mean,
It's
look at that.
so
I'm going to lean it
pretty.
forward. Look at that. How
better than my
gorgeous
cat,
is that? That's
Cordyline.
like an explosion of colour, isn't it? The new leaves are these incredible. Well, they're pinks, they're reds, they're kind of. Sort of almost, magenta sort of colours in there. And then, as the leaves kind of mature, they gradually kind of change from that deep, deep pink. They go sort of half pink and then sort of green. And then eventually, it almost looks like there's two plants in one pot because the leaves, once they finally mature, go to that green colour with that almost sort of, I wouldn't say yellow, but off-white kind of marks. Variegation on the edge of the leaves, looking absolutely spectacular and gorgeous.
Every Cordyline wishes it was a Can-Can Cordyline because this one really does have such an array of colours. And the thing with Cordylines for me is, and actually, who was it who sent us the picture last week? Is it Tony? I feel like it was Tony that sent us the picture, and it was such a beautiful picture, and it highlighted everything we say about Cordylines in the fact that they create this gorgeous contrast with the softer foliage in our gardens.
They do, and also they look good in really raised planters, things like Grecian urns and things like that, where they can be, where they're a little bit elevated. They look great because the lower leaves can get to hang down without touching the ground. Now, a few little things about these. What you'll find is, as time goes by, here's one here, for example, you'll notice that some of the lower leaves start to go a bit yellow and a bit off looking. Don't worry about that, that's normal. What you do is you just get that leaf and pull it down. There's another one there. Pull it down and you go around the plant like that. I mean, that'll only happen every so often, and what will happen in time is eventually it'll form a little trunk at the bottom, and it almost becomes like a little like a little palm, almost like a little sort of, I mean, they call them torbay palm or cabbage palms because it gets that look to it. When they're very mature, they actually flower. They send out these really weird kind of looking little side branches that come out, and then they splay out and they get covered in hundreds of these really tiny little white but beautifully sweet scented flowers. So this will flower eventually, but mainly it's a structural plant, it's an architectural plant, it's a dramatic plant, and it's a plant that looks good all the way throughout the year. I mean, it looks fantastic in the summer with all the summer bedding plants around it, for example. It makes a nice specimen plant for a centre of a lawn. Or perhaps at the moment you just got a big area of gravel that's a little bit boring, a little bit dull, and you want to put something in the middle of that gravel to create a bit of drama.
It's great for a feature, isn't it?
They look great, don't they, in places like that. Pretty hardy. These, I mean, most of these got through last winter. There was a winter, 2 or 3 winters back where a lot of them did suffer. But if you think it's going to be particularly cold, you can give these a little bit of protection in the winter. So all you do is in the winter time, from the bottom, just gather them up like this, and then just tie them round with something soft. I mean, one of my ladies uses old pairs of tights because it's just nice. So
nice and soft, not going to damage the leaves.
Not going to damage the leaves, so she ties them sort of at the bottom, ties them to the top a little bit.
And it protects the crown then, because that's where the new growth comes from. So if you protect the centre and you protect that crown and keep it, it's like giving it a little duvet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't keep it tied up like that all winter.
No,
We're only talking about for the frostiest nights and days, the chilliest bits, and then release it. And that will protect it and mean that it won't get all wet and cold gold in that centre there. 680263 is the item number. It is a £3 saving on that one. It's the most spectacular when it comes to cordyline. Maureen, it's our pleasure to let you know where it's all coming from. She says she's going to add the Lavatera into her basket. Wants to know how big it's going to get.
We say about 2 metres on those.
Yeah, it can do.
Ultimately.
And it will grow like that in a full season. So generally what you'll do is at the end of the season, you'll trim it back, maybe to like 60, 70 centimetres in height. And then in springtime, when you start seeing that new growth come through, you'll trim it back just a little bit more, down to where that new growth comes. And then within that full season, it will grow to, 5, 6 feet in height. And then you just repeat that process. It's a long-lived perennial for you. So you will have that for a while. Lavatera marshmallow, 3 9-centimetre pots, all 3 colours included in that one. And it is our deal of the week, 511527. Next, we've got another part of our Grow Your Own. We do a lot of Grow Your Own items here at YouGarden. We've got citrus plants, we've got orange, limes, lemons, we do blueberries, we've got apples, pears, we've got all sorts, but this is part of the cherry family, and this is cherry bush pothos.
So I'm just taking all the paraphernalia off.
You carry on. Julie, we've seen your question about the cherry. We'll answer that in a minute. Stu's seen your question about the cherry, but we will get on to that one. But this one is, it's a nice compact bush, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the term cherry picker, you'll have heard it talked about in relation to vehicles. You know those cherry pickers that rise up and they get up really tall? They're called cherry pickers because you used to have to get really high up. The cherries would grow right up at the top of the tree canopy and you'd need a cherry picker to get up there. You don't need that with this, do you?
No, you don't, because this isn't a cherry tree. This is a cherry shrub or a cherry bush. This is a bush cherry, believe it or not. This is never going to get to more than about 2 metres tall. So it's incredibly easy to pick the fruit on this.
You can always be picking it. You don't have to get on ladders.
No.
Unless you're really short.
And you can see, look at the picture, this is a multi-stemmed cherry. Once it gets established, it sends out more new shoots. It's a multi-stemmed cherry, and you're going to get sort of pounds and pounds and pounds worth of really sweet cherries from these. Easy to pick, and also because these aren't super tall, you can put netting over them, you can put stuff over them to stop the birds getting to them. Just make sure that when you do net these, you use bird-friendly kind of netting, the birds aren't going to get caught in. So sometimes it's best to use horticultural fleece, for example, or something like that, just to keep the birds out of there. But yeah, if you want to be picking pounds and pounds of super sweet cherries without going up ladders, without going up steps, from a cherry that naturally grows as a bush rather than a tree, pothos is the one to go for.
Absolutely. So 300176. Don't worry about things getting up really high for you to not be able to reach and pick the fruits. You'll be able to pick the fruits from these. Lovely sunny position, and I just love the idea of picking your own cherries.
And I've forgotten something.
They're expensive when you buy them in the shop.
Yeah, cherries are stupid expensive, aren't they?
Stupid expensive.
I've done this normal thing that I said earlier on. Yeah, when we talk about things we eat, we just talk about
the fruit.
We just talk about
the blossom.
Cherry blossom.
Yeah.
That's another thing with this.
It's a massive part of it, isn't it?
Beautiful in the spring, masses and masses of white blossom in this. So that's the thing. Don't always think about things that we eat as just being kind of utilitarian type of plants. They can be really ornamental and fragrant and beautiful as well. And this is both. And also, cherry leaves in the autumn, lovely colours.
Yeah.
They go sort of those oranges, those reds, those yellows. So this is a plant for all times of the year.
We have had a question. It was from Julie, and she was asking about what was the type of cherry she said, Stu? Cherry laurel.
Yeah.
She's got cherry laurel that she seems to be struggling with. Her neighbours have got one and it's beautiful, and hers is not so good. Have you got any tips for us on general kind of cherry
that's a type
care?
of prunus. That's Prunus laurocerasus, which is the cherry laurel. Normally, they are pretty bomb-proof. For example, generally, I mean, they do well in shade. They do well in full sun. I mean, if she could give me some bit more detail of kind of why it's not looking good. I mean, if it's looking a bit yellow and a bit off colour, feed it, give it a good liquid feed. Sometimes in really poor soil they can be a bit yellow. That's what's called chlorotic. So if the leaves are looking a bit yellow and a bit chlorotic, get yourself one of those ericaceous feeds that's got manganese, magnesium and iron in it. And water it with that, and that will yellow it up. Sometimes also they have this thing called, I think they call it shotgun. I think it's shotgun disease or something. But basically what happens is in the spring, when the first new leaves start to unfurl, they can get attacked by aphids or insects that nibble in the leaves. As the leaves mature, these holes open up to become bigger holes, and it looks like somebody's shot the shrub with a shotgun and blasted holes in it, hence the name. So if you've got that, then you just need to be a bit more observant about those pests in the spring and getting rid of those before they damage the leaf. But funny enough, Bex has just picked up our blooming fast, and that has got the... In fact, on the side, let's have a look, Bex, because I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, I haven't got my glasses on, but...
It's quite small writing on there,
I'm
afraid.
my God, you're not kidding, are you? No, I can't read that. But that will... I'm sure that will have iron in it, I'm sure it'll have manganese, and I'm sure it'll have magnesium.
Stu's going to zoom in with the camera. Let's see how close and how steady I can hold it.
Oh, there we go. I can see iron. Yeah, I can see manganese. Yeah, it's got that. It's got the zinc. It's got the manganese. It's got the iron. So that's good. Yeah.
So this would be a great feed.
Yeah, because that's a good feed. Because sometimes
we know it's a great feed
when
anyway,
plants get the sort of the yellowing of the leaves, it's called chlorosis, and chlorosis is generally caused by lack of iron or manganese or magnesium, which are trace elements. So if you feed them with something that's got those trace elements in, they'll green up again and they'll look really, really healthy. But if you get a moment, email us back again and tell us exactly why you don't think it, what does it look like? Does it look yellow? Does it look and then we can give you a bit more of a specific solution for it.
All right, well, it's 100048 if you want to go for the blooming fast. It's a 1.25 kilogram tub, so this is a really big tub. Like the fact that it comes in the plastic pot here, because it's really easy to just put the lid back on, going to keep it nice and secure, whereas obviously in the bags you'd probably need to put it into another plastic tub. And this one is going to last you for such a long time. We've got a £5 saving on that one at the moment. It's £14.99. I'd definitely be adding that in, because that's going to work across your, you grow your own plants, but it'll also work for your shrubs and flowers and things throughout your garden. Also works fine on indoor plants as well. 100048 is the item number if you would like to go for your blooming fast. Now we need to go back to our favourites table. Do remember that today, by the way, when you place an order and you put in your code, the code is going to unlock all of the deals, the buy one get one free, the savings that are going to happen, but you're also going to get this added into your basket as well. It's a current issue of Garden News. The date on it is September the 7th, and it's got loads and loads of articles, wonderful things in here that you can learn about. Carol Klein has done an amazing bit in here. There's something about composting in here. I mean, that's us, isn't it? That's YouGarden, I think, right there. But there's loads of art. You can buy yourself some pants. Why not? I mean, there's always advertising.
Don't fancy them
but
myself.
Look, I mean, just the inspiration you're getting from the pictures and things and the articles in here. Grab yourself a cup of tea, sit down with your Garden News, have a read, or your complete guide to seed saving. That's collecting your own seeds from your plants,
actually,
looking
Bex,
after those.
This is a really good little magazine, because for not a huge magazine, it is packed with a lot. Because I've seen magazines like this sometimes. It's all flim-flam and big pictures and lots of adverts.
There's a bit of advertising, but in as you would expect, but there's loads and loads going on in here. There's Carol Klein's one, Over the Fence, Cameras in Action in the Garden. So yeah, this is going to be added into your basket free of charge when you place your order, as long as you use the code YGTV3624. We're going to be doing this for the next 4 weeks. It will be a different magazine each week, by the way. So don't think that if you place an order, one order each for the next 4 weeks, you can get 4 magazines. You won't. You'll get different ones over the next 4 weeks. We've had to come back to the favourites table because apparently the Agora is agorable and you are absolutely loving it. And I'm very pleased that you do, because it's one of my absolute favourites. Gorgeous pink flowers.
It is. Well, funny enough, this always reminds me of my grandma, because she used to have a field at the side of her garden where she kept a really huge, great big bull.
A bull?
A bull, yeah.
Right.
But we had to get rid of it. Yeah, a proper great big bull, but we had to get rid of it because we were frightened it might gore her. Sorry.
Do you know, there was a point in that story where I was like, oh, no, this is a joke. I can feel there's a joke coming.
Sorry. I apologise.
I could feel it. Check out the roots on that, though.
We can't repeat what you just said.
Let's not say that.
No.
Yeah, beautiful root system on here. Very strong, very healthy plants. They have been trimmed back lately. Obviously, these were all in flower earlier. In fact, the video that Stu's going to show you, that is what these plants look like. They have been trimmed back and they are, you know, raring to grow in your garden. Great time to get them in now, though, right?
It is, because if you get these plants established now, and you know, and Bex the other day kind of just gave such a brilliant example of kind of the life of a plant. Because you imagine, I mean, traditionally we think about planting plants in the spring, don't we? So perhaps, I don't know, April, May time, as soon as the first warm days come out, we think about planting. But if you think this plant, this Gora, when you get it home, you're taking it out of the pot. If you do that on a really hot spring day, you're asking this plant to do two things at once. You're asking it to grow because it's springtime, and you want it to flower. So on the top end, it's trying to do its best to put on those new shoots, develop flower buds and flower for you. But of course, in order to do that, it needs to absorb moisture, it needs to absorb nutrients. But you've just stuck it in the ground. It hasn't made any contact with the surrounding soil.
Yep.
So the poor thing is really stressed out because you're saying grow, 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 flower, flower, flower.
But it needs to produce its roots in order to do that. It's diverting its energy in two different directions.
Which stresses the plant out. So take the stress away from this plant and let it do the right thing at the right time of year. Plant this plant now while the ground is really, really warm, and it will do the most priority thing for it, which is get its roots into the ground. So it'll get those roots into the ground, it'll get itself established. And honestly, test this out yourself. When you get one of these home, plant it in a pot or in a border in the garden, and then in 10 days' time, get the bottom of it and just gently pull it and try and lift it, and you'll find you'll get resistance, because already in that time
it'll have started to produce its roots.
It would have rooted itself
and then in springtime next year, all it has to do is focus on growing upwards for you.
That's it.
The chances are you'll get a better display from it by planting it in autumn than you would if you planted it in spring. This is why autumn is such an important time in the gardening calendar. Hello to everybody, by the way. If you have just joined us, thank you so much for coming to join us here on YGTV. We are here a couple of days a week. We're here on a Thursday, we're here on a Sunday. So Thursday morning from 10 a.m. and Sunday morning from 10 a.m. You will see myself, you will see Adam, you'll see Sean Ryan, you occasionally see our head gardener in here as well. And what we have built here is just a lovely gardening community. Some people who've been in with us right from the beginning, who watch every single week, and new people finding us time and time again. So big thank you to all of you for coming to join us. But what we do bring you is amazing plants. We talk about gardening for everyone, and we also talk about gardening throughout the entire year. I know there are peak seasons in the year that will get out in the garden, but there's something you can be doing all the way through the year. Everything here, by the way, comes to you direct from us. We are right now standing in the nursery. It's not open to the public, unfortunately. It's a full working nursery. It's an 11-acre nursery. Just outside those doors there's 11 acres worth of plants, and it's a glorious place to be.
It is.
We built our own, what's it called? The water thing.
Reservoir.
Reservoir, thank you, that's the word I was looking for. There is a reservoir on site which we use to water all the plants with, which is great because they much prefer rainwater. It obviously saves us millions of litres of water throughout the year as well. All of our packaging is fully recyclable. We have electric machinery on site. We are trying to be as environmentally conscious as we can. As gardeners, we definitely want to do that, and we should be doing that. We bring you deals of the week, we bring you edibles, we bring you bulbs, we bring you pots, we bring you compost. That's our nursery right there, and those beds are filled with that kind of colour. They're not live shots, unfortunately, but you know what, they look pretty good. You know, even now they're still full of glorious colour, and that is our nursery. I'm very proud to work here.
Yeah. Those glass houses, amazing.
Look at that, look at all those oleanders.
Lovely echium there.
And there's the Acer tunnel in there. Oh, it's amazing, honestly. And that's where everything's picked and packed and dispatched from as well. So it's a really fantastic operation we've got.
There's something else we do, Bex, as well, which, you know, I'm going to say it's unique to us. I'm pretty sure it is, but it might not be, but I think it is. We have that lifetime guarantee, don't we, on the plants as well? Winter hardy plants, you see the little snowflake symbol, you've got that promise.
Yeah, so when you go onto our product page, if you can see that there's a snowflake symbol that says winter hardy, which I imagine the Gora, the Coreopsis, the Choicea, the Lavatera, I pretty much guarantee all of those have it. That's the symbol you're looking for. That's the lifetime guarantee. So if this plant dies at any point, you can get back in touch with us and say, it died, I did everything I could to look after it, but it still died, and we will replace it free of charge. All you have to do is cover a postage cost to get it out to you. But yeah, you can take advantage of that, and I've never found anywhere else that does that.
No,
so
not lifetime.
I think it's exclusive. Right, so we've talked about the Gora, so let's have a little look at Coreopsis, and this is one I think you should go for along with your Gora.
Yeah, I mean, because this Coreopsis is just one of those plants. It's flesher. It's just a real giver, this plant. But
sneezing it off at the same time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're snuffing. You're having a little snuff. But it's one of those plants, isn't it, that just sort of gives and gives and gives and gives and flowers and flowers and flowers. And Bex was saying it's got their foliage like the asparagus springaria, the little kind of house plant.
Yeah, the house plant.
Yeah, and it's just so easy. It's not very demanding of soil. It will grow in pots. It will grow in troughs. It will grow in planters. Quite happy at the front of the border. Flowers for month after month after month. Come back year after year after year. And just a plant. It's just one of those plants that you can just plant and leave, and it'll just get on with itself. You know, it doesn't need lots of fuss and attention, doesn't need staking or deadheading or anything like that. It'll just give you lots of joy for almost minimum input.
Yeah, now do think about adding more than one into your basket. It's an amazing price. It's a half-price deal, $4.99. Threes is a great number to plant in, so maybe think about adding 3 of these into your basket, particularly if you're going for it with the Gora and are going to plant them together, because you've got 3 of these. Let's get 3 of these as well to go with them. 560773 is your item number if you want to go for the Coreopsis Moonbeam. I also want to I want you to add in the purple one. The Verbena bonariensis. The purple one, you know. Verbena bonariensis, Gora and Coreopsis. I think that is a planting scheme just perfect. They're going to look really, really nice. The Verbena is $9.99 for 3. Details are on the screen. Coreopsis $4.99. Get 3 of those. That's it in Sean's garden, looking absolutely fantastic. And you can have exactly that kind of display as well. It's so pretty, lovely and tall. Quite a vigorous grower as well, so it's not one you have to wait for ages to get those displays from. And there are loads of those little flowers on those flower heads that the bees absolutely adore. It is Royal Horticultural Society approved. It has their badge of perfect for pollinators. Plus, it's got the Award of Garden Merit, and that shot right there, Stu, well done for getting that, because that shows exactly what what you plant this for. It's borders without barriers. You can create a lovely border there, but you can still see through it.
You've got those super wiry stems as well, so it doesn't need staking. It stands upright, and even in heavy rain, what you find sometimes in heavy rain, it kind of leans towards one side for a little while, and then as soon as the wind blows and it dries out, it stands bolt upright again, and it flowers for such a silly long time. I mean, literally, it's another 3 or 4 month sort of flowering period on then, isn't it? This one,
yeah,
a good
it's
3
really
or 4
long.
months, and it will seed about. So you can get lots of plants for free on this.
Yeah, totally.
Easily. I mean,
in fact, I remember there was somebody in one of the gardening groups that I'm on YouGarden, not YouGarden, sorry, on Facebook, and they were saying that they have planted up 40 little seedlings that they have, little plants that popped up in their garden. They've dug them up, potted them up, and they're going to give them away to friends. It's a fantastic plant to have in your garden. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. We are here every single Thursday and Sunday, and we broadcast all the way through the year, because there is gardening for you to be able to do all the way through the year. There are deals to be had here. We even have shows, right the way up to Christmas as well. So every single Thursday, every single Sunday, myself will be here, or Adam will be here, or our lovely Sean Ryan will also be here. Between us, we tend to cover all of those shows off, don't we?
We do, yeah.
It's gardening for everybody, and it's gardening for every single season. So you don't have to worry when it slows down elsewhere. We will continue to broadcast, and we will bring you our shows. We broadcast on Facebook, YouTube, and via the YouGarden website. And I mean, you can watch YouTube on your big telly if you've got a smart television. You know where you go and you watch Netflix and Disney and ITVX and BBC iPlayer. If you go into the YouTube app on there, just type YouGarden in, you can watch this live show, plus loads of those previous ones that we've done as well, because they're always there for you to be able to watch back. And remember, that is all year round. 52 weeks of the year, almost. I think we do shut down a little bit at Christmas, couple of weeks, but pretty much every other week we will be here. And we will have done some pre-recorded shows for those ones. Yeah, and what we always do is pick the right product for the season as well, don't we? Like,
we're what you call pertinent.
Pertinent.
We're
Well,
pertinent.
right now, for example, we're looking at perennial plants. That's great to get in the garden now so that they establish ready for next year and the growth and the flowers you'll get. We've got our spring bulbs that we've got going on. So you need to be planting those now ready for your spring displays. But we've also got all of our garden readies that we're bringing you. And that is mostly to do with autumn and winter colour. So we very much bring you what's in stock now and what you should be doing in your garden now.
And would it be kind of, I don't know, a bit out there to say, you know, if there's anything we're not showing, we can ask customers.
There's thousands of products on our website.
I saw, I mean, we're not...
Try again.
Try again. I saw at the beginning of the show this morning, there's some lovely trays of Sweet Williams out there.
Yes.
So, you know, you might want us to do Sweet Williams one week because they're great for planting now and they'll flower next spring.
Absolutely.
You might want some wallflowers, for
If
example.
there's something that you want a deal on that we're not showing, let us know. Join the chat. Get in the chat on Facebook, get in the chat on YouTube, or send us an email at ygtv@yougarden.com. As long as we've got it in stock and they can do us a deal, they're pretty open to putting stuff onto our YGTV shows. So we can have a little bit of influence on that. So if there's something you want, you let us know. Choicea Tonata is our next one. This one is phenomenal. This is a plant that most people should have in their gardens, I think. You know, it's one of those shrubs, those bushes that goes into the border. You could even keep it in a pot, couldn't you?
Yeah,
and it will delight all year round.
You'll always give like sort of the analogy with one of these plants, like you remember the kid in your class at school that was, you know, super good looking. They were brilliant at sport. They were brilliant academically. They were really popular. You know, they were kind of absolutely everything, and you always wanted to be that kid. Well, that's Choicea Tonata. They've got everything going for them. This shrub is never ever free of leaves. It's always evergreen. So all the way through the year it looks interesting. There's always something to enjoy about this plant. This plant is hardy, it's drought tolerant, it's got a nice growth habit. Generally it's got a lovely upright growth habit to it. If that wasn't enough, come the spring, winter hardy guarantee on this. Come the spring, it is smothered mid to late spring in hundreds of beautiful white flowers with those yellow stamens, super fragrant. And then once the main flowering period is finished, then it flowers again a little later on. It sends out sporadic flowers every now and again. And you can leave this plant to just become natural and do its own thing, or you can trim it or shape it, or even let it become, if you ordered 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, you could even grow it into a nice sort of loose hedge.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous one.
It's a really adaptable plant.
Sweet citrus fragrance, really sweet, lovely orange fragrance that you get from this. It is really beautiful, and it is half price today. Just check out the size of that pot, by the way. It's a 2-litre pot. This is a very well established plant here. So yeah, it's really ready to get planted into your garden. You can definitely find a space for that one. 511495 is the item number. You go to yougarden.com to place your order. You can go to the phone line as well if you want to. It's open until 4 o'clock today. Just tell them you've got an offer code. You can see it on the screen. YGTV 3624. That's how you get the savings applied to your order. Next one, we've got the spring tulip and crocus mix. You do get a free gift in your order as well if you put that code in. And this week it is the magazine, it is the Garden News magazine that will get added into your basket, a current issue of that one. It just gets added in, just put the code in, that'll automatically come out with your order. Right, so this one is only £4.99. This is a great item to go for just because it's a fantastic mix of bulbs. But also, if your order is at about £38, £37, you'll be paying £6.99 postage. It's one postage cost if your order is under £40. But I don't want you to pay that postage. So if your order is around that, £37, and you're paying the £6.99, don't do that. Add this in instead. Even if you have no intention of planting these, you can give them away to somebody as a gift. You're going to pay less to get your order delivered to your house than you would if you were paying the postage. And then you've got a gift you can give to somebody. 600244 is the item number. This is a great mix, though, we've got here, isn't it?
It is a great mix because you're going to get an extended flowering period for probably a couple of months. The crocuses will come first and last for a good 2 or 3 weeks. Then there'll be just the tiniest little bit of a lull, and then the tulips will come through, and then they'll give you that sort of joy as well. Gorgeous tulips in here as well. Because
Johann Strauss tulips,
Yeah,
these are.
I like the kind of the little sort of red on the back of the petals. That's a nice added feature. And just a quick thing to tell you, because we never assume that everybody knows everything about gardening. When the bulbs arrive, the tulips and crocuses are in one pack. Simply, the tulips are the big bulbs, the crocuses are the little ones.
Yeah, nice and easy. General rule is pointy side up when you're planting them, but don't worry too much. Nature will find a way. It will right itself easily. And also when you're planting, the general rule again is twice, 2 to 3 times depth in the pot as the height of the bulb. I'm never too particular on it, and I never seem to have a problem.
You don't have to be
Certain
fussy
bulbs
about that.
have specific requirements, but generally that's the rules that you need to follow. So that is the first of our bulb packs that we've got for you. It is very much about bulb planting season. We start somewhere around September. We can be planting bulbs right the way through into October, November. I've planted them December and January in the past and they still pop up. Don't worry about it. But now is the time to get hold of your bulbs before they sell out, basically. And there's certain mixes that tend to be the more popular ones that will go more quickly. So do grab hold of those while you can. Should we give you a little reminder of some of the bulbs that we've got available in actual fact? Tete-a-tete. Ah, love these. So this is one of the most popular every year, but it is also one of the most popular today as well. And you are going to get 100 of these. Now the tete-a-tetes are the smaller daffodils. So I think these are your classic daffodil shape. You've got that lovely kind of, those petals at the back, the trumpet shape at the front. They're that gorgeous sunshine yellow colour, but these are the miniature form, reaching about 15 and 20 centimetres in height. You will get multiple stems from one bulb, and sometimes you get multiple flowers as well. That's where the head-to-head bit comes from, the tete-a-tete. 630091 is the item number. £10 saving on here, only accessed by entering the code YGTV3624. If you're looking at the screen and saying there's 2 prices on the screen, which one am I paying? Is it the one in red, the £14.99, or is it the one in the yellow, £13.49? You need to join the club. The club costs you £5 to join. It lasts you for 12 months. It's not £5 a month, it's £5 a year. And what that will give you is 10% discount off the plants, the bulbs, the pots, the compost, pretty much everything that we bring you in the potting shed. And if you add that up to what you would normally spend on your gardening items throughout the year, I promise you that club is an amazing thing to be a member of. We have over 45,000 members. 600245 is the item number for the next pack of bulbs. That is the Tulip Paradise Purple Mix. Now this is on a 3 for 2. But it is a mix and match. You can mix and match this with the crocus deal. We'll probably show you that next. You could go for 3 bulbs of your paradise mix if you want to. So you get 75 of these gloriously coloured purples and beautiful whites, but this has got the extra special bulbs included. We've got those fimbriata edges, those crimping, ruffled bits around the edges of some of those petals. It's an incredible one. It's classy, it's high end, it's definitely in the designer category. 600245 is your item number for that one. If you're in the club, you'll get an extra £1 off that at £8.99. But maybe you don't want 75 of your Paradise Purple. Maybe you only want 25 of those, and you want 2 packs of your Crocus. This is where the mix and match comes in. They're both on the same 3 for 2 offer. So no matter what you do, 1 pack will be free. Just add what you want into your basket between the Crocus and the Paradise Purple, and 1 pack will be free. Do think about going for this one, because this is a gorgeous mix and it's one of the earliest flowering. Probably after your snowdrops, this is going to be the next sort of thing that's going to come in for you in your garden. You've got the purples, the yellows, the whites, and these are those lovely kind of cup shapes. You can plant them in drifts through your lawn. You could do a pot just with these in. You could do your lasagna planting. Nice and short, low-growing flowers that you've got here, but they do add that splash of colour that we want, that tell us that winter is nearly over and we can start looking forward to the longer days. Here's a great mix for you. So this is the pack of alliums, 100 bulbs you're getting, 7 different varieties, and they sort of flower at different times. This is the Nectaris gordum, the Siculums, and these have those dangling flowers. These are the Christophi bulbs, the big purple spheres, slightly more open habit on these ones. These are the mollies that you will get in here, the bright yellow coloured alliums. Then we've got, these are the Neapolitan or nigrams. These are the nigrams. You've got 2 white ones in there. You've got the spherocephalons in there. They're known as drumsticks. Now, those flower later. Those are more summer flowering. And these are the Neapolitanum ones that you get. So 2 varieties of white included in there. And the classics. These are the purple sensation, the more tightly packed balls of colour. Pollinators adore these. They're incredibly wildlife friendly. Bees hop around these all the time. And I just think getting 100 of these bulbs for $12.99 or $11.69 if you're in the club, that is incredible value. They are used a lot in designer schemes. You know, those stems can withstand the British weather. It's amazing how sturdy and strong they are. And you can even dry these as well. So, you know, the dried stems look amazing. If you're not sure, go for the 300 pack of spring flowering bulbs because you've got a really decent range in there. But if you love your alliums, then do think about adding. I mean, you could go for the 300 pack and the pack of 100 alliums. Oh, that's a lot for your money. Anyway, this is the spring flowering. You get the grape hyacinth, the muscaris included in there. You get the Iphion, a new selection. You've got the 3 colours this time. Last year it was just the blues. You've got crocus included in there, the mix of colours included. You've got the Triumph tulips. Again, a rainbow mix of colour included in there. You've got the spherocephalon, the drumsticks in that one, the latest flowering of them. The mollies, the allium mollies, and the those are the little miniature daffodils. So those are called Canaliculatus. 7 varieties, 300 bulbs, and it's a half-price deal. So that one, that's probably one of our most popular packs because it's really good price, and you're getting so many varieties. If you just want to dip your toe, probably the crocus and tulip mix, you know, those ones there. Yeah, that would be a great one. They're only £4.99. 600 244 is the item number. Right, garden readies. Oh, sorry, no, Pro Plugs first. We've got some garden readies coming, but these are fantastic. So Primrose Harlequin. Pro Plugs are small plug plants. That's not a problem though. You don't need to be a pro to grow these. All you have to do with these, you're not planting them straight out into your garden. You're going to pot these up into 9cm pots, grow them on for a few weeks, just on your windowsills, in your conservatories, in your greenhouses, and then probably in about 3 to 4 weeks you'll be ready to plant these out, giving you the beautiful winter and autumn colour. Lovely rosettes of flowers, bright. I mean, these really are bright rainbow colours, aren't they? And these are perennials. They'll come back for you year after year. They will form clumps as well, and you can divide those clumps and spread them around your garden. Free plants. We love a bit of free plants. Pro Plugs are probably one of the best ways, you know, to make your money go that little bit further, because they are just smaller plugs, so you're getting the best value for money here. All you've got to do is grow them on a little bit yourself. So those are the Pro Plugs we've got for the Primrose Harlequin, but we also have Pro Plugs in the Cascadia XL. Same price, same deal. You get 60 of them, $19.99, and these are a bit like our you know, the berries and cream Pansy Cool Waves or the other Cool Waves. Those cascade, these trail. So the other ones, they'll get to about 30-40 centimetres length. These are going to get to about 50 or 60 centimetres in length. So these work beautifully in your borders, in your hanging baskets, and in pots where they'll tumble and trail over the edge. And look at the colour mix. Look at the little faces that you can see in them as well. They are absolutely fantastic. 401172 is the item number. Get hold of those and brighten up your winter displays, your winter hanging baskets. Okay, so those are all the Pro Plugs, but we are going to talk about garden readies as well. Let me just show you the Pro Plugs first of all. This is the Pansy Cascadias. So this is how they come to you. These are the little cells that they come in. Now, what we've got in here, if I just give that a squeeze, hang on. What I do is squeeze and a tease. I squeeze the bottom here. Sometimes you can get like a little stick and stick it in the hole at the bottom, and that will help to release them. I find squeezing the side of the container just releases them out, look, and that is what a Pro Plug is. So it's just a little bit smaller.
Oh, look at that.
What you need, but look at the roots, even on that small plug plant there. Look at that root system. That is so healthy. It's really white and fibrous, and we know that that means a healthy plant, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, once that goes into some decent compost, that is going to zoom away, you know, because that root system is just primed to get this plant to burst into growth, burst into flower. And this is such a classically economic way of growing so many plants for such a small outlay, isn't it, Bex, really?
Yeah, it really is, honestly. Once you break that down, and the display you'll get from these is just incredible. So that is your Pro Plug. 60 of those plants. I bought exactly this last year, so I planted these up last year. I got my delivery, I got my 60 Pro Plugs. Didn't take me long to pop these up. I got all my little 9cm pots and various different pots, because we always keep them, don't we? We never get rid of them. They're all stacked up around the side of the house or in the corner of the greenhouse. That's what I did, filled all of those pots up with the compost, and then I just transferred them on. And that is them grown on after 4 weeks. So those tiny little plug plants that I just showed you grew into that on my conservatory windowsill, and then I just potted them up into my hanging baskets ready to go.
I just got my calculator out, and that means they're 30p each, I believe.
30p each?
Yeah.
30 pence a plant.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's a really, really cost-effective way of getting your displays in your gardens.
30p?
I know.
Can you imagine if that was grown on a bit in a pot in a garden centre, they'd be like £1.49 each, perhaps even not more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot more than that,
Crazy.
I reckon. 401172 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your order. Put the code in. So go to your basket page, and where it says, do you have an offer code, put the code in YGTV3624. By doing that, when you then go back and search the rest of the web, it'll show you the actual prices. So if you go to the website, go to Live Now, look. Down here, this is the items that we have selected for our show, but you've got the entire website to surf and look at. But these are the ones we've got here in the potting shed right now. So these are the ones that are going to come up at those special prices. And this is, I mean, look at that riot of colour we've got going on.
It's a beautiful mix, and there's some things we've not even gone to on there,
Gorgeous mix.
Yeah.
The pots, by the way, that you can see there, we've got 2 different sizes. They are the Helix family of pots, and it's a buy one get one free. So you've got 2 different colours, and you've got 3 different colours. The buy one get one free is so you'll get 2 the same basically. Those are the powdered clay option. So if you put one in your basket and you enter the code, look, another one pops up for free. You can go for the 10-inch diameter, you can go for the 13-inch diameter. All you have to do is choose which colour you want to go for. Is it the powdered clay? Is it the black and bronze? Or is it the black and silver?
This is
and then
silver.
you just need to decide which size you want to go for.
I thought I'd just whiz them out very quickly.
They're all UV stabilised, frost resistant. They've all got the drainage holes plus the extra channels for them to run away from the water to run away. You've got the lip around the edge for you to be able to pick these up nice and easily. But you just got to choose your colour and your size. Here's the 10-inch.
And we think it's gold, don't we? We say gold rather than the bronze. We think it's more goldy. Like putting the 2 together. I quite the silver actually. It's quite modern and funky. That's nice.
Well, there's your 2 different sizes, and I mean, if you want a family of them, whilst it's on this buy one get one free offer, maybe get 2 of each basically, and half of that order will be absolutely free. We won't run through all of the elves and all of the details for those, because that would just be very boring. But if you go onto the website, you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see all of the options we've got. Right, this is our premium professional compost, and this is the best compost. I'm putting it right out there. This is the absolute best compost that you can buy for your garden. Maybe you've tried it before. Maybe you've bought it from somewhere else before. The best price you'll get on this is if you come to us directly here at YouGarden, and specifically at YGTV. We do have an amazing deal here. We have a big saving, but if you become part of our discount club, you can get an extra 10% discount. You order 100 litres of this, and you're pretty much getting £2.50 off this just by being a member of the club. 2 orders of this in a year, you've paid for your club membership. And you get £20 worth of vouchers within our club membership as well. So your quid's in straight away. Adam's sticking his nose in it because it smells amazing, doesn't it?
Just smells so... And it just reminds me of my first job when I left school as well.
It's such a good smell.
I worked at a place that grew roses, but also they did lots of bedding plants and stuff in the spring. And I can remember when I first walked into the huge greenhouses at the top end where we transplanted all the little seedlings and stuff, It had that lovely composty kind of smell to it.
It's
That lovely
gorgeous smell.
fresh compost smell, and
it's
that's
to do
what
with
this has
the
got.
ingredients that we've got in here that gives it that amazing smell, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, to think to say about this is a hugely peat reduced compost as well, and we were reducing peat in our compost long before everybody else was doing the same thing. Eventually, we'll be peat free. You know, like the whole world will be peat free. But we've taken peat out, so what have we put back in? We're putting some composted wood fibre in. That does it does more than three, but major three things. It lets the air get down to the roots of the plants. That's really, really important. It allows the water to percolate through. So you've got one element holding onto some moisture. You've got another element creating drainage, so you're getting that perfect balance. But also, just imagine if you're a tiny, tiny, tiny little seedling or a little cutting or something like that, for example, and you need to make your way in the world. Well, you want something that you can get your roots down into really, really easy.
Lovely open, fibrous texture.
This is open, it's soft, it's light, it's airy, so it's just so ideal. I mean, can we just quickly... Oh, there we go. Look, the... picture there next to you, Bex. I mean, this is exactly what happens. You put it in really heavy, claggy compost, you'll end up with that kind of root at the bottom. But if you put it in this super lovely open compost, you get that massive fibrous root system, just like like this. Look, I mean, like, see this.
And the important thing here is to get that amazing root structure. What that's going to give you is a bigger, better, healthier plant. So if it's flowers you're wanting, you're going to get more flowers from it. If it's fruit production you're wanting, you're going to get bigger, better, healthier fruits from it. If it's dealing with changing weather conditions, the plant with a stronger root system is going to do that.
All those different things, Bex, exactly. I mean, you're just sort of equipping that plant to deal with so many more things. And you can see, this little plug plants, the little mini plugs we were showing you on our Cascadia. You can see there, look at the root system. I mean, that's grown in this professional compost. So you know this plant's going to zoom away. And that was grown from seeding this. So when we put it on to the next stage, and then we actually plonk it in the compost, within a few weeks, that's going to look fantastic. It's got that slow release fertiliser feeding it up to 6 months. It's got a wetting agent. I didn't even mention that earlier on. This is hydrophilic. It loves to absorb the moisture. So it's keeping those plants hydrated. And finally, it's pH balance, not too acid, not too alkaline, suits most amounts of plants. And finally, Stu always says the value is in the bag, not on the bag. That's why the bags are plain.
Yeah, well, it's a commercial product. So this was our compost. This is the compost that we used at the nursery and still use at the nursery. It didn't used to be available to customers. We didn't used to be able to get hold of it. But our head gardener did think, actually, we're getting great results here. We should share this with the world, and that's exactly what happened. I don't know how long ago, but probably at least 15 years ago, this actually became available for customers to be able to buy. And so many of our regulars come back time and time again for this compost because they know how good it is. They've seen the kind of results that you can get from it. It's so important to use the best compost. It's like your plant's vitamin pill for the day. If we lived on junk food every day of our lives, we wouldn't be happy, we wouldn't be healthy, and it's exactly the same for our plants. We need to give them the absolute best.
What do you say? No, you're welcome.
You're
no,
welcome.
Yeah, just
welcome.
said, yeah, thanks.
100125 is the item number. £2.50 saving if you are a member of our club as well. So don't forget to join the club. One thing we do need to talk to you about is our heavy-duty pots. I'm going to squish one of those plants now.
Tug of war.
Right, yeah, they're pretty. I mean, these are super strong, and that's because the handles are moulded into place on these. So if this was one of those floppy plastic trugs that you can buy, I just want to move that before I kill it. If this was one of those floppy plastic trugs that you can buy, you've had those before. The handles have ripped and broken off.
Oh, I've already got one in the garage that's only got one handle on one side.
And I tried gaffer taping it back on. It never works. But these are going to last you for absolutely ages. These are commercial growing pots.
These are commercial growing pots as well, and these are UV stable. These are frost resistant, double drainage holes as well. So, I mean, because these pots are the sort of thing you're going to keep a plant in for a long, long time. Say perhaps some of the miniature fruit trees. In time, the holes at the bottom tend to get blocked, don't they? Unless they're on pot feet. But you've got this additional drainage holes in the side, which is brilliant.
Yeah, and this is why it's really important, particularly in the UK. We know how horrendous the weather can be. And sometimes you just get these deluges of water, and that can be really damaging to our plants. A plant can recover more quickly from being underwatered than it can from being overwatered.
Yeah, overwatering is the biggest killer of plants, because obviously, if a plant is drought stricken, it can take measures to try and conserve the moisture. But if it's drowning, it can't pump the water out. It will just rot and drown.
So that's why we use these as commercial growing pots, and you will find these in nurseries and all over the place with things growing in them. But they're not just for that. I mean, I've got them for loads of growing stuff. You know, I've got I don't know, 15 of these with things growing in, having things growing in the garden. But as we can see here in Sean's garden, we're using it for, rubbish collection. You're going around, you're weeding, you're deadheading. He's got his Christmas trees in it over there. You can use it to decant your compost into when you're potting things up.
Well, we use them at work. I mean, I've got lots of these at work because I bought plants in these pots. And funny enough, the garden centre near me, he always asks if you don't want these afterwards, bring them back. And, which is not surprising, because these are such good quality pots, and you can keep reusing them. I mean, Stu's saying that we're going to go to the bark mulch. Well, we did a job recently where we had about 5 or 6 dumpy bags of bark mulch delivered, but we couldn't wheelbarrow it directly into the bed and board it was supposed to be in, so we decanted it into these 30-litre containers, and then it was so easy just to then tip it between the plants and spread it out. I mean, lots of people at the minute are harvesting things like potatoes, so you've had loads and loads of rain, you're digging up your potatoes, they're all covered in mud and they're all sticky with the mud and stuff. Drop them in here, put the hose on that full blast mode, use it as a giant colander, wash all that soil off back into the garden, or it could be your carrots, for example, or anything like that. I mean, endless uses for these, isn't there, really?
So many. I mean, log stores, if you've got a wood burner in your home and you want to bring the logs in, you can put them in here to carry them into your home. And the wonderful thing is that those handles have been moulded into place. They're not going to rip and crack and break off. I've had mine for, I don't know, 8 years probably, and they are still going strong. Every time I go into my shed, that's what I grab, because I've got one, it's got my trowel, it's got my spade, it's got my little kneeling pad, it's got my gardening gloves. I just pick this up, take it out into the garden, use all of those bits, put all my deadheadings and weeding and cuttings in there to then throw it in the big bin. It's one of the best used items, most used items I've got in my garden. It
is, and I'm going to go, because I want to get that bark mulch. I'm going to pick it up.
Go for it.
I'm on. Yes,
he's off, he's doing it.
No, I want to pick it up and put it on the top, because I think we need to...
What, we need to have a little feel?
We need to...
We'll show it, all right?
We need to have a little feel, because that is so nice, that stuff.
It's quite heavy.
I don't want to...
Right, and that, by the way, is free postage. There is postage included here, so you're not paying extra for that. It's on a half-price deal. It's a 70-litre bag, and you will get that delivered with absolutely no postage cost, and it is £14.99. You will, of course, get your free gift included with this one, because you'll need to enter the code YGTV3624 in order to get the saving, but that's also going to put that Garden News magazine, the free gift, into your order as well. And there you go, just to show you what that kind of looks like.
And that gives such a lovely sort of natural look underneath your plants as well. I mean, Sean the other day, for example, was saying that he's got a big eucalyptus tree, and it's kind of driving him a bit mad, really, because it's dropping all this leaf debris and he's struggling to grow anything underneath. So, I said, well, why not put a lovely layer of bark mulch underneath? That will tidy the area up, it will look really neat, it will look nice and natural, and anything else that falls down, it doesn't look out of place because it kind of mingles in with the look of the bark mulch. But we were saying earlier on as well about, for instance, if you've got things like dahlias. There you go. So lovely bit of bark mulch in between all those things, and he's got some ferns and stuff there. They would like the moisture retention that will create as well. And also, if that soil's really heavy and sticky, it means in the wintertime Sean can move between those plants without all the mud getting in the cleats of his boots and shoes and all that kind of thing. It smells really nice as well. In fact, this smell always reminds me of the Chelsea Flower Show, because about 2 or 3 days before the show opens, especially if it's been wet, they put tons of bark mulch down all over the wet areas. And John and I always, it's the Chelsea Flower Show smell. It's that bark mulch smell. So beautiful stuff, this. Really, really good, and you'll just find lots of lovely uses for it.
100061 is the item number if you want to go for the ornamental spruce bark mulch. It is on a half-price deal. Stu wants to show you the vincas, but...
He does, but what Stu forgot...
We
planted them up. So, shall we work them out?
I'm just going to dig this one out. Okay, so you will... You will get three of these, and they come in the 9 centimetre pots. You've got the Vinca Minor, the
don't dig it.
Lagrave,
Say,
and
don't dig
the
them up.
Ralph
Don't dig them up.
Sugar included. But I've just taken one out so you can see the sort of size that we're talking about. They will come to you in the 9 centimetre pots, and they are the 3 different varieties. Those are the colours that you're going to be receiving, and they are absolutely stunning, aren't they, Vinca?
They are nice because one's got sort of a golden coloured variegated foliage, one's got a silver colour, one's a lovely solid green. They're sort of different colours of purple, evergreen as well. They look really gorgeous, actually, planted underneath the choisia tonata. But they're evergreen. I've found them great for dry places, good for shady places as well. They're lovely for trailing. They flower mainly in the spring, masses of little tiny pretty flowers in the spring. But again, they're one of those weird plants that just throw out a flower at odd times throughout the year as well. Good for rockeries, good for ground cover. Oh, and by the way, these are Vinca Minor. They're not the major one. Oof, you rue the day you put that one in. The one that layers everywhere and just takes over.
Yeah.
And why do I ever plant that?
Yeah, it's not that one.
No, this is its little cousin that's massively more well behaved.
Yeah, £9.97. It's very much like a buy one get 2 free here, because there is a £20 saving on that one, and you are going to get all 3 of those varieties included when you put item 511467 into your basket. Make sure you use the code YGTV3624. That's how you get your saving. It's how you get your free gift. And of course, remember, if you are a member of our club, you will get 10% discount off everything that you buy in our potting shed today. Plants, pots, compost, strulch, mulch, whatever it is, it's all got 10% discount on there. Now we're bringing you on to our garden ready selection. We are into the last 25 minutes. Where has the time gone? If there is anything you want to see, you can't pick anything from the nursery because we can't go and run out there. It's 11 acres. But anything that's in our show page, click on the website, go into the live now, scroll down, you'll be able to see all the items that we've got selected for you in the show. If there's something you want to see in the next 25 minutes, put it in the chat on Facebook, in the emails, or on YouTube. I'll grab the iPad so I can keep an eye on it, and we will bring it up for you.
You know what we'll have to do one day?
I know there's some pictures, by the way, Elaine. I know you've sent us loads of pictures, and Andy, you've sent us a picture as well. We will find space before the end of the show to show those.
We need to do a challenge Bex or challenge Adam one week.
Just go running out.
Yeah, go running out.
One of us in here.
Yeah, so somebody say, I want to see so-and-so, so we belt out there, grab one, run back in, and then we talk about it. Yeah, and then we change places.
No, we can try it. Why not? All right, let's go on the Primrose Benelli mix. So we're getting 30 garden-ready plants here. Thanks. Got dirt on me.
Yeah, a bit of compost on your forehead.
£14.99, and it is basically a half-price deal going on
in
here.
These beautiful Becks. I mean,
30 of them.
Yeah, and look at the quality of these. I mean, these are absolutely beautiful plants. I mean, again, I can see, garden centres with these in a 9 centimetre pot or even slightly bigger for kind of like £1.49 each,
yeah,
£1.99 each
easy.
for one of these. I mean, look how green and verdant they are. I mean, these are green, healthy plants. A fabulous little root system there as well. These are going to flower in no time at all. They're going to come back year after year after year. They've got the most fabulous colour range in here as well. And some of these are really sweetly fragrant as well.
Gorgeous. I love the colour mix. They're so bold and bright, aren't they? I mean, there's some really interesting ones with the bi-colours that you've got in there. The ones that graduate, but also the ones that have got that kind of hard edge to them. They go from red to yellow or blue to yellow. I love them. And of course, it's about getting that colour in your garden when we need it most, when it's really sort of dull and dark and grey outside.
Because, I've occasionally heard people say when they see a colour mix like that, they might say, oh, yeah, that colour mix is a bit vulgar.
No.
I find that a bit vulgar.
I
you know
love
what?
it.
So do I. When it gets to February or March, the more colour.
More colours.
I don't care what colour you're putting with what. As long as it's colour, I want it all. Yeah, I want to sit in a field with 3 billion of these, like all around me, with all their clashing colours and stuff. Because I just want to be uplifted by the joy of this spring colour. And
that is exactly what this mix will give you. And of course, excellent value for money. 30 garden-ready plants, £14.99. If you're a member of our club, it's £13. £14.99 if you're not in the club, £13.49 if you are, because you get that extra 10% discount. The next deal we've got for you is exactly the same, 30 garden-ready plants, but this is on the Viola Sorbet, the Tiger's Eye. This one's quite incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when Stu focuses in on the flowering at the moment, that's all we need to say, really, because, I mean,
that's our job done.
That's our job done, because you look how elegant, how pretty, how stunning these tiny little flowers are, but, they may be small, but, my goodness me, they make up for it in numbers, because this is smothered in these flowers flowers for a long period of time, months and months of flower from these. These are flowering now. These will flower through the winter time. They're flowering to next spring. They're hardy down to about -20, if not colder than that. So these aren't sometimes like the ornamental cyclamen or the solanums that you can put in baskets that can go to mush sometimes in those really sharp frosts. These will get through those cold temperatures as well. And these sort of slightly trail and sort of spread and tumble a little bit, but beautiful. And all I want to know is why, Mr. Stew, have you not focused in on one of the flowers?
He's looking at who's buying, basically. I could tell he'd gone all quiet.
He's done it now.
He's looking at what's been popular for us. But yeah, look at that.
Isn't that stunning?
Bright yellow,
Can
nice
you imagine
dark lines going through those petals.
Of being the breeder of that and the first time one of them flowers
you'd
popped
be having
out.
a champagne, you'd be popping the champagne.
You would have gone running out that nursery, wouldn't you?
Check this
Yeah,
out.
you'd have grabbed your first colleague or your partner or whatever. You said, "Oh, look at this new variety. It's just coming to flower. This is going to storm it. Everybody's going to love this." And who wouldn't love that? I mean, wow, that is a beauty, absolute beauty.
It is. 410158 is the item number. £14.99, half price deal. 30 garden ready plants. Let me just take one out so I can show you what I mean by garden ready. That is what we mean, just slightly bigger. It's a bigger plant basically. It's been grown on, it's been established, it's got a gorgeous root system. It is ready to go in your garden. That's why we call it garden ready. You can plant these out with no worries. There's no growing on windowsills or greenhouses.
No.
Plant it straight out. You're going to absolutely love those. Works out 50p each, by the way, for those, because you're going to get 30 of them. And it is just that one postage cost. But do remember, if you get to over £40, you will get free postage on your order. Under 40, it's one postage cost, no matter how many items you put in your basket, and that is £6.99. But get it to over 40 if you can, and we'll get rid of that postage cost entirely, as long as you put the code in YGTV3624.
And I tell you what I've done, Bex. I've saved all these trays over the years.
That.
Yeah, and brilliant in the spring.
I mean, if you're planting your your Pro Plugs,
That's what I do.
cuttings, anything like that, whack them into those pots.
In
They're
the
great.
spring, I put my compost in, little seedlings, and
Little sticker around the edge so you know what it is.
Done.
They're perfect. Right, next one we've got garden ready is the Pansy Cool Wave. This is the berries and cream mix, and this is a buy one get one free as well. £14.99. Get one pack in your basket, put the code in, and you'll get the second pack.
Yeah, and again, I mean, some of these have got fragrance, which is fantastic as well. You've got slightly larger flowers on these than the Viola Sorbet Tiger Eyes. Hardy, these, I mean, we were saying the other day, these are hardy to -25, which is just insane. And these ones tumble. I mean, I'm not going to say they trail like a Sophinia, but these ones sort of tumble down a little bit.
They'll get to about 30, maybe 40 centimetres, won't they?
But, I mean, they'll certainly hang over the side of the hanging basket and kind of pretty much start to hide the side of the basket. And a long flowering period. And, of course, we always say the earlier you get them going, like i.e. get them going now while the weather's still warm, they're going to flower much longer. These will go through the winter flowering. Next spring, when the weather warms up, they'll keep flowering for another 2 or 3 months. And these are the ones that they say pretty much flower from December to October.
Up to 10 months of the year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're flowering right now, and these are going to keep going, excuse me, all the way through autumn, into winter, into springtime. They only really start to give up during the hottest months of the year. So sort of, June, July into August. They'll just slow down. They don't give you many flowers.
Like a little pansy siesta.
Yeah, a little siesta.
Kind of for the summer.
So all you do is sort of give them a good trim back at that point. Put them somewhere, in the shade a little bit. Keep them watered, but just keep them out of the way. And then bring them back out, and they will do it all again for you. A lot of people just treat them as annuals, and you can at this price, but you can actually make them come back for you next year if you want to. It's 410112. It is a buy one, get one free. Where can you get deals like that? Right here at YGTV. We broadcast here live every single Sunday and every single Thursday from 10 o'clock in the morning, and we do it every single week of the year as well. We do go a little bit quiet at Christmas. We do take a little bit of time off, but we record shows, so there is something for you every single week. But we're here, we're live. There is a free gift included every single week. We have savings galore. All you have to do is use the offer code to get those discounts. And one other thing that I do urge anybody watching right now to do, if you haven't joined our club yet, please could I ask you to join this club. It is that Stu, you're right. The best £5 you will ever spend here. So it's the auto renewal yearly subscription that costs you £5. If you just want to do a 1-year membership that ends after the year, you can pay £10, that's fine. However, I do urge you to go for the auto renewal. You can cancel it. We're not tying you in. You can cancel that auto renewal. So obviously, it's better to get the lower price one. Also, read the small print. Most people put small print because they don't want you to read it. We don't mind. If you keep the auto renewal going, you don't let it lapse. If we put the price of the club up at any point in the future, I mean, we're not likely to, but if we put the price up to £50, you'll only ever pay a £5 once you auto renew. Not only will you get 10% discount off of everything that we bring you in the potting shed, the plants, the pots, the compost, the strulch, the mulch, all of those things, but you will also get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend. Now, you can start saving on your first order. All you have to do is click the box, yes, please, I'd like to become a club member. It'll cost you £5 today, but obviously you'll get those 10% discount every time you place an order over the next 12 months. But once you do that, we'll send a welcome pack out to you. And in the welcome pack, you get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers, and I'll let you into a secret. They say dates on them. You can spend this between here and here. So it breaks down to one every 3 months. Don't pay any attention to that. You can actually spend them all in one day if you want to. You have to do them on separate orders, so it's one per order. But if you place 4 orders in a day, you could use all of those vouchers in the same day. As long as you remember, it will work. So just a little top tip for you. It's a club well worth being a member of. If you spend more than £50 a year on gardening items at all, then that's the club you need to be part of, because that's when you start saving money.
Just ask you a really quick question. You might have told me this already. So if I put an order in today for, say, £60 and I join the club today, will I get the discount today, or is it from the next order?
No, absolutely. You can start saving on the first time you place an order.
There you go.
You don't have to wait for the welcome pack to come out to you.
Superb.
You'll start saving today.
That's
so it's
good.
a really good one.
Because sometimes some things like this, it's not on your first order,
No, you
is
have
it?
to sign up and then it'll come
you
in.
get it on your next order. But
no, first order. Look, Stu's made a basket for us. It says join our club. Look, he's got £5.15 saving. You can click in. You can read more information if you want. We're going to go for that £5 version. So add that to basket. So I've spent £5, but I'm already saving. All right, only 15 pence today, but I am already saving. And then every time I place an order in the next 12 months, I will be saving 10% every single time I place that order. The welcome pack, the vouchers will come out to you later. So I hope I've got that across. I do hope so. It's a great club. I literally just got my renewal yesterday. The email came through. My renewal has come through. I've got £20 worth of vouchers to spend. I will be looking at something to spend them on very, very soon.
But even like the thing on the machinery, because you mentioned about, it says 5% off machinery as well. So if you've got more expensive, like a...
You can go and shop the entire website. It's not just the
anything,
YGTV stuff. It's the entire website you can go and shop.
That's
10% off most things, but then 5% off, the machinery, the lawnmowers and all that sort of stuff too.
Superb.
All right, let's carry on then, because we're into, the last 15 minutes. Tulip Purple Paradise Mix, and this is a 3 for 2. Yes, this one's a 3 for 2. You can't mix and match this. No, you can mix and match this one with the crocus deal that we've got for you. We'll come there in a second. But if you want to get 75 of these, you absolutely can. You'll get 1 pack for free.
And 75 of those, wow.
Oh, that would be so good.
It would, yeah. And I'll tell you what, if you did get 75 of those as well, perhaps you've got an allotment or you've got a kitchen garden or somewhere like that,
nice.
I'd probably just put a nice straight row of those in for a cut flower.
Yeah.
So, have those as a cut flower and then put the other 50 all around the garden. Put them in your pots, your tubs.
Absolutely.
I've got these in my own garden. I've found them to come back year after year reliably as well. Some tulips fade a little bit. They come a little bit skinny, a bit leggy, or they just don't come back. They're almost like an annual kind of bulb. These I've found have come back for the last 3 or 4 years just as nicely as the first year I put them in. And Paradise sums this up, this mix. The colours, the shape of the flowers, the elegance of the flowers, the lovely straight strong stems, the lustrous leaves. These are aristocratic kind of tulips in my opinion.
Yeah,
they really are absolutely gorgeous.
I think they're one of the most elegant and sophisticated mixes that we bring you, not just because of the colour but those fimbriata edges as well. So it's a 3 for 2. You can get 3 packs of these if you want to, but if you want just maybe 2 packs of those and a pack of crocus, you can mix and match this deal. Put whatever you want into your basket. Between the crocus and the tulip, 1 pack will be free as long as you add in that code, the YGTV 3624. The next one we've got for you is the Narcissus tete-a-tete. Technically, this should be on our favourites table. We have our favourites table on the other side of the potting shed, but we just wanted to keep the bulbs together. But this is how popular and how well this one is selling at the moment. You will be getting 100 of these, and these are some of the most popular when it comes to our daffodil bulbs, because these are dinky and cute, aren't they?
They are, and I've planted probably thousands of tete-a-tete or tete-a-tete over the years, and great thing about these is it's sort of a multi-headed daffodil, but I've also found once they've been established, sometimes you get more than 1 or 2 stems come up from one bulb. So just as you think they're about to grow over, another little sort of bunch of flowers comes out. They only get about that tall.
They're cute.
Oh, they are cute.
And I love these because there's certain places you would not plant the taller daffodils, the ones that get to 50 centimetres. You'd never put them in the top of a hanging basket.
No, of course you wouldn't.
You can with these.
Yeah, these look so gorgeous on a rockery, for example, somewhere like that. They look, I tell you, they do look lovely. At the base of hedges, you know, if you've got a hedge that's a bit boring, like a Lelandii hedge or something, and you get that bit at the base where nothing else grows because you know, it's all dry and stuff, you can plant them in places like that, and they do really well in areas like that. So they cheer up all those kind of little places where other things won't grow. You can see there that they've put these right at the base of a tree. I mean, that looks like a thumping great big tree to me. And normally those areas are really dry and not really good for growing bulbs. Daffodils are quite happy in those sort of places. So this is a daffodil you can plant more or less anywhere. They come back year after year after year. They're massively reliable. They double up. In fact, eventually what you'll have to do, you'll have to lift the clump up and you'll have to divide it and spread them out, because they are that vigorous. But yeah, it's so worth trying. Beautiful.
Brilliant one. 630091 is the item number. It's a £10 saving on that one. And each of those bulbs work... Each of those bulbs works out at 15 pence each. So, yeah, do think about adding those ones into your basket. If you're going for the tulip and crocus mix, get those in. Do your lasagna planting with those ones. Right, next up we've got... Oh, the blueberry, the pink lemonade is the next one we're going to talk to you about. This is part of our Grow Your Own. We do loads of Grow Your Own here at YouGarden. We've got gardening for everyone, gardening for every season of the year. We've got gardening for allotments, for your backyard gardens, for your front gardens, for if you live in a flat and you've got a balcony 3 or 5 floors up. Hello, Mandy. We do have something for everybody, and this is a fantastic one. It's just a little bit new, a little bit different, because this is a blueberry, but it's pink.
Yeah, it is like that. Gorgeous pink
How
fruit,
cool is
just
that,
like that.
though? Pink blueberries. You still need the ericaceous compost for this, don't you?
You do, yeah, unless you've got acid soil in your garden. But yeah, I mean, a quick roundup on this one. Lovely, lovely bunches of little white lantern flowers in the spring that are adorable, that are loved by the pollinating insects. Then that sets fruit. I think it's self-pollinating anyway, I think.
I believe it is self-pollinating,
yeah,
but as with all self-pollinating, it's always better if you've got something else.
You've got the bees and stuff to come along, you've got more than one of these, so you get the beautiful flowers. The flowers get pollinated. Then later in the year, you get these sumptuous, sweeter than blueberry pink berries, or blinkberries, as we've renamed them. And then, if that wasn't enough, in the autumn, the foliage turns the most wonderful, fiery, autumnal colours. Oranges, sort of deep reds, really, really, really stunning colours. So this is something Bex and I are going to try and kind of mention all the time, because sometimes when we start talking about a plant where it's something you eat, we just concentrate on the fruit. But sometimes we forget all the other attributes. So on this, not just fruit, you've got flowers, you've got fabulous autumn colour. And of course, if you haven't got the ericaceous soil, the acid soil in your garden, you can grow these in a pot. And our helix planters, our larger size helix planters, 13-inch, they would be big enough for one of these, probably for a good 2 or 3 years.
310028 is the item number. Have something just a little bit different in your garden. I've got it, and I can't wait to get those lovely little fruits on there. Right, let's have a little look in the emails. Elaine, you've sent us loads, so I definitely need to show you some of these. I mean, I think that's all your sweet peas, isn't it? Are they still looking amazing, or is this a slightly earlier picture? I reckon that's a slightly earlier picture, but isn't that a lovely alstroemeria down the bottom there as well?
Yeah,
I think we've got some scabious growing in there as well, haven't we?
I think they're slightly earlier because the alstroemerias have gone over now, so I'd say this was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, perhaps.
Still beautiful,
Stunning,
beautiful picture there,
lovely
Elaine.
pink.
Let me have another look, because there was a couple in here I wanted to show. Ooh, yes. Hibiscus, right?
Yeah.
Gorgeous
lovely.
hibiscus. Look at those, just bursting open. I love the big fat buds that you get on hibiscus.
Yeah.
It's a promise of something gorgeous about to pop out.
They're wonderful, the hibiscus, those lovely late summer flowering shrubs. which are really just, great to... I mean, I always call them the lilacs of the autumn.
Another hibiscus
one.
here, which is the chiffon that she's got going on there. Look at that. Oh, and it's the starburst. Yeah, you're right. Look at those big fat buds. Absolutely adore that. Beautiful thing about hibiscus is that it is flowering phenomenally, isn't it, at this time of year, and will continue to do it through into sort of September and October. Is that the Tolbagia, the purple eye?
I'd say that looks like a Tolbagia to me. Yeah,
it does, doesn't it?
Yeah,
well,
looking
I love
good.
those because they look quite dainty and delicate, didn't they? But they're gorgeous.
Yeah, they are. Again, one of those plants that's sort of a real giver for minimum input.
Love it. And Andrew sent us some pictures as well. He says, morning Bex and Adam, my garden today, and Nippet has a new friend buddy. That's the picture I'm going to show you first. Oh, look! So that's Nippet, isn't it? And this is Buddy. Oh, they are so cute.
They look happy, don't they? Happy little doggies.
All right, but let's have a little look at the garden. Oh, yeah, look at this.
Oh, more Myrias.
So he's got Alstroemeria. That's my lovely...
that was hibiscus, wasn't it?
No, Hypericum.
Hypericum.
The Hypericum Miracle Attraction, adoring that. The Alstroemeria, cut those as cut flowers there. That's it in the borders as well. And then, hibiscus as well. Gorgeous. And look, a little bit of verbena poking in at the background there as well.
Also,
and he sent us one more picture.
Alstroemerias are still going then by the looks of it.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, and he's got the Venus flytrap. Nice. Some fuchsia.
Better than the Vipona.
Some osteospermum going there. That looks like one of the roses. Is that one of the ground cover roses?
Yeah, that's a nice little ground cover rose. Can't remember the names of the ones we did now.
And then beautiful. I mean, look at all of that.
Oh, oleander there.
Oleander's growing.
Little banana.
Bananas there, look.
A cherry, little cherry there.
Oh, very good.
Whoa.
Love it. Thank you so much. We love seeing your gardens. And we're probably not going to get any more time to show anything else, but if you ever want to send us anything, ygtv@yougarden.com. We needed to bring back the Verbena bonariensis because this has had a little flurry at the end of the show. Loads of people have been starting to buy this. £29.97 is the usual price. You're not going to pay that today because you're watching YGTV. We don't do usual prices here. It's £9.99 for all three. Do make sure you're adding the right item into your basket. If you go to the website, you will find one for £9.99. You need this one, 560910. Or go to our show page and click through from our show page. Verbena bonariensis is a beautiful plant.
Yeah, tall, floriferous. Absolutely elegant. It sways in the wind, doesn't need staking, loved by the pollinating insects, especially butterflies and bees and all those kind of things. Comes back year after year after year and looks amazing in Sean's garden. I mean, fabulous.
I mean, do you know what? Sean's got an amazing garden anyway, but this looks amazing in anybody's garden, whether you've got a view like that or not. You know, I have this in my garden. It looks brilliant growing up against the fences there. It's tall, it's willowy. It allows me to be able to see the other plants in the borders. It plays really nicely. Pair it with some gorgeous things in your garden. Pair it with some yellows and things like that. I mean, that looks lovely with that yellow bush just behind there.
Yeah,
the yellow and purple works so nice together. 3 of those pots for £9.99 or £8.99 if you are in the club. Another one that we're going to urge you to add into your basket today is going to be our Choicea tonata, and this is also known as Mexican orange blossom.
Yeah, one of our final
choices
for today. Well, actually, it's weird you say it because it does originate from that part of the world.
Oh, does it? Is
yeah,
that why?
I'm pretty sure it is because I did Google it once because that's it. I don't know everything.
Yeah.
But it comes from that part of the States originally. So, but it's very hardy here in the UK. It gets through most winters. I mean, there was a winter, 2 or 3 winters back where some of them in some customers' gardens really did get badly knocked back, but I trimmed them back and most of them all regrew from the base again. So sometimes if things aren't super hardy on top, they're always root hardy. Evergreen, fabulous fragrance, weeks and weeks of flower. You can trim them, you can leave them to grow naturally, you can even grow them as a hedge.
Yeah, they're gorgeous, and the fragrance when they get covered in those flowers, it is actually really incredible. Nice and neat, evergreen, beautiful plant, and it's half-price deal for you today. Another one that is one I absolutely adore, and I think this with the Verbena bonariensis, and do add in the coreopsis because those 3 planted together, the verbena is nice and tall. Then it would probably be this one would be the next in height, and then the coreopsis in front, and the pink, the purple, the yellow would work really nicely together.
And they all love that similar position as well. Gora, if you've got an area in the garden that is really, really hot, really, really dry, got poor soil, you struggle to grow other plants in it, Gora love that kind of situation. Remember always though, when I talk about this, this is once the plants are established. They will grow in those punishing positions. In fact, the meaner you treat these, the more compact, the more bushy, the more they flower. And again, just hundreds and hundreds of these beautiful flowers for weeks on end. Great root system there as well. Look, we will send out things that are so mature. And by the way, those coloured pots now, these are the more recyclable pots. The black ones never used to be. These are much more recyclable. So that's sort of good to know as well. But yeah, 3 fabulous plants there. They come back year after year after year and just give months and months of glorious colour.
Okay, so yeah, 560898 is the item number. £9.99 for all 3 of those pots. Next, we've got the Coreopsis. Now, this is £4.99 for one of these. I would definitely think about multi-ordering here, particularly if you're going to do what I suggested, which is the verbena that comes in 3 pots, the Gora 3 pots. Maybe get yourself 3 of these because planting in 3s works really, really nicely. And of course, if you get your order to over £40, you will get free postage on that order. Elaine's just sent in saying all of those pictures were taken today. So your garden is looking fantastic,
wow.
Elaine. That is incredible. You've got loads of things flowering beautifully there. So well done you. Right, so yeah, tell us about the Coreopsis, Adam.
Coreopsis, stunning, beautiful, soft yellow flowers, lovely feathery foliage, a plant that will come up year after year after year, likes a sunny position, a well-drained position, and really, once you planted it, you just need to leave it. It's one of those plants...
Leave it alone.
Leave it alone. It'll just flower for months on end. It'll just happily flutter in the breeze. Loads and loads of these delicate little daisy-like flowers. Look at that. I mean, great for a pot, great for a bed, great for a border. As I say, as long as it's somewhere sunny and bright and well-drained, it'll be as happy as Larry.
Happy as Larry, and Larry is very happy. 560773 is the item number. It's in the 9cm pot. It's half price at £4.99. As I said, do think about multi-ordering on that one, but make sure you enter the code because that's how you get your discounts. So you will pay £9.99 and you don't want to do that. I don't want you to do that. And of course, by entering the code, you will get your free gift, which is a current edition of Gardening News. The date on there is September the 7th. Over the next 4 weeks, this will be the free gift, but it'll be a different magazine each week. So don't think if you place an order for the next 4 weeks, you're going to get the same magazine. You will get a different one each week. We are going to talk about spring tulip and crocus mix next.
Yeah.
These are, it's in one bag, 2 sets of bulbs, but you can easily tell the difference between the 2.
Yeah, this is our crowlip collection, and you can tell in the bag because the tulips are the bigger bulb. The crocuses are the smaller bulb. Great for that lasagna planting as well that Bex mentioned. So basically what that means is you can plant both of these in the same pot, plant the tulips much lower down, then some compost, then put the crocuses on top. The crocuses will come up first, much earlier in the year, and then just as the crocuses start to fade, the tulips will come through and just give you that extended planting. And I tell you what, if you've ordered some of the Tate today as well, put some of them in because they will give you like a sort of, they'll give you kind of a mid-display as well. But yeah, beautiful. And the good thing about these really, really big chunky bulbs here, when you plant a bulb, you plant a promise. And you certainly do when you buy our bulbs.
Absolutely, they're incredibly good, quality that we're talking about here. There's nothing squishy about them. If you've just tuned in, we're about to say goodbye. But don't worry, because if you're watching on YouTube, you can just rewind it and you can watch it again. This show will be available to watch again on the website. Stu does his thing as soon as we've finished, and he makes it available to watch on there. So you can always go back and you can watch previous shows. Best way is probably on YouTube, because you can go in and you can look at the whole list of them. Actually, on the website, you can go back and look at previous shows as well. We are here every single week, Tuesday from 10 o'clock, we're here Thursday from 10 o'clock and Sunday from 10 o'clock, and we are here every single week of the year, so there is always something to watch. It's gardening for everyone. It's gardening for every single season. Thanks so much for your company
Bex.
today, Adam. It's been a lovely time.
Thanks, Stu.
Thank you all for your company as well. Come back and join us on Thursday, and we'll do it all again.